Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, Prologue. I hastily opened my eyes and looked around. My vision was quite blurry, but I was able to understand that I was in a building. And I could smell the very familiar scent of oil, metal and rubber. Blinking a couple of more times I was able to get a hold of myself. I was in a very familiar garage. Isn't this Dad's garage? I asked with wide eyes as I saw the familiar racks of tools and boxes with screws of all shapes and sizes. More importantly, most of the garage was taken by a car. The total BMW M3 my father got for me with pennies when he was drunk. Yeah. When you want something from your parents, always try to get it when they are drunk. My father was drinking with my uncle back in the countryside. Over there I saw a brand new but very much totaled BMW M3. The car was going for parts and then into a junkyard. But, at that time, I was in the phase where I was head over heels for anything mechanical. And so my dad bought it for pennies. The point of me reminiscing about this is that I'd already fixed the car and it should have already been fully tuned up and in my LA mansion. And why the fuck are my hands are this small? Oh shit. My voice. Why do I sound like a kid? For a moment, Panic fully settled in as I rushed myself toward the car's door to take a good look at myself from the car's side mirror. Oh God. I am back to my boy self? Wait. This doesn't make any sense. My brain, at that moment, tried to come up with variables to this situation. I don't remember working with stuff related to time travel. The last thing I remember was working on an energy source for my house. I mean, I got tired of paying the large electrical bills. And decided to build a reactor from some experimental data. Right. That white burst of energy. I should have done that in a proper research lab instead of my garage. I said while trying to remember more. It turns out, I had miscalculated how much energy it would produce. I suppose my house couldn't handle it and went boom. But, this doesn't make any sense. The energy should have at least turned me into dust. There was no quantum physics involved in it. Unless the large amount of energy started affecting it. Right. And I think I saw a person dressed in all white. Strange. Still though. If I am indeed back to my young self again. I could do a lot of stuff. Lots of stuff before anyone else could. Thinking about all the discoveries I had made throughout my life. I nearly started salivating at the chance of profiting on it and having some fun tinkering along the way. Marcus. You up? What did I tell you about sleeping in the garage? Oh shit, and comes the bad stuff of being a kid. Sorry, Mom. I got carried away. I quickly got out my puppy eye technique. I should use it while it still works. Sigh, I know you are gifted when it comes to machines, son. But you can't just spend the entire night in the garage. What if you catch a cold? My mother walked over to me, and there was that scrutinizing gaze of hers which I had seen for over 20 years. Sorry. Just go and take a shower. You reek of oil. She motioned for me to get back inside the house and fix myself up. Sheesh. As if she had never seen a guy working his craft. If only I had my... Right. All my stuff. It's gone. Marcus, what's wrong? Why are you crying? My mother asked with a concerned tone, as she saw me, with tears welling up in my eyes. Take a deep breath, it's only Tesla, Microsoft, Lexus, all the Italian supercars companies. Nothing much. I can always buy them back. Nothing. I think some dust just got into my eyes. Sniff, I swiftly said as I rushed back into the house. And quickly went upstairs to get as cold a shower as possible. I really needed a reality check. ASAP, can't cry like a baby each time remembering what I had lost. And so, my trip to the past has begun. Me, Marcus Goldman. The guy who spent his life tinkering with things in the basement and getting rich from it. As weird as it sounds, working from home is quite lucrative. It started with my dad taking me to his garage for the first time and me falling in love with it. From then on out I'd spent more time in the garage than he ever did. I pretty much took it over from him. Working from wood to metal, then going higher and higher to the point where... Well, one can guess what level it is when you start building a self-sustaining energy reactor in one's basement garage. Exploding or not. Still though, I found it weird. How easily I could pick things up. Sure, I was called a once-in-a-lifetime genius and whatever other things there were. But, I just found it weird. I mean, things just come together so naturally and easily. Maybe that's just what genius is? Anyways. After waking up in my younger self's body, I found that things are a lot easier than it was before. After getting an extremely cold shower of which I nearly turned pale blue too, thankfully it was the summer holidays. And the weather was still hot. I returned back to my garage and saw my first ever car there. My desire to forget drove me to start fixing it with the things I had laying around in the garage. That moment I found out that I already knew the vehicle from the inside out. It reached the point where I could improve on the already existing design of this German car. It was at that exact moment that I realized I may not be in my past self, but instead I may have possessed or fused with another version of Marcus Goldman. The reason I was thinking like that was because I was certain things were different. For example, some companies which I used to work with and used to own a portion of the stocks on don't exist. And most importantly, the dates don't match. I remember getting my car back in 2004, but this time I already have it in 2003. It's either I am missing something or that blast has sent me to an alternate reality, like in one of those light novels I used to read in my free time. Nonetheless, this doesn't change anything big in the scale of things. And after double-checking the technology level, well, I cried again. So I had decided to first work on the most essential of things, the smartphones, touch screens, the fiber optics, etc. The list is quite long. I mean, I started crying when I saw the fat TV which can barely even display 480p. While I had never worked on them before, as it was the basics among basics. By the time I had moved on to technology from machinery, everyone already had smartphones and fast internet. So I didn't really need to improve on any of it since it was already there. Instead, I spend my time on app creation. That's why I need to change my thought process, as by this point it's like knowing how to build the building but not knowing how to build the foundations for said building. In other words, back to basics. But then it happened. The event which changed my perception of the world as it is. It is totally not strange when a posh white book with golden letters engraved on it appears on my desk first thing in the morning. I said with a deadpan as I saw that the book had just appeared on my table. By this point, I am no longer surprised that the supernatural of some sorts exists. My crafting and creation skills can already be considered supernatural, and my existence in the body of my former self in an alternative reality is another clue of sorts that it can and does exist. Nonetheless, the book's appearance was like the icing on a cake. Slowly I walked over, not touching it, instead inspecting from a safe distance. After getting a good angle I was able to read out the cover. The Magic Arts of Solomon the Great. I read out loud as my eyebrows were slightly raised in interest. Okay. This is out of context, but why Solomon? I mean, I would take someone like Tony Stark's journal or something. Or even Reed Richards. But this is, well, magical sounding? I thought out loud for a second before deciding to satisfy my curiosity and check it out. Slowly, I reached out and touched it. As I touched it, a searing pain suddenly washed over my whole body, starting from my hand. Then, like a tidal wave, it started spreading throughout the whole body. Sharp gasp, fuck. It felt like my nerves were fried at that moment, nearly dropping on my ass right then and there. But then, just like how the pain had appeared, it suddenly disappeared like it was never even there before in the first place. And as weird as it sounded, I can now tell where this book is all the time. Not only that. With just a thought, flash and a bright golden flash, the book had just magically appeared in my hand. Right. Totally magical it is then. I stated like it was the most normal thing in my life. Since it had just proven to me that it's truly magical, I opened the first pages. This book was written by the great Solomon, who ruled over the greatest kingdom mankind has ever seen and was known as the King of Magic, and also the man who was able to mess with Lucifer himself and walk away victorious just by taking over 72 devils for himself. Since you are reading this, that means my greatest secrets are now yours. Once I was done reading the intro lines I realized that, yeah, this was the Solomon, the dude with 72 demons. Devils, the very same one who had a massive harem and ruled Israel. But, seriously? Lucifer is real? That shit is serious, and I really need to fortify my garage and get some magical stuff done fast. Right. But first, this dude was quite arrogant. I mean, I was the one who sold the license to a shackled AI, but even then I was not that arrogant. I thought with an eye roll, before continuing reading. Before anything, a mage needs to build up his magic reserves. Casting human-based magic normally requires magical calculation, but to bypass that is quite simple. At my peak, I had 10 rings which allowed me to cast spells as easily as any devil or angel. Right, so angels are real too. Let's assume that most of the myths are real too. Less surprises that way. Magic is like a muscle to access. It has several meditations just for it. Let me mention some so that you wouldn't need to check other books, since my one is the best anyway. Right. With another eye roll, I skipped to the part where the meditations are described. So, Chinese stuff does work, in this reality that is. So, how on earth has no one developed Chinese magical powers yet? I thought for a second. Anyway, I checked most of them and decided on the easiest one. The one where you had to stare at a candle sounded far too weird. So mental image, breathing. I suppose I could do this while I am resting. Until then, reading it is. Once you have got the basics done, you should also know that humans are the most fragile of species, so you either have to get some magic armor crafted or find them and get your hands on them. But, if you want, you can follow my footsteps, which is much better. And that is learning how to channel your magic to reinforce your body. If you can do this successfully, then you can achieve a body even stronger than devils or angels. Right, so both it is then. I suppose magic enchanted items exist as well? Since he did mention them. I hummed internally, remembering some of the metallurgy I did earlier in the past. I mean, I did craft some of the car parts myself. I suppose I could invest some time in weaponsmithing. Magical weaponsmithing. And once you have the basics done, let me now tell you about the best part of my magic. And that is summoning and binding devils permanently to yourself. Devils are quite special. They are beings who look like humans, but very much are beings of sin. They have bat-like wings that they can summon or retract. And their magic are based on imagination. But the best part is that they have unique magic depending on the pillar they are from. These devils does sound quite similar to that silly anime I used to watch back when I was a teen. What was it again? Something School? All I remember are those nice armors though. As I thought about it, I checked the next page and saw a bunch of summoning circles and just damn. I will truly be able to bind them just like that. Regardless of their power to mine. The power of Uchiha. Designed by Solomon and the Big G. Nice. So gods are real too. Good to know. I thought with some sweat running down my back. Chapter 2, Devil Summoning. Around a year has passed since that book appeared in front of me. That means I was now 12 years old and... boy oh boy, how much I did. Nothing. Normally I would beat myself up for wasting a whole year and not even fixing up a mere totaled car. But, no. I had instead spent the entire year reading and memorizing the Grimoire, or is it a book? More like a journal. Yes, a journal it is then. By this point, I came to realize that I was the successor to the guy who had lived around 1000 BC, meaning 3000 years before me. The summoning circles were easy, so was the whole alphabet of runes. The Solomon dude constantly mentioned how difficult these runes are and how factions like the Norse are extremely proud of their runes. I found them ridiculously easy. Maybe that's just the inner programmer inside of me. I was the person who programmed an AI after all, several of them, in fact. Mainly for my cars and homes. Nonetheless, the summoning circles I had mastered in the first week. And in the next few weeks, I got the whole Hebraic, Norse, Egyptian, Greek and Japanese runes, I mean calligraphy down. All that was left was to test them out. That's where the hardest part was. Meditation, accessing magic and drawing magic letters. Well, for that I had chosen the attic since the basement is where all the firewoods were kept. Yeah. I am now back to an era where firewoods are still in use. Nonetheless, after I was done with cleaning, and moving some scraps. Like an old TV. From around 1990, which I was planning to turn into scraps and reuse. And now that I have magic I can quite literally use alchemy to remold it into the parts I know from 2030 and use them just like that. And yeah. Solomon learned some alchemy and enchantment from Big G, so all that stuff was also in his book, which is now mine. I'd already found some ways to improve the formulas that they used back in the day with the stuff I had already developed through programming, since higher level enchanting is pretty much just a magical version of programming. Well, that will come when I start making stuff, but for now, it's time to call forth my first familiar. Using chalk to write on the wooden floor was child's play. It felt quite weird to undertake in a cult. Especially since I'd always teased my sister about it. Thankfully she graduated and moved away from home. Otherwise she will be the one teasing me for doing the exact same thing she did. Eventually, a perfect circle was drawn with runic letters in Hebraic language written in between, creating a complex system in the circle. What Solomon and Big G devised was to use their own devil essence against them. Since devils were basically preying on humans, the Big G decided to also allow humans to prey on devils. And basically turn them into human slaves. By using Lucifer's pillars and their own devil summoning against them, a devil is summoned through this specific circle. It only works with pure-blooded devils though, so half-bloods who were born from a devil and a human are impossible to bind since Uchiha doesn't recognize them as a pillar devil. And so once the circle was done, I started channeling my magic. The only issue with this was that the summoning requires a considerable amount of mana, well for me that is. It took me a whole year of pure magic training to even reach the level where I could summon the devils through the circle. The circle had a drawing of the Baal symbol of the Great King Pillar. If I am to summon a familiar then it will be the best one it can offer. By the covenant drawn between God and the human king. For punishment against humankind. The 72 pillars of Lucifer shall be punished by the power of Uchiha. Come forth, pillar of the great king Baal. By the will of Uchiha, you shall be bound to the king of man. As the chant was completed, the circle was already glowing white and gold. The glow continued to increase to the point where I needed to cover my eyes. Underworld, a brown-haired woman with a voluptuous body to kill for was enjoying morning tea when suddenly underneath her feet, a white circle started to be drawn on its own. What is this? She looked underneath her feet and then looked around. She saw white letters as well as the symbol of 10 rings. Where have I seen this before? She tried to remember the symbol without thinking much on this for the simple reason that she can feel it's a devil summoning. Meaning A. Then she remembered who used 10 rings as his symbol. Her entire face turned pale. Before she could even do anything the summoning had already been finished and she felt her devil energy rebelling and doing something to her very being. Solomon's magic. How? She said with a horrified look. And again, before she could do anything she was teleported away from her house. And just like that, one of the pillar devils was summoned away without anyone ever realizing what had just happened. After all, it was just a simple devil summoning that was used in the first place. Back with Marcus when the light had settled down and I was able to see who I had summoned. My eyes slightly widened. What I saw was a woman with shoulder-length brown hair. What truly stands out about her is her enormous breasts, which defies the physics of the world. With a rack this big, she should definitely have a lot of back pain. But what truly stands out is that I think I recognize her from somewhere else. Nonetheless, the summoning was a complete success, as I could feel her being completely tied to me. Uchiha was successfully formed. You must be the devil from the Bale house? I asked her while walking over with crossed arms. My mind was already coming up with how useful this devil could be. I went with Bale because it was the highest house right after Lucifer. It means they should be quite powerful and knowledgeable with magic and magic-related stuff. I am by birth, though I am now a Grimoire. I could tell Uchiha was working successfully, as it's already completely overwriting anything dodgy the devil is thinking. The Big G and Solomon were extra careful as to mention all about devils and their nature, so countless amounts of runic programming, as I call it, went into finding solutions to make them tell only the truth and no lies. Nonetheless, this was still not enough, because half-truths can still be told by the devils, so wording has to come into play as well. I see. Well, it doesn't matter since you are now my Bale pillar, I said with a shrug. The brown-haired woman slightly frowned. From the looks of it, she wanted to be extremely angry, but Uchiha binding is absolute. You know what you did with this summoning? She asked coolly. I used Uchiha's summoning to summon myself a devil from Lucifer's 72 pillars. Since you were pulled, that means you'd sinned enough to be pulled by this circle. I explained smoothly. I am not feeling bad for doing this. No matter what I am, I have summoned someone quite evil, not that I am hiding the fact that I am not a good guy either. Sinned enough? She asked with disbelief. The biblical God saw us all as sinners, regardless of anything we did. Oh, I know that. That's why I altered and improved the requirements for the summoning circles. Even so, you met the criteria, I said with a shrug. And what is the criteria? She asked seriously. Killing an innocent, ruining innocent life, and several others. If one of those are met, then I can summon someone as my pillar. Those are quite simple requirements. Devils, one way or another, did one of those things. Especially in the older times. She said while grimacing. I assume that she just remembered her past. I have no idea what older times you are talking about, and that's why you are here. You will be teaching me everything I want to know, I said as her eyes widened. I see. May I know how you achieved this? Where did you even find the means to summon a devil and bind one to yourself? The brown-haired devil asked me curiously. Maybe I will tell you one day. Tell me, what's your name? I asked curiously now myself, since I definitely did see her somewhere before. It's Venelana Grimoire. The brown-haired devil lady introduced herself. That moment I remembered where I saw her before. I see. So, somehow, I got transported to my alternative self in that weird reality where the main character gets stronger from his perversion and women with physics-defying breasts. Well, none of that matters. Uchiha, which I improved, made my identity top priority to my pillars. Unlike the original Solomon, I won't be telling just anyone that I have bound devils to serve me. I thought with a frown about my new circumstances. I see. I suppose we should start with the overall history first, from the supernatural point of view. As you wish, she said with a simple bow. Never in her life did Venelana think that she would be summoned to become a servant to a mere human child. Especially when the child, from the looks of it, has Solomon's knowledge. The human mage who was a taboo between the pillar members. The Bale devil only knows about the man's existence because she was taught about him by Zekrom Bale himself. The human mage, with help from vindictive biblical God, created the Uchiha summoning system based on the same teleportation principle, of which the devils of old used, to prey on humans. Reverse summoning a specific devil and binding it to himself for the rest of the human's life. But then Alana realized that her summoning was even more special. As her new master has said, he improved the circle considerably, making her incapable of lying to him and incapable of telling anyone about him. How this works she has no idea, but she was utterly terrified of this boy. The boy was not just a boy at all, he reminded her of Uchiha. The very same Uchiha who became one of the Satans and a super devil. If this boy is anything like him, then the devil race could be in extreme danger, or if she is smart enough, they can profit from this. Depending on her actions and how good she is at manipulation. But the more time she spends around him, the less confidence she has in manipulating him. The boy had no interest in politics, he had no interest in women, since he was just a boy. Worst of all, she could only tell the truth and nothing else, making manipulation very difficult. Not only that, but she could not make him see devils in a good light. The argument they had about the evil pieces only made her cringe in defeat. And so, she spent several weeks teaching anything she knew about devils, angels, fallen angels, all the tricks he needed to be hidden from them, the theories on barriers and such. After that, it was magic. All her life's work on magic knowledge was drained by him in less than a year. She taught him all about how magic flows, the difference between devils, angels, fallen angels, and other species and their unique magical energies. After that, Vanillana was finally able to see the boy's genius in action. That moment the comparison of Uchiha and her new master was very evident. First, she saw what he calls a transmutation circle. Magic that she had never seen before. She assumed that it was the very same magic that allowed Solomon to craft his artifacts, the infamous 10 rings. Changing everything, including dust, into a plain-looking material of which she can only assume was some sort of clay. Then what followed was the use of runes from various different pantheons. She has no idea how he made them all work together just like that. And all to craft a ring made from pure-looking gold. Is this one of Solomon's rings? She asked with some trepidation. No, this is my foci. The boy explained to her as he picked up the ring from the circle. Foci? Like a mage's staff? She asked with much more relief. Indeed, this will allow me to cast magic similarly to how devils do. He very simply explained to her. His tone was that of someone who did something extremely simple, but if information about this kind of foci was to be spread out, then the devils will lose a large edge in their human recruitments. After all, devil magic is one of the main reasons humans accept the proposition to become a reincarnated devil. A magic that can be used through nothing but imagination is extremely versatile and deadly. And this boy who was no older than 12 created an artifact which can utilize it. What could he achieve with more resources? Or just time? It made the brown-haired woman shiver in fear just from the thought of it alone. You can use your magic to build a floor below that garage, yes? I asked Vanillana, who was standing next to me. The Uchiha abilities were quite fascinating, as I could just summon Vanillana anywhere I wanted. The devil's magic were quite something else, and using their own magic against them gives me a sense of satisfaction. I did also remember more about High School DxD. I remembered watching it when I was in that horny teenager stage back in the day. After that, I barely remember following it, since I'd spend most of my time buying stocks and getting rich by selling licenses from phone apps to computer apps. It was a time where I went from mindless fan service anime like DxD to seinen in my free time. The amount of plot I could remember is bare bones. All I remember was that a city on the other side of the globe is the pivotal point of all action. That means that I will be staying right here. More than 8,000 kilometers away from Japan. Yes. All devils can do basic things like these. Do you have any specifics, Master? She asked simply, still trying to get over the fact that she is calling me Master subconsciously. A trick old Solomon added to the system, it seems. I'd glossed over it since I found no point in checking the part of how devils will be addressing their master. As expected from a man who had a harem and an army of wives. We will start with the stairs. Then a main room followed by several sets of corridors. You wish for an underground base? That's quite childish of you, Master. Vanillana said with a giggle. Snort, I do not think a lot of people will take a liking to the light show I would be doing in the attic. I said with an eye roll. Her trying to poke a reaction out of me like this was not the first time it has happened. I can assume she was trying to find more about me as we progressed through this master-servant relationship. Yes, I suppose you are right. I could use some of my family resources to buy you some land. She offered with a very kind smile. Nice try. But, no. I shook my head at the devil ladies try to snag me into their network. What about your family? Should I continue to alter their memories? She asked me on another note. Yes, but once you are done with the basement, we won't be needing to hypnotize them anymore. Yes, my family almost immediately found out something was not quite right with me when I had summoned Vanillana. The devil lady needed to alter their memories with hypnosis. I haven't learned any hypnotic magic yet, but I will touch on that once I start studying mind-related arts. After some alterations were done, I was able to move around my house more freely. No major alteration was done though, only the fact that I can now freely practice magic. And of course Vanillana's existence, the less they know the better. Once we walked over to the garage, I found the spot on where I wanted the stairs under the garage to be. The brown-haired devil lady with a casual hand wave summoned several greenery magic circles and started quite literally digging the ground. Well, more like removing it from existence. And in less than 30 minutes, I was now standing in a room of which the newly created stairs descends to. While the creation of the room was rapid, there is quite a lot of ambient magic in the air. I said after feeling the magic in the air. The method of which was quite simple, it's part of the training to strengthen one's body. You channel magic through your body as much as possible until you are tired, rinse and repeat. Eventually you will develop a natural sense of magic. It helps having a magical connection to someone as well. For me, it was the brown-haired devil woman next to me. thus accelerating the whole process of developing the sense. Is it bad? Vanillana asked with a raised eyebrow as she heard my comment. Normally. No. But I am planning to make artifacts untinker with rituals and magic circles, so devil energy will be mixed in with regular human magic energy or whatever else energy I will be emulating in future. I explained casually to her since there was no need for me to hold anything from her on that front. What kind of artifacts are we talking about? Like the 10 rings? I could hear how on edge she was when the topic of the 10 rings came up. Yeah, the rings are simply absurd even by DxD standards. The Solomon dude could negate any type of energy, including Tki. The only way to beat him was through pure physical combat. Which was also quite impossible since he could use any magic from any pantheon plus his 72 pillars. One could say he was the biblical god's trump card against the devils. In other words, if the dude didn't die, the underworld would have lost and Lucifer's 72 pillars would have become Solomon's Ars Goetia 72 pillars. The rings are quite good, but I'd already improved on that formula when I was reading up on sacred gear construction. I am planning on making much greater stuff, I said with a shrug. As I was looking away from her and looking around imagining how I would want to make my new workshop, I could feel how the devil lady turned completely stiff for a moment. So it's true that the biblical god had left the method of sacred gear creation to Solomon? She asked with disbelief. Not quite. There is no true method or specific blueprint. They are all artifacts of which are two-dimensional. I decided to explain this since she needs to be on the same wavelength as I am. Two-dimensional? Indeed. A human is a three-dimensional being, made from the physical body, soul, and essence or spirit energy. The sacred gears upon creation are transformed into a spiritual item, then it is attached to one's soul. And attached after host death. There are ways to make the gear physical. But, two-dimensionality is much safer as one can't truly touch it without some sort of training. I explained to her as simply as I could. Big G has a system or a foundation of how all his gears were made physical and spiritual, but that system by this point already has many cracks in it. Especially by the fallen who is trying to crack the mysteries of his items. It's like a firewall for one's OS. Now that brings back some memories. I see. I am sure the Fallens would like to know where you live. The brown-haired devil lady said with a fake smile. Sorry Vanillana, but after spending that much time around you, I'd already cracked some of your personality. She always likes to joke around when she is nervous. Especially when it's around me. It seems she is quite terrified for her devil race. Should I tell her that if they are not naughty, they don't need to fear me? Well, I doubt it, since I had already kidnapped one to be my familiar. So, she is probably afraid I won't be holding back since I think they are evil. Maybe, by the time we are done here Vanillana, I doubt many will be able to simply enter my garage. I said with a smirk as I was thinking of things to add to my garage. You are still going to call this a garage? She asked with raised eyebrows. A garage is man's fortress. I said sagely. I still remembered my past life's garage. 5 stories down, with more than 50 super and mega cars, some of them were even my creation. While I had never added any lethal security there, I had one of the best securities available on the planet. But you are not even a man, the Bale Devil said with an eye roll. Are you talking physically or mentally? I asked her with crossed arms. She raised both hands in defeat. Not wanting to go in that direction it would seem. You forget that I am almost 13. My point is that a man would naturally want his special place, especially me. Since all I want is to tinker with stuff in peace. Very well, since this is what you want. Not that I could say no to you. My devil familiar said with a sigh. I can see that she doesn't understand. Well, she is a female. Good. Now we need to adjust where the main workshop is. It needs to be just below that parkway. So that once a car is finished the section can lower itself and the car can drive out. I said while remembering my villa in Germany. The nation where I used to test my cars out on their highways. Sigh as you wish. The brown-haired devil lady just sighed and continued with her work in expanding my garage. By this point, Vanillana was already a builder, a teacher, a psychologist, a profession where a person is listening to another person's story for money. And then the reverse happened when she ended up being taught by a 12-year-old nearly 13. About magic of all things which she still can't wrap her head around. Nonetheless, she finds this time of her life quite fascinating. But then, it happened. Her husband with quite an arbitrary decision decided to engage their baby daughter to the youngest Phoenix. It was so random, that even Vanillana was out of words. And her baby daughter Ryaz? She went hysterical that they took the choice away from her hands. Master. Please. I need to return home. Can I take a week off? The Bale Devil pleaded to her master who has finally moved into his new garage. Sure. I don't have any use for you right now." He motioned for her to leave. Marcus had several white circles drawn and a bunch of plain-looking clay laying next to them. The very same material he will use to make his artifacts. The Bale can assume her master was already thinking of plans to make some of the crazy artifacts he'd told her about earlier. Not that Vanillana can remember much, as she was still in shock that her master knows how to make sacred gears and she can't tell anyone nor write it down to anyone. Her brain does not even operate in that direction when she is not around her master. Meaning that her train of thought was already affected by Arzgo Uchiha. That is just terrifying. Well, for now, she should stop thinking about this, and focus on her baby girl who had just learned the grim truth of being the heiress of a pillar house. Few days later, while Vanillana did her job perfectly, she uses her magic extremely loosely. Meaning the moment I dispersed and collected it, the whole underground garage of mine turned dark. Meaning that I needed light, and then I realized that I needed water as well. Since I was not planning to go to the surface just to wash my hands or take a piss. So, first light. Extremely simple, with magic especially, I was done with it in just a few days. I could have gone with a simple runic cluster to illuminate the room. But instead, I decided on a perfectly sealed glass container that gives pure lead light. No magic was used after alchemy, the electricity is also flowing through the wires as energy for the ceiling. And the energy source? The magic generators were stupidly easy to make in this lax world. If the devils or any race knew of this simple concept I am using right now, then they could easily take control of the world's energy issues. And monopolize energy. Oh, well. Anyway. After creating a simple air to magic to energy reactor, I was done with the light issues and had enough energy to power my garage and run some PCs. But, then. The more difficult problem came up. And that is plumbing. Sigh, I should have learned that devil magic trick before I send Vanillana away. I said with a sigh while crossing my arms. Thinking for a solution to this problem. Oh well. I suppose I should just summon someone who knows water better than anyone else. Thinking for a moment, I recalled what my devil familiar told me about devils. A specific pillar came to my mind. Seraphal it is then. A Satan that will also serve me as a muscle if needed. Since she is one of the strongest beings the devils can offer and is knowledgeable with water and ice. With that idea in mind, I went to the room that will serve as a summoning station. Moments later I started drawing another Arzgo Uchiha summoning circle. Underworld in the capital of the devil race, the city Lilith, in the main office of the Satan Leviathan, a certain Satan was doing her work with a slightly annoyed look. The black-haired devil was annoyed with the amount of paperwork she had to do every single day. As someone responsible for diplomatic relationships between her devil race and other pantheons, she constantly has to deal with things related to high-class devils snatching humans from right under some deities' noses. Most of the time it's just for some gods to bitch around since they are bored and looking for an excuse to cause some trouble. Then she also had to deal with the Elder Council who were bitching about some nonsensical things. Seraphal couldn't even remember if there were even any real issues she had to deal with apart from those hot air nonsense constantly popping up and making her deal with the paperwork. What now? She snapped out from her documents and looked around. Her sensitive magical senses were picking up some weird devil energy that had just appeared underneath her. Her gaze went down and she saw a white magic circle forming there. I don't remember having a scheduled contract summoning. The black-haired devil said to herself before she noticed the symbol of the house of which belonged to the person that was summoning her. This is... What house is this? Her mind quickly went through all the lists of symbols she used to see. But, this was none of those. In truth, she doesn't even remember any white color that was used for summoning. She was about to call her magic power but... What? Her eyes widened to a comical level when she felt her magic not listening to her. No. Weigh the 10 rings. The ability to nullify and take over demonic energy. This is... Seraphal's facial expression turned pale. There is only one being who could do that. No. There was only one mere human who was able to do this to the devils. But how? Before she could make another noise, this time to call for help, she was summoned from her office just like that. Back with Marcus when I thought about Seraphal, I thought it would be a devil obsessed with magic girls. But, when I summoned her, it was nothing like what I had thought. In truth, she was dressed in a blue dress, reminding me of those silly balls people used to hold for me for any silly achievement I'd achieved. They would hold it. But it was truly annoying. The only good thing about it though were the female dresses that had those exposed backs. You are the next Solomon? She asked with disbelief. Next Solomon? I suppose I am. I said with a shrug as I looked at the current Leviathan. I see. So you are like Uchiha then. I can tell that my thought process is being severely affected by this. I'd never heard of this from the original Solomon. I heard he liked his devil women as little affected as possible. This means you have upgraded the summoning circle devised by biblical God and Solomon. You are a little monster, aren't you? She said with a twitchy eyebrow, and her lip was slightly quivering. The Satan lady was pissed, but at the same time very much. Well, Sai, I have heard the legends. My life now is yours, isn't it? I have heard that Ars Goetia pillars are fully connected to the owner. Indeed, the devils know quite a bit about Solomon. Especially since the book was never even studied. No devil can touch it. The moment Solomon was a corpse, the book was destroyed by the devils. How do you have it then? Seraphol asked with narrowed eyes. This was the limit of the amount of anger she can show to me. That, my devil lady, is something you might learn one day. Now, however, I need your expertise in water manipulation. I decided not to answer that. It was quite satisfying seeing Seraphol pout like that. Fine. Not like I can say no to my master. Grrr, you. This. Just how powerful is this binding? The black-haired devil's shoulders shook for a bit. The more powerful you are, the more powerful the binding is. In your case, it's off the charts. Since you are an ultimate devil. I said with a smirk. Nonsense. The stronger I am, the weaker it should be. It's common sense. She said with an angry and pouty look. The binding was made from your energy and carved into your very soul by the Ars Goetia summoning. The only way to take it off is for me to die, and in turn, for you to die. The moment your soul leaves your body and demonic energy evaporates, your corpse will still have echoes of Ars Goetia. The biblical God was very thorough with the design, and Solomon only relished the fact of enslaving the bad devil ladies. Seraphol was utterly pale after hearing about it. It seems that the stories were not as scary as reality, a rare occurrence. Chapter 3, First Invention. Sir, the Satan Leviathan doing plumber work? What kind of madness is this? Well, she is not exactly doing the plumber's work, but it is still the closest one can get. From putting pipes at specific locations to working on the water pressure. She has never done any of this kind of work before. But, the moment her master, that brat, told her how useless she was, the Satan Leviathan decided to just suck it up and do it. And so, within a few days she was finally done. His underground garage now had working water. The consequences of her actions? She was now behind on her work. She missed several meetings, and Seraphol no doubt has several piles of documents and paperwork waiting for her. Are we done here? Please. Just let me go. I promise I will be a good devil. Satan was practically kneeling in front of her master. The woman can't remember the last time she begged for anything. But, by this point, she had to. There was a ton of work she had to do. And she is behind schedule. Fine. Come back to me when you have several hours of free time. He said that with a commanding tone, and Seraphol almost smiled hearing that. Finally. Some freedom. I understand. I will return to you when I can. The black-haired devil lady happily replied, thinking that she could return when she had decided the appropriate time. No, you will return the moment all the important work is done. Not just when you can. Tsk, the Satan Leviathan clicked her tongue for a second. Her master was prepared. Fine. I will do just that. You are not my first devil, Seraphol. I already have practice with Venelana. Check this one out. Marcus got into position as he was about to ask her something. Seraphol, are you planning on spreading any information on my existence? The next Solomon asked her with a smile. Of course I am. Your existence is one of the worst things that could happen to the devil race. The moment Seraphol said that, she grabbed her mouth, trying to stop it from spilling out the beans. That will be a mistake. Remember? My life is tied with yours. If you spill the beans, other factions will eventually know about this. And 2. You forget that you can't in any way spread the information. The way I have programmed the thought process is that you can't consciously or unconsciously think about spreading the word. Instead of blocking the thoughts, I am making it so that you can even think of them. I explained to her casually. Did you just say that you have Venelana Greenery as your first devil pillar? Seraphol asked with disbelief. When? How? The brown-haired devil lady is the mother of the current Lucifer. She was nearly with me for a whole year. The black-haired Satan at that moment felt despair rising in her gut. Just how powerful was this Ars Goetia thing? Seraphol even met Venelana during that period. And she felt that nothing was wrong with her, at all. It seems you understand now? He said that with a kind smile. A smile reminding the current Satan Leviathan of the devils of the old, and the stories she used to grow up hearing about. Resigned sigh, I understand. Master, as long as you are not plotting anything against my race. I won't be trying to find my way out of this. Can we agree on that kind of deal? In the end, Seraphol decided that her race takes priority over her personal feelings. Indeed, we can have that kind of deal. My hobby and my lifestyle is crafting, and is always going to be crafting and tinkering. As long as I can get things for my craft, I won't interfere with your race. The only reason I had summoned Vanillana was because she was a Bale and a member of the Great King House. Your summoning was because of your water manipulation and the strength of an ultimate class devil. I see. So he is like a Jika. This is good news and bad news. The good news is that he won't care about devil politics. Which is bad news as well. I need to establish some ground rules. Easier said than done, especially from such a weak standpoint. Seraphal then quickly realized that she could use secrecy against him as well. I see. Then we have an understanding? As Satan Leviathan, I have a very busy schedule. And if you were to summon me in the middle of a meeting, or worse, when I have a meeting with members of the other Pantheons, it would be a disaster. The black-haired devil said very seriously. Indeed. This is where we will use our mental link. Our. What? Seraphal asked with raised eyebrows. Ars Goetia attached you to me. I can feel your emotions to a certain level, and Marcus stopped talking and instead do this. We can start talking mentally with each other. Started talking directly into her head. This made the Satan Leviathan just gulp down nervously again. Such power over her was simply terrifying. No wonder Solomon was a top-class taboo secret. When she first heard stories about this human mage, she thought that it was just a human boogeyman, a made-up story so that devils would prey less on humans, or otherwise Solomon would enslave them. Turns out he was so real that she even ended up as one of his pillars, well, not the original one but his successor. I see. Then. Please, ask me mentally first before summoning me, alright? The less people know about this, the better it is for you, yes? Seraphal asked cautiously and at the same time using what he wanted, secrecy. Very well, we have a deal. My thanks, Master. She said that while giving him a bow. Then calling forth her Leviathan circle, she disappeared from his workshop. Once she was gone, Marcus looked at his work table. It's time for some tinkering. He was nearly jumping up and down just from the thought of it. At first, I decided to do some basic trigger-based weaponry. Starting from the basics of basics, and then moving it up from there. After the system is done, I will be able to work on bigger and better things. Like adding elements to things and stuff like that. After getting the neutral clay material done, I turned them paper thin and spread it evenly through the table. Once that was done, I started drawing the runic circles. The first one reacts to motion, absorbing it, and then sending the energy into the second circle, which then turns it into magic. Once the transformation of energy into magic energy is done, it then flows into the accelerator circles, where it gains more power. Then it passes through the magnifying circles for a magnified effect before reaching the final release circles. After finishing with the runes, the thin paper-like clay was now full of circles. The system of shooting magic was done. Now all I need is to give it a form. The most obvious form is a gun. Alarm clock? It's already 17:00. Damn. This stuff is quite time-consuming. I said to myself as I looked at my handiwork on the table. But first, some food. The next day I was back and had started working on the layout of the form. From the paper-like form into that of a gun which can fit into one's hand. It took me several days, which then turned into several weeks. Along the way, I had also spent a lot of time simply typing down the future upgrades for this. Magic caster? A magic gun? Caster? The plain-looking clay had transformed into a metal, and the item now finally looked like a plain metal gun. The first thing I noticed is that it weighs quite a bit for my 13-year-old body. The gun itself looked like a plain Glock. There is a cartridge slot for future upgrades, and there was no safety trigger as well. Right. First test run. I said that to myself as I picked up the weapon and walked into the test room. The only room where devil magic was very much present in the air. For the simple reason that it was enchanted to take hits. For the test, I had put on some gloves and more protective clothing than usual. While I had done the maths so that it should not explode upon usage, I was still ready to dip just in case something ended up going wrong. Test number 1. I pointed the gun at the wall, holding it with both hands. 3, 2, 1. And pressed the trigger. At that moment I could hear a hum coming from the gun. And it started heating up before a white circle had appeared at the end of the barrel, releasing a burst of energy in the shape of a bolt. It smashed into the wall, creating at least a few inches, deep hole. Seeing that I was successful, I pulled out my voice recorder. Test number 1 was a success. Key point of interests. The gun heat ups. The proximity of the circles generate excess heat, powerful enough to start heating the titanium. A possible substitute is needed for the metal, possibly a supernatural substitute is recommended. The shot load is around 3 seconds. Shortening of time is needed. Possibly extra accelerator circles. Maybe using the rail method. On the barrel itself? I reported into the recorder before pressing the pause button. I then looked back at the weapon. I could see some deformations already manifesting. Right. One of the strongest human metals and it's melting like nothing? Hell, I need to check the material used by Big G in his sacred gears. Mentally recalling what I had read on sacred gears, the dude had multiple types of formulas depending on which gear. The Longinus ones even uses the beast's energies as material for armor. But that's just asking to bring on a specific weapon to deal with that type of energy. How did that pervert even survive that long on just dragon energy? If it was me, who is the hunter, then I would have gone the Batman route and pulled out everything I could on weaknesses the dragons have, like how he did against Superman. Well, time to return to the drawing board. Master, what are you doing? I heard the curious tone of my second familiar. Oh, Sarah, you are back. You've been gone for quite some time. I mentally remembered that she was gone for several weeks. It would be seen Venelana is enjoying her freedom since she didn't even try to pop in. Well, I will summon her when I need her. Testing a cluster of runes in the shape of a gun. As you can imagine, it can cast bullets every 3 seconds. I said that to Seraphol as I handed over the gun to her. You made this in the time I was away? She asked with wide eyes. Yeah. I did it quite casually. Since I had ideas constantly popping in along the way. I could have done it several days earlier. I easily explained as I went over the stuff I had on my table. Since you are here, can your devil magic create durable mannequins? I asked her offhandedly. Oh? Yeah. I mean yes. Seraphol snapped out from her shock as she looked back at the gun, then at her master. Great. Then you will be making some of them in the testing room. Oh, and I will need to reinforce the walls there as well. I said that as I remembered how brittle the wall was. Okay. I motioned for her to hand the gun over since I need to start with my upgrades. Master, I can only be here for 3 or so hours before I need to return to my duties. She informed me seriously. I see. That is enough time for me to upgrade this to a Mark II. Seraphol didn't say anything as she watched me upgrade the gun. Deconstructing it was quite easy since I had built it for easy assembly and disassembly. Once I checked the inside of the gun, it was what I had expected. The titanium started to deform. It's either the magic itself or the heat generated from the circles. Which should not be normal. For now though, I'll quickly use the transmutation circle to fix it and then started working on the upgrades. First, small barriers will be built inside and on the barrel, acting like rail for the energy. This will improve the energy flow, then more accelerator circles. For shorter casting. And done. I said as I finished assembling the gun. Did you just put barrier magic inside of this gun? She asked with disbelief. Oh dear Sarah. How little you know about how much a simple wall can help, in this situation. It's not just barrier magic. Have you ever heard of magnetism? I asked her with a smile. How is it related to that? She asked me, not getting what I was saying. You see, the barriers are keeping the heat from reaching the metal and in turn that heat will stay inside generating more magic. But that's not the main part. See, the barrel itself? I use it as a rail to build up power. The longer the barrel, the more power it can build up. It is a simple concept humans use in general. I said with a shrug. Says you. She said something under her breath. Did you say something? Nope. Let's go and see how good it is. She happily said that as she grabbed my hand and started pulling me towards the testing room. Right. With a crack, like thunder, a bolt of blue energy smashed into a mannequin. Crackling explosion disintegrating it completely. Test 2 was successful, as expected. The railing system and barrier magic has fixed the heating issue and increased the power by around 150%. The downside is the recoil. I believe I had nearly dislocated my shoulder. Possible solutions are natural magic reinforcement and regular exercises with natural body growth. Marcus said to the voice recorder. The brat truly is the human version of Uchiha. Maybe even worse. I don't remember Uchiha being like that at this age. He used to spend his early age reading like a lot of reading. He only started proper experiments when he was done with magic. Seraphol thought with a sweaty forehead as she had drawn a comparison between Satan Beelzebub and the next Solomon. They are the same in regards to making new things. While Satan Beelzebub is left to his devices for the simple reason that no one can't control him, as he would simply leave and still do his thing. Which is extremely dangerous. That is why the Devil Council doesn't try to control him. But her master is different. The boy is barely 13 and he already created a superior weapon to the ones used by the church. Worst of all, she has no idea how to control him. Any comments? Marcus asked Seraphol as he walked over to her side. Well, it's superior looking to the weapons used by exorcists. The Satan Leviathan said with a sigh. What can she say? Please don't sell these to the church? Yeah. Thought so. The point is that I made the ammo cartridge area act more like a program. He said that as he showed the empty slot for the ammo cartridge. Act like a program? She asked, confused. You know about video games, right? He asked her, remembering that Serafal is a magic girl Leviathan. Yes. Well, you know the old-style ones where you put a cartridge to play a specific game? Yes. She had a look of realization as she started putting things together. So think of it this way. Depending on the cartridge, the gun can shoot demonic energy, holy energy, dragon energy. He said that with a smirk. That's not all. Depending on the cartridge, it can be a minigun, a particle cannon, or even a magic cannon. Marcus clarified more with a smile. But it's a handgun. Did you miss the part when I said that it's an item that turns motion into energy, then energy into magic, which is accelerated and released like a weapon? He said with raised eyebrows. Yes. But it looks like a handgun. She tried to process how a handgun can be like cannon. The looks are purely for the sake of how the human hand is holding it. There is nothing human gun inside of it. All there is are 37 magic circles. Working like a system. Basically, a low to mid-tier sacred gear. Since low ones generally only have 31 circles inside. But, I digress. I can only call this a pseudo-gear since I used human materials as a base. He said to her as he swirled the weapon on his finger. He felt satisfied. Inside his element. Back to making stuff. Finally, he is back. The moment Serafal heard him mentioning sacred gear, she remembered the infamous 10 Rings of Solomon. The pseudo-sacred gears built by Solomon for Solomon. The very same ones that made most of the supernatural, regardless of their powers, quite simply useless in front of the human. One of the reasons why he was called the boogeyman of the devil race. So, it's true then? That Solomon could make sacred gears? Serafal asked with more fear than ever before. Does this mean her master isn't just a Dika-level genius, combine devils to himself, but also have the biblical god's blueprint to make sacred gears? Just how dangerous is he? In layman's terms? Yes. So far with some testing I could craft a high-level one. But a longinus? I need to check one in action. Do some surveying. Check the energy readings. Big G used a concept as a base for some of them, I could do the same. With the right emulation of dragon energy, I could make something similar to boosted gear and divine dividing. The moment the black-haired devil lady heard that he could make something akin to boosted gear or divine dividing, her mind stopped to a crawl. The way he said it sounded as if it was only a matter of time for him. Impossible. There are only 2 heavenly dragons. And they are serving as the cores of those gears. Satan Leviathan reasoned with him as she wanted to believe that he can't do it as he was already dangerous enough as it is. But, the more time she spends around him, the more fear she felt towards what he can do. Oh? Do you think it's impossible? He questioned her, amused. At base, tell me what a dragon is? He added another question on top of it with a raised eyebrow. Basically, a dragon is just a sapient energy which is crystallized into the physical realm. All I need to do is mimic it, create artificial intelligence for a blob of energy, and it will be a dragon core for me. Give it some previously programmed dragon abilities and I will have something similar to booster gear or divide dividing. Even so, they won't be as powerful as the original pair of gears. Serafal reasoned with him. True. But what about Mark II? Mark II? Or Mark 20? He asked her with a curious look. Now, the black-haired devil lady has realized what this means. Once he cracks how to make it, well, it will be chaotic. Everyone will want a piece of him. That moment, the fear which she had felt towards him disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by desire. Desire that she needs him on her side. Since she can't kill him. For the simple reason that she will die as well. It only leaves a simple desire that he needs to be on the devil's side. Knowing the current angels, they will never want second Solomon to be around them since the majority of angels hated the man. Only the biblical God liked him for the simple reason that Solomon wanted to control and enslave the devils instead of killing them off. Don't worry, since you are mine I will make some for you. He casually said to her. You would? But why? She asked with disbelief as her brain stopped for a second and couldn't understand. Because you are mine, my pillar, my power. You forgot that already? He asked back, also with disbelief that she still hadn't understood her situation. Or are some of them just that slow? That moment Serafal almost face-palmed herself. A small groan escaped from her lips. How slow am I? Of course. I am his power. I don't need to think in this regard. Giving me his creations will make him more powerful. She understood that yes, she was most probably going to be one of the first to wield them in some sort of battle. I am a high-profile person, master. Your secrecy won't last that long if I am to show them in front of everyone. The devil lady said with a frown. She started using a different mentality around her master. Instead of being reluctant, she is now actively trying to help him. Don't worry, I am not planning to hide forever. Besides, I won't be deploying scale mails anytime soon. Foundations are needed for that. But that doesn't mean I can't help you with gadgets. He said with a knowing smile. A smile that means that he knows something important about her. Help me with gadgets? What gadgets are you talking about? Seraphol tried to understand what he could give her. All she cares about is Sotan and her work as Leviathan. The one which will shrink the amount of paperwork you do as Leviathan. He said that with a knowing look. That moment Seraphol's opinion about her master went from +10 to +70. For the simple reason that he was the very first person in her whole life to ask if she needed any help with her work. Even Satan herself didn't know that his offer would have such a fundamental change in perspective. The solution was obvious like day and night. All she needed was to deal with paperwork. And she can deal with it, then she will have more time to spend with Sotan. And even more time to herself, that is. If her master won't be summoning her often. You can do that? She asked hopefully. Nearly begging him. Not only did she need to deal with her own paperwork, but she often needed to deal with Adika's side of the paperwork as well. Yes. But, first let's return to the workshop. He said that before starting to walk out. She nodded and with a few magic circles, she fixed the room for him. Before leaving the testing room after him. First. Answer some questions about the type of documents you do. Are they the same size? Do they have the same layout? The same sorting system? He asked her as he wrote down something on a notepad paper. I think it will be better if I just bring some of them here? She asked with raised eyebrows. It's better to show him the real deal than just describe it. Sure. You can do your paperwork here as well, if you want. He said with a casual shrug. Can I? She asked with wide eyes. Yes. But first, we need to increase the security of this place. Once the barriers I want are up. You can do the paperwork here. He said with a shrug. But why? Seraphol still asked with disbelief. I need someone to talk to. No doubt you want that too. Second, I'd said before, but you are my pillar. If my pillar is not 100%, then I will search for solutions to make you 100%. Easy enough? He explained to her simply. So, I am simply married to someone who controls me to large extents. At first, I thought that I was just a tool for him. Good to know that he does care about me. But, I doubt he cares about my surroundings. Maybe I can use this to my advantage? Maybe I can make devils profit from this, through me. Until we can find ways to bind him to the devil race. Since you want my company. Very well. I will be back in just a few moments. After saying that, a much happier Satan Leviathan disappeared with her magic circles. A few moments later she returned with several types of documents. Nice. This is what I needed. Marcus said to her as he checked out an empty document, then a filled up one. Those are the only ones you use? He asked her after checking the documents. The second coming of Solomon had no interest in what was written on the paper, he only cared about the similarities. Yes. We use a completely standardized form. Seraphol said with a serious nod. It was like they were discussing battle plans against a formidable foe. I see. Then this is easy. I only need a basic AI for this. He said that more or less to himself. The black-haired devil was slightly baffled seeing him just turn around and walk towards his plain-looking clay. Which now the devil lady knows is the main material. Or more like the base material which he uses to transform into whatever he wants. Before long she saw him starting to draw on the clay with a single index finger, and at the end of said index finger was a gold circle. He was simply drawing runes with just a finger. Master. My time is running up. Sort of need to return to the office? She said that with a slightly uncomfortable look. Seraphol didn't want to interrupt someone who is working to make her life easier. Then go. I will contact you when I am ready. Make sure you have some paperwork ready to test. Possibly some dummy ones at first. He answered back without even giving a glance. Don't worry, I will make sure to bring it. She winked at him before disappearing inside her magic circle. Once the devil lady was back in her office. She grinned silly. Her gaze went to the stack of paper on her table. A sinister smile worthy of a devil appeared on her beautiful face. Soon your reign of terror will be over. Ha 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 ha. She laughed sinisterly. The laugh was borderline creepy. No one probably knew, but Satan Leviathan and Satan Lucifer were going borderline insane from the amount of paperwork they had to do. So, Seraphol was feeling like she was on the edge of being reborn the moment she heard there was a solution to this insanity-inducing bureaucracy of her office. She never signed up for paperwork when she won against Greyfire for the position of Leviathan. And she never signed up for this when they won the Civil War. Nope. She was supposed to be one of the most important people in the underworld. One of the leaders. The whole paperwork nonsense is a conspiracy created by those old devils in the council. Hey. Once I have the tool, those fools can go and kiss their own asses. Once I have more time I will be able to spend it with Sotan. She giggled happily thinking about her baby sister. But then, her crazy grin suddenly disappeared and was instead replaced by a thoughtful look. Instead of walking back to her office table, she went to the couch and got herself comfortable laying there and looking at the ceiling with a curious look. Now, the black-haired Satan was thinking about the enigma which was her master and his personality. She was able to build a solid profile on him, mentally that is. And of course, find out how much her thought process is affected by Arzgo Uchiha. She can safely assume he cares about her, to the point where he even wants her to spend time with him. This means that he didn't have any sort of prejudice against the devils. And doesn't think about them as dispensable tools. Right. He'd only summoned me because he wanted someone with expertise in water. Since he had Solomon's knowledge, he used that to bind a powerful devil who will be useful to him even after using my water knowledge. This means that I can also get items for someone like Sotan. But how should I persuade him? For a second she thought about the most obvious way of persuading him, and she is a devil after all. But then again, once she starts doing that with him, she won't be able to stop him. So timing and reason should be the most important factor. And that is when he starts caring about females. And knowing the human bodies. Her master should hit puberty soon. Once there, she can move in. For a second Seraphol had a very lewd look on her face. For some reason having lewd thoughts about doing it with someone who can build stuff like Longinus's makes her hot. Is it a devil thing? Thinking of corrupting someone who can recreate biblical gods' work? Well, master. Just wait. Levite and shall teach you all you need to know about the ladies. The Satan Leviathan said with a hot but bubbly tone. A few days later Seraphol was summoned by her master. She had a small pile of dummy files ready for the test. When she arrived, she saw something akin to a printer. No, it was an actual looking printer. More like a futuristic one with those sharp edges. Is this it? The black-haired devil lady asked with a curious gaze. Was this her salvation? Yep. Let me explain. Marcus said with quite an excited tone. The Satan Leviathan quite quickly picked up his happiness with the item. Internally she smiled, yes. If she wants his attention then all she needs to do is talk about his stuff. See that screen? When you put a document inside of the mass signing work simplifying machine, or signer for short, it works out the key points of the document for you. Instead of reading a few paragraphs, you only need to read a few lines and all you need to do is press yes or no. And the machine will sign your signature for you. If you don't understand the simplification then you can always press no and a signer will pull that paper out for you to read normally. He explained to Seraphol, who was already drooling halfway into the explanation. She had already understood what this does. And it was simply amazing. Why did Ajika never come up with this? By this point, her master was already a better inventor. Well, that's probably her bias because of this machine. But still. Inventions, tech and sacred gears, MTM motion to magic, caster MK2, a magic casting, shooting, device in the shape of a handgun. Classification, pseudo-low medium sacred gear made up of 37 magic circles fused into a single system. Composition, the case is built purely from titanium, the insides are purely magic circles that are placed within barrier magic to keep the heat from touching the metal. Marcus assumes that magic power is what is deforming the metal instead of regular heat, as normally titanium is much more heat resistant. Key magic techniques inside, basic MTM technique, using a magic circle to capture the motion, turning it into energy and then energy into magic. Even a regular human can use this weapon, as they all need to do is press the trigger. Basic barrier rail technique, by using barriers like rails empowered by acceleration circles the blast builds up force. The longer the rail is the stronger the blast will be at the end of the rail. Mass signing work simplifying machine, signer, an electronic device created with a single intention of making one's job of signing documents much quicker. Classification, a futuristic item which won't appear in the human market till at least 2025 for the simple reason that it has a basic A.I composition, transmuted items like plastic, metal and rubber. Much more durable than regular stuff. Technology, basic A.I, an A.I capable of sorting out text by finding keywords in text in specific areas of the paper. Simplifying the text for the user. Chapter 4, Diamond Core Heart Master. This is amazing. Seraphol nearly started dancing after returning from finishing her work in absolutely records time. I did a whole day of paperwork in less than an hour. And like you suggested, I also tested it out for a bit, tried more difficult documents. But the thing worked just like magic. And I know that there was no magic inside of it. She proudly said to me, I see. I am happy that the signer works just as intended. I said that with a nod. That's what being an inventor is all about. When someone is happy with one's invention. Yes. You have no idea. Master Seraphol walked over and hugged me quite tightly. I was being squashed by her considerable breasts. She was still slightly taller than me, but I would take over her height soon enough. Nonetheless, having a sexy devil Satan lady's breast in one's face is a nice reward. Then she took a step forward as I could feel her wrapping her hands around me even more. I could feel her cuddling me properly now. Master, you know, no one has ever given me this kind of gift before. You are the first person ever to even think about making my work easier. And for that, Sarah is very grateful. The black-haired devil released me from her hold after thanking me. Not going to lie. She knows what to say. So, what are you working on next? Seraphol asked as she walked over and took a seat on one of the couches I have transmuted recently. The change in her was monumental. Now she reminded me of a succubus, and not a ghost-playing magic girl. Especially when she changed her position. She lay there and looked at me with those curious blue eyes of hers. Before I can do anything big, I will need to cast some barriers around my house and even more around my garage. I told her my next step. While I can cast barriers, they are not my specialty. And anything I do will also leave a residue. Since we are in a Roman Catholic-controlled country, this nation is also under the watchful eyes of heaven. Seraphol explained casually as she got comfortable on the couch. There was annoyance evident in her voice though. I see, that does make sense. After all, less than 800 kilometers north from here is Scandinavia. I said that while stroking my chin. I needed to develop a proper filter in my geopolitical understanding. Indeed. You are right. The majority of the Baltic countries are under the eyes of the Church. And since the population is quite small, much more supernatural things could occur here. She explained our current situation from a supernatural standpoint. A line of border nations. I get it. I said with a thoughtful look. From what I know about Norse, they have their runes magic. Loki is a dick, Odin is an old pervert. Fafnir, their dragon has been resurrected. Another is sleeping at the bottom of the Baltic Sea, I believe, with the name of Jormungand. A lazy ass. And their Valkyries are dressed quite sexy. That's all I can remember in depth about them. The rest are just the basic knowledge I got from Venelana. Which tells me that most of their stories are true. Except for Ragnarok, which was just a war, or more like a civil war and not some world cataclysmic event. Yes. If I am to cast barriers here, it might cause a stir from the two pantheons, as the signature was from me specifically. A Satan. The diplomatic repercussion would be massive for my race. So, Master. Please don't send me to do it. For a second she tried to show me a tearful look, but it failed spectacularly. Yeah, I get it. I won't be doing that. And I already have an idea on what I want. I said with a sigh after seeing her fail. The devil in question just pouted at me for not allowing her to act all cute around me. Oh? You will do something amazing and not regularly done, right? She asked me after quickly recovering from her failed attempt to act cute. Indeed, from what Venelana has taught me, barrier magic is quite simply a wall of magic. It can be in all types of form, from a physical to a sensory one. I told her what I remembered from my studies with my first devil familiar. Yes. That's about it. I assume you are planning something special? She asked me with a very curious tone. Indeed, Sarah, you will see something interesting. Hopefully. I said to her as I took some of my plain-looking clay and started channeling my magic into it, molding the clay into the shape of a ball. Once the shape was done, I took the ball to my transmutation circle and started channeling more magic into it. By this point, Seraphol had already walked over to take a look at what the ball had started to transform into. Is that a diamond? A basketball-sized diamond? What kind of transmutation circle is this? The black-haired devil asked with a shocked look. Don't tell you can't create diamonds with devil magic? I asked with a raised eyebrow. We can, obviously. But it's not permanent like this. While devil magic is imagination-based, it lasts as long as there is magic in it. What you did is a pure miracle at this point. Seraphol said while shaking her head. From the looks of it, she was truly impressed by the transmutation circle. Seraphol realized that she might have developed a sort of new thing. Seeing things come together like this is another type of magic. It's more impactful. Permanent. As a devil, she could make things appear from her imagination. But, it was not permanent. What she is seeing right now, though, is permanent magic done through her master's hands. She saw him turn that clay into pure diamond. And then saw him spend less than an hour making another set of tools. A set of tools for carving. He then started carving the basketball-shaped diamond into a shape. A familiar diamond shape. But she realized something was different. The carvings were not normal. He used bursts of magic each time he carved into it. Is he carving in something? Like meaning? Diamonds are universally seen by regular people as one of the sturdiest jewels on earth. Seraphol thought with narrowed eyes as she tried to understand what her master was doing without needing to ask him. She watched him carve the whole time, before she needed to get back to her work. The Devil Lady would continue to watch him day after day until he was done with it. When she saw the final product, she knew it was magical. The diamond glistered and would occasionally release some sparkles. Nonetheless, Seraphol couldn't find a chance to ask what it was or what the purpose of it is. She could only assume that it was the core for the barriers which will be casted over his garage. Once her master was done with the carving, he collected the remains. Just thinking about how these pieces of diamonds would be considered rubbish made her grimace. Thankfully they were not considered rubbish, as Marcus would be reusing them for something else. She then followed him into the summoning room. For a moment Seraphol felt a bit of despair rise in her stomach as she thought her master would summon another person from her race. She thankfully breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him clean off the diabolical Uchiha summoning circle. Instead, she saw him draw a much smaller circle and put one of the remnant diamond pieces in the middle of the circle. Then he activated it. This was when she saw a never-seen-before kind of circle work. Unlike any other circles, this was simply too weird for her, as it was hollow inside. The only thing she could come up with was that it looked like donuts. For a moment, that is, then it shrank towards the middle where the remnant diamond was. This progressed several times, until she saw the remnant diamond simply crack and turn into diamond dust. By this point, she couldn't take it silently anymore and wanted to know what exactly in hell was going on. Why did it turn into dust? I thought you were enchanting it? The blue-eyed devil lady asked. I was doing some test runs. Checking what kind of pressure it can handle. More specifically, how much pressure each sequence is giving to the diamond core. There are still some tests left to be done before I can use them on the real deal, he said to her as he took another diamond remnant and placed it on a recently redrawn circle. I knew it. This is indeed a core of some kind. I have heard about them. I think my family has one, Seraphol said with a knowing look. You think? You don't know yourself? Marcus asked her and stopped whatever he was doing just to look at her in surprise and disbelief. How should I know? You think I'm just checking everything and looking at everything curiously? She asked him back, confused. You don't do that? No interest in how it's made? Or how to disassemble it and make it better? Her master asked, confused on why she wasn't doing such an obvious thing. No. I was born with an above-average talent for my family magic, and because of the Civil War, I'd trained a lot. All that hard work was paid off by me becoming an office slave. Seraphol said the last part with an extremely bitter tone. She can only show her true self and her true feelings to her master, as Uchiha prevents her from hiding the bitterness of her status with an act. At this point, she was already used to not acting and hiding away with her cute magic girl act. I see. I guess it's just my thing to be interested in how everything was made and how it all came together. That's the trait of an inventor and someone who builds things. Honestly, I don't understand more than half of the things you do. But I simply know that it is amazing. Seraphol said that with a sincere and honest smile. By this point, she doesn't even need to try and pretend that what he does is not amazing. Makes sense. Still through. Do you want to know what this core was based on? I bet you will be quite shocked after hearing it. Oh? Do tell. She asked curiously. The black-haired devil lady even leaned forward a little bit. This method was based on the very same one which the Heavens system uses. Seriously? Very much so. While the scale, the material, and the purpose is different, the method of programming magic is very much the same. Marcus said in an excited and very serious tone. He likes this thing a lot. Master. Does this mean you could, theoretically speaking, make your very own system like Heaven have? Seraphol asked with a gulp. Her mind was going thousands of miles per hour, as she realized the possibilities of this. He could control the flow of souls, sacred gears, or even create his very own angels? Theoretically I can do anything if I put my mind to it. Will I do it? Probably not. Making a pantheon of my own sounds like a ridiculous amount of work. I only need to look at your situation, Sarah. That is all I need to know that it's simply not worth it. The gains dwarfs the losses. I prefer making physical things, not creating religious pantheons. I see. She said with a distant look. What could such a system do for her race? Maybe help with pillar magics? The possibilities, in a way, are endless. Now she needs to find a way to convince him to do it. So, Solomon knew about Heaven's system. I didn't think they were that close. Seraphol asked absent-mindedly. Snort, of course not. He only knew how to make sacred gears, more like he remembered what Big G said about them and used that to make his rings. Marcus explained to her while testing the unique-looking circles on the remnant diamonds. Then, how did you learn about Heaven's system? She asked with wide eyes. This doesn't make sense to her. In simple terms, they were talking about the engine of a car. At this point, I already know how the engine looks, so the only thing I need to do is design and make the car. And the best part? I can design it however I want. Marcus said that to her with a smile. A smile telling her that he might or might not possibly just come up with something which will make everyone gulp down in astonishment. Isn't that just great? He asked her with an even brighter smile, like he found a truly fascinating tool. Yes. Great indeed. She said with a small gulp of her own. After the discussion on Heaven's system, Seraphol continued to watch his progress. She was able to pick something up herself. Through all of this, she was able to get some understanding on the whole magic energy stuff. With Marcus' explanations, she was able to understand more about magic in general. As someone who solely uses water and ice magic to fight while occasionally using devil magic on casual stuff, she'd never delved too deeply into the whole energy thingies. While her master, he was already a monster in this whole magic synergy system. She remembered that Solomon was known as the king of magic who knew all the energies and found a way to negate and take over other beings' magic and use it against them. An ability never seen before, especially since he could do it with all known energies, not just magic in general. If this was true and Marcus can replicate it, then her master in combat will be a monster not seen for over 3,000 years. Eventually, the testing was done and Seraphol was ready to watch how the large diamond will become the core of the barrier system. It took around 2 weeks of constant testing, at least that's what the black-haired Satan counted. She has a feeling that her master did even more testing when she was not around, as the remnant diamonds were all gone by this point, turned into diamond dust. The whole summoning room was now turned into a ritual room. The circles were drawn from magic itself and Seraphol counted at least 14 different runic languages which were used. To her knowledge, her master only knew 7, now he knows 14? What is he even doing in school at this point? Well, are you ready? This is going to get a little bit shaky. Marcus said to her after doing his last checkup for the ritual. How shaky are we talking about? The current Leviathan asked him with slight trepidation. The type where I needed to reinforce the whole garage's structural integrity. He simply told her. Shouldn't you, we, do this kind of experiment only when there are barriers already in place? She asked nervously. Nervous that they will be discovered. We are doing this one so that we can do bigger ones in future. He said in an obvious tone. But, with the size of these circles, the drain in magic would be felt all over the whole of East Europe. She pointed out the obvious after seeing the overlapping circles in the room. Drain? What are you talking about? Why would I need to drain anything? I make stuff. Recycling things is one of my expertise. I won't be draining anything. I will be using the MTM method. The last experiment with Castor led me to this. The gun experiment led you to this. How does that even work? She had an extremely confused look. Seraphol wanted to comprehend how a gun leads to diamond-shaped core's birth. The gun was a test for the MTM technique. All I need to power this is a brush of my finger. We are going completely green, Sarah. For real. He did exactly what he just said. He simply brushed his index finger on the white circle next to him on a wall. His motion was absorbed by the circle, which then sent it to the largest circle in the room. What Seraphol saw next was probably the most insane thing she has ever seen in her entire life. The energy from the motion-absorbing circle entered the largest circle and then started rushing forward, making a lap around the whole room-size circle. Getting bigger and bigger. Each lap around the large circle causes the other inner circles to come to life one by one. This meant that the largest circle generates more energy each lap, one by one, powering each of them. Before long, the diamond in the middle received the magic. And then it happened. The diamond started to float, and with it, the circles started to float too. Then suddenly the ground started shaking. The amount of energy being generated was considerable. And it only continued to grow rapidly. Seraphol saw the amount of circles that were around this generator. She counted at least 40-something layers, and each layer had multiple of those circles. She might not be the best with maths, unlike her baby sister. But she knew that it was a lot of circles. Then, all of a sudden, the circles started to shrink towards the diamond core. The black-haired devil lady immediately understood what this meant. Now, she understood how the core worked. All those circles will enter the diamond, transforming into a barrier heart. This will probably be the most powerful barrier core she has ever seen. And it's only the beginning. Seraphol has this certain feeling that there will be more in the future. A few moments later, it was done. The diamond glowed, bright white light consuming the whole room as it shined with its radiance. After the blinding light settled down, and the current Leviathan was finally able to open her eyes, she saw how the beautiful diamond core was releasing whitish particles. This looks so beautiful. I wonder. Could I get this particle stuff for my place? Preferably blue? Then red for Sir-chan, green for Ajika-chan. Hee hee hee. She giggled inwardly, before immediately snapping out of her trance over the beauty and realizing the repercussions of such an item. As it is now, the underworld doesn't have any pillar house that could produce such specialized barriers. Meaning that if this gets out, sigh, what's the point? Everyone would want a part of him. This just cements it more and more. Seraphal, just focus on the fact that you have the best shot of getting him yourself. For the devil race, of course. She slightly blushed as she realized he was now at her height. Oh, his growth is so fast. So how does this work? Sir asked me as we were standing in a new room meant only for the core. It was another floor below. So, with 2 floors underneath, my garage has finally reached the next stage. We are going to mark the areas as this could theoretically cover the whole globe. I said with a thoughtful look. It could? She squeaked out with disbelief as she stared intently at the core. I said theoretically, the diamond size is too small for that. At most, it would only be able to cover the whole nation. But, I am only going to focus on my town. Anyways, there are 3 layers to it. First is the recon, which covers the whole city. Then the in-depth observation, which covers the entire block we are in right now, and the core security, which is my garage. This means that you can't just teleport in, you can't even use magic if you don't have the permission. And most importantly, it will all be connected to the garage's structural integrity. Which means it can reinforce the walls, power the tech inside of it. And it's also going to last as long as the diamond lasts. And how many years is that? She asked him, trying to remember how long diamonds last. If it was exposed to the weather conditions of the outside world, it would last for 3 to 4 billion years, but since it is fully encased and the case itself is powered by the very same magic, it would last pretty much forever since the core can just last that long. I explained the loop of my barrier core. But the diamond is only... Wait. Those circles. They send specific magic which keeps the garage in pristine condition. She said with realization. Her gaze went to the diamond in the middle of the room and saw the cables attached to the whole thing. All that from a single stroke of finger. Beautiful, isn't it? I said that while staring at the diamond core in the middle of the room. Even with the case, the white particles were still appearing. That just shows how much power the core was generating. Unlike my previous attempt which had killed me. This time I have put shackles everywhere. No more one silly miscalculations. And best of all, the computers were not needed for anything. As I did all that with a regular calculator. Yes. Quite terrifying. Sarah said as she looked on with disbelief at the diamond core. Now that this is done, time for the hardest part. I said with a resigned sigh. The hardest part? There is more? She quickly snapped out of her reverie and stared at me in shock. Yeah. We are going to place boundary markings around the city. Do you know what this means? I asked her seriously. We are going to leave the garage? She tried to understand what I meant. Exactly. Nonetheless, this is a must. So, we are going to have to leave my garage. You don't want to go outside? Sir asked with a baffled look. I don't want to go when it's not necessarily needed. I find it a waste of time unless I am doing field research. I explained to her, while I am not a hikikomori, I don't like wasting time outside for pointless things. I have seen most of the world and had several of my garages all around the globe. Then think of this as a field expedition. Sometimes leaving your garage is good for you. You never know, you might just get a spark of inspiration. She said the last part with a smile. I thought about it for a second. It was only a few moments, but Seraphal was already fiddling around, waiting for the answer. I guess you are right. I knew I had chosen wisely when I had chosen you as my second pillar. I said that with a proud nod. Humphrey. Don't forget that I am a devil with several hundred years of experience. She said that quite proudly. And also got educated by a 13-year-old boy in magic. I said with an eye roll. Sarah quickly deflated after hearing that. Right. After the activation of the barriers, Marcus' pace truly exploded. For Seraphal though, it was just like a blur. As someone who has a long lifespan, she doesn't have the urge to rapidly do things or be in a hurry. But her master thought differently. The black-haired Satan saw how rapidly things were changing in his garage. One day she had appeared in his workplace just to see it at least twice as big. The floors have been laid down with tiles. The day after that she saw the walls redone, repainted in a soft blue accent. Then the day after, the lighting was redone. There was now a unique chandelier placed in the main working area. The progress of his workshop was monumental, especially for a human who was not even using any devil magic. She can't remember the last time she truly helped him. While she was more than disappointed and even annoyed at herself, Seraphal didn't give up. She knows that there will come a time where she will be able to truly help. And so, days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months. The black-haired devil lady saw several futuristic furniture making its appearance, including a table with a long bent computer screen which Seraphol was sure Uchiha would gladly visit this place for. Then she saw holograms starting to appear on a pool-like table slightly away from the computer. It was quite big and she already knew what it was for. Designing. She already saw him programming the thing. By this point, she understood that calling him just a monster or genius is far too disrespectful. She needs to find a proper term for him. The hologram technology was still something devils themselves were working on. Uchiha doesn't focus on them as he does whatever he pleases. But, if he is to see it from this perspective, then he might have invested more time into it. What do you think? Marcus asked her as he noticed Seraphol's arrival. The black-haired Satan looked around. You should get some paintings. I can assume that the majority of that place will be used for cars? She pointed at the large empty area in the middle of the workshop. Probably. Most likely, while the walls won't be like that for long since I am thinking of putting my scale mails there. He said that last part with a smirk as he saw her reaction. Oh? I see. The foundations you talked about. This was it. Wasn't it? You needed better tools and equipment. She said with realization. She looked around with even more curiosity. Indeed. Although, the first few models would not be as amazing as boosted gear or divine dividing. He said with a somewhat pained look, he didn't like that those relics, from the previous generation, were still better than anything he could make as of right now. Says the guy who created a diamond core that can just last forever as something interesting. I'd stop caring about that part. Seraphol just shook her head and looked at him deadpan. Well, I thought you guys have this kind of stuff in your mansion. He said as an excuse while shrugging at her. Right. I checked the barrier core in the Saitree household. It's barely the size of my palm and it was just based on some sort of pearl. It is quite fragile compared to your glowing particles dispensing diamond core. She said with an eye roll. Well, I suppose that's good then. He said while looking at her, his eyes wandered on her body for a second. Seeing his reaction, Seraphol slightly smiled. But her inner smile was more akin to that of a Cheshire cat, grinning from ear to ear. She was waiting for this moment. As time progressed she started to dress slightly more revealingly. Not too much though, as she doesn't want her plot to be discovered so fast. But, this was good. Finally, her master has started paying attention to her. It is. She said while changing how she was holding herself. Nothing too obvious though. Her master continued explaining how he will progress his scale mails and how he will get to the point of boosted gear and divine dividing. But, at this point, Seraphol wasn't listening attentively. Nope. She was paying more attention as to where his eyes were wandering. Was it her breasts or her hips? Or her ass? This way she would be able to identify what he truly likes and adjust herself to it. She is a devil after all. A being of sin. The black-haired devil lady will duly adjust to her master's likes. Eventually, the explanations were over and Seraphol used that moment to push her master onto the couch. The beauty ended up sitting on his lap while facing opposite to him. Internally she was smiling at this. Uchiha didn't respond at all. Meaning that her master allowed her to push him onto a couch like this. She then pressed her shapely breasts onto his chest. It would seem you can finally enjoy the real perks of your Uchiha, Master Seraphol said with a husky voice. Oh, she waited over a year for this. If only the underworld knew that their Satan Leviathan is head over heels for a mere 14-year-old boy. Well, Marcus doesn't look like a boy at all. Since he had been training in magic when he was only 11, by the time Marcus had reached 14 his body was already in peak perfect condition. And Seraphol can attest to that. She loves to watch him work without his top shirt. Summer was the best time of year. Well, at least until her master decided to build air conditioners. The current Leviathan never told him. But, she secretly turns it off sometimes. After all, she can't lie, but she can still keep her mouth shut unless she is commanded to speak. Having a harem of 72 women? He asked with a somewhat baffled look. He had never thought about such a ridiculous idea before. That too. But the real perk is that you can have me any way you want, she said that while taking his right hand and bringing it up to her chest while his other hand went to her great ass. I was thinking about rewarding you. You have no idea how jealous Satan Lucifer was about my paperwork speed. He even sends spies to find out how I'm doing it. Seraphol said with a giggling tone, but her eyes were telling a completely different thing. She was horny. Like really horny. Inventions, tech and sacred gears, MTM motion to magic, caster MK2, a magic casting, shooting, device in the shape of a handgun. Classification, pseudo-low medium sacred gear made up of 37 magic circles fused into a single system. Composition, the case is built purely from titanium, The insides are purely magic circles that are placed within barrier magic to keep the heat from touching the metal. Marcus assumes that magic power is what is deforming the metal instead of regular heat, as normally titanium is much more heat resistant. Key magic techniques inside: basic MTM technique, using a magic circle to capture the motion, turning it into energy and then energy into magic. Even a regular human can use this weapon, as they all need to do is press the trigger. Basic barrier rail technique, by using barriers like rails empowered by acceleration circles, the blast builds up force. The longer the rail is, the stronger the blast will be at the end of the rail. Mass signing works, simplifying machine signer, an electronic device created with a single intention of making one's job of signing documents much quicker. Classification, a futuristic item which won't appear in the human market till at least 2025 for the simple reason that it has a basic A.I composition, transmuted items like plastic, metal and rubber. Much more durable than regular stuff. Technology, basic A.I, an A.I capable of sorting out text by finding keywords in text in specific areas of the paper. Simplifying the text for the user. Diamond Core Heart, a magically powered reactor core which can power the whole garage and the barrier fields around Marcus' birth city. Theoretically, he could also use it to power a whole nation's power grind without any issues if he wanted to. Classification, it can be classified as a magic reactor and a magic system. Composition, transmuted diamond, superior to any naturally found diamond on planet Earth, carved with magic intent for extra durability and made up of 428 magic circles drawn by 14 different sets of runic letters. Key magic techniques inside: basic ownership system. Marcus has implemented a basic system that has the diamond core heart tied to himself. This system allows him to control who can enter or leave his garage and house perimeter. Advanced MTM technique, taking a step further, once the motion is received by the magic circle, it's boosted by magic and sent to the next magic circle, boosted again and then sent to the next one through several accelerator circles. This method is a fundamentally faster and more powerful version of the previous one. Loop-based reactor. The magic is constantly flowing through boosting magic circles in a loop fashion, generating more magic, and sending excess energy to power the garage triple-layer barrier surveillance. 3 distinct layers are generated by Diamond Core Heart. The first one is the base surveillance. It completely ignores people who don't emit magic at a certain level. This is ignored, however, the moment it's not a human magic signature. The second layer is depth observation around Marcus' house. In this layer he can see people through magic. The third layer, which is inside Marcus' garage, conceal teleportation circles or magic in general, working as a force field where people can't teleport in. The second and third layers can transform into diamond barriers, becoming impenetrable, in case of emergency. Neutral type magic. The Diamond Core Heart emits a neutral type of magic. Only nature-sensitive beings can pick up that something is weird inside the barriers. Marcus PC. Completely from scratch, Marcus created a computer. All parts are from transmuted materials. Classification. A PC built from things Marcus remembers from 2030. Composition. The PC specs are constantly upgraded depending on what Marcus wants. All parts are transmuted for extra durability. Technology. Shackled A.I based OS system. An OS that constantly improves according to what the user needs. Ben 50 inches 8K PC screen. NPC screen created according to Marcus' tastes for future invention purposes. Custom keyboard. A custom keyboard made for programming. It doesn't have any other uses. Voice recognition system. The PC has a dedicated voice recording system that collects and analyzes Marcus' voice. It is used to improve the OS of the PC. Hard light holographic display HLHD, a holographic table for designing and holographic displays. Clarification. A futuristic designer's tool for designing things, magic included. Composition. Transmuted materials for extra durability. It's purely made from it. Technology. Basic hard light holographic display V1.0, the technology which allows the creation of solid light constructs on the table. Cross-information sharing, technology that allows design to be sent from a holographic table to a PC and vice versa. Chapter 5, Marcus' Daily Life, R18, to remind for people that this is no universe of DxD. Meaning, that certain people didn't marry, certain ships sunk in World War II, certain swords were found early. And certain other things which I don't want to spoil. Now up to the smut since this is DxD. Skip to next morning if you don't want to read this. Shall we practice kissing first? Seraphal asked with a lewd smile. Indeed, we need to run some tests on that one. Marcus responded while holding the sexy devil lady's assets with both of his hands. Hearing his response, Seraphal immediately remembered role-playing, more specifically, science-type role-playing. She needed to get her hands on some sexy glasses and a lab coat, for the future. Shall we commence then? The sexy black-haired devil requested with a voice that reminded Marcus of those serious science ladies he used to work with in his previous life. Test number 1. Marcus stated as he leaned forward and claimed Seraphal's lips. The moment their lips touched, the beauty instantly pushed forward and started a make-out session. Just a few moments later and her eyes were already glassy. Soon enough, her hands started to wander around, as she started to undress him. Her master quickly joined in and removed her skimpy shorts and t-shirt. Their kissing had to abruptly stop as their clothes were simply in the way. When Marcus saw Seraphale's underwear, his eyes were slightly widened. They were extremely sexy. She was dressed in a black, almost see-through lingerie. Like what you see? And you know the best part? I can dress however you want. She gave a seductive wink. I will. Keep that in mind, for future reference. He answered with a gulp. Because they were almost naked, he could practically feel her warm body against his. You better. I can't wait to see how you will dress me up. She said with an excited smile before focusing back on the matter at hand. This here is for me, isn't it? Seraphale licked her lips, before pulling the last pieces of clothing off her master's body. When she saw that he was already rock hard, a purr escaped from her lips. How do you want me, master? Shall I serve you now? Or do you just want me, like this? She asked hotly as her hand went onto his rod. And he's still growing. This is going to be so good. As she stroked her master's cock, the devil lady licked her lips in anticipation. She was already enjoying this and it was only gonna get bigger in the future. Show me how good Satan Leviathan is at serving her master. Marcus demanded while stroking her cheek. Foo-fa-foo. As you wish. The beauty elegantly moved onto her knees and started serving him. Marcus groaned in pleasure as she put her hot lips around his shaft, and it was only the beginning as she quickly escalated to the next level and started using her breasts. The bra was long gone as she continued to undress. While sucking on his rod, the devil beauty very quickly started moving up and down on his shaft in a rapid tempo. It almost felt like she was starving and his cock was the only food source available to her. With a groan, Marcus came hard in her mouth and Seraphale very greedily drank it all. The inventor was quite shocked at how shortly he lasted, but then again his new body has no experience with females at all. Seraphale drank it all masterfully before pulling back. She looked with glee at how quickly her master was recovering from his first release. She stroked the shaft once more, watching as it slowly went full mast for her. Once it was ready, she got up onto her feet and started removing her panties slowly, making sure Marcus saw every last detail of it. How do you wish to proceed with this test? She asked seductively with one hand on her hip. But instead of receiving an answer, her master simply grabbed her and pulled her onto his lap. The black-haired devil lady purred once more before wrapping her arms around his neck. She positioned herself right on top of his rod, moving back and forth, teasing it with her pussy lips. Marcus, who simply had enough, grabbed her ass and unceremoniously pushed her down on his rod. That's it. Seraphale moaned as she felt invasion in her cave. Her pussy was sucking on him hard. She has been waiting on this for months. She can't remember the last time she was this horny. The simple insertion was almost enough to make her come hard. Before long, his rod was fully inside. The beauty could not control herself anymore and started moving her hips. At first, her movements were a bit slow, but as she kept moving her waist the speed quickly increased. MMHHN, leave this to Sarah, master, this test is all mine, she said while changing position, slightly leaning back, showing him her impressive rack. Marcus' hands moved onto her very enticing breasts. He needed to test their elasticity after all. Seraphale grinned silly seeing her master's expression. It was of a man trying very hard. She was riding on his cock and he was trying hard not to come while thinking of touching her even more. Nonetheless, Marcus didn't last long against Seraphale, who was as hungry as a beast. And before long, ropes of cum were shot into the devil lady's womb. And it's here. Very good, a very successful test, Seraphale commented with glassy eyes. A very successful second test. We shall move to the third, Marcus stated as he grabbed her hips. Seraphale's eyes slightly widened in surprise before she had a very lewd smile on her face. Oh, master sure has great vitality, she said with a purr. Seraphale felt him channeling magic throughout his body as she wondered if Solomon had left some magic techniques for intercourse. After all, the man had a massive harem. Before long, Seraphale was flipped over and laid on her back. Both of her legs were high up in the air. She was liking this even more as her master took control and was taking charge. Seconds later and she was already softly moaning from his movement. The beauty wondered how long he could last, especially since this was his first time. Next morning when Marcus opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was his room ceiling. Everything was normal, just like he liked. Or it should be. But instead, he felt a heat source next to him. Instead of reacting to it, he took a deep breath and smelled the familiar scent of his devil girl. He understood that Seraphale decided to sleep with him. Instead of reacting to that in some weird way, he just wrapped his hand around her and decided to continue sleeping since he still had around an hour until he needed to wake up. Sleeping with Sarah is quite nice. I think I can get used to this every day. With that thought in mind, the young inventor immediately snoozed off. And Seraphol, who was sleeping on his side, smiled a happy smile. She wanted to figure out what his reaction to her would be. And to her satisfaction, it was a very positive one. Since he likes cuddling, she decided to wrap her arms back around him as well. The black-haired devil lady decided to stay like this for a few more minutes before she would need to move. At 7 o'clock in the morning, in a certain room an alarm clock rang. Marcus opened his eyes and got out of bed. He rushed into the shower first thing in the morning, to get rid of his grogginess. After he was properly woken up by the shower, he went to dress up in his school uniform. That moment he realized that his heat source was gone. He turned around and scanned his room with his gaze. His room was kept as simple as possible, as he prefers to customize his workshop over this room. After looking around he realized that Sarah was not in his bed. Meaning that she left before he had woken up. I didn't even feel anything when she moved. She is either really sneaky or I am just that deep of a sleeper? He mused to himself. Since she is registered in the system as his familiar, his barriers didn't even bother to pick her up. Once he was fully dressed up, he fixed his bed and descended to the kitchen. The moment he arrived in the kitchen his brain stopped for a second. He saw Seraphol talking to his mother and father very animatedly. She had her hair done into a high ponytail and was wearing smart glasses. She was also dressed in his school uniform, making her look no older than a smart-looking 16-year-old girl. That's the thing about the current Leviathan, she can easily pass as an early adult or a late teen. Mark. You never told us you were friends with an older girl. Marcus Dad said with a grin as he purposefully emphasized the word friends. The reincarnated inventor simply rolled his eyes. He was trying to spend less time with his family on purpose. So that, to anyone else mainly the devils, it would seem like he doesn't care much about them. The less attachment his enemies knew he had, the more leverage he had over them. But it would seem that the moment he gave some space to Sarah she took it to the next level. Fortunately, he knew that she has a large amount of affection towards him, and his Uchiha was telling him that she was only curious and wanted to learn about his parents. And not use them. That was the only reason he was allowing her to act like a 16-year-old cute girl who is interested in the loner Marcus. Yes, we are for quite some time now. She only decided to come here now because it was convenient. The teen inventor said with a sigh as he took his seat. Amusingly enough it was right next to Seraphol. Seeing the coincidence, both his parents were grinning like idiots. Indeed, I have known him for over a year now. And yet, I still find new things about him each day. The black-haired disguised devil said with a smart-sounding tone. Her acting was utterly and insanely on spot. Even Marcus could feel a chill going down his spine at how good she was with it. It was no wonder that she is responsible for diplomatic relationships. I see. Honestly, son, I thought you were going to marry your BMW at this rate, his father said sagely. He was expecting Marcus to marry his car. The teen inventor rolled his eyes as he started drinking his tea. His mother coughed in amusement while Seraphol simply just smiled. Don't worry. I will make sure he doesn't do that. The current Leviathan said in an assuring tone. We leave him in your hands then, Sarah. His dad said with a serious nod. This made the teen groan. Why do they have to take these small inconsequential things so seriously? Is there any reason as to why you suddenly decided to insert yourself into my morning rituals? I asked with an eye roll. Nonetheless, I do love how she is hugging my arm and acting like a doting girlfriend. And why not? I have already altered some of the hypnosis done by Venelana. They are much happier knowing that their son has a girlfriend. Seraphol said to me while continuing to hug my hand. We were reaching the school and I can already see some people staring at the black-haired devil girl of mine. Her beauty is supernatural, and to be perfectly honest, I began to completely dismiss the regular girls. It was like they were colorless and didn't have that color Sarah has. I mean, I could still get turned on by regular girls, but actually being interested in them? No, not anymore. As long as I have my time and they are not snooping around the area behind the garage, it's fine. I said with a sigh. I suppose I could accept the fact that Seraphol is advertising herself as my girlfriend. Don't worry, I dealt with that the moment I started the hypnosis. They think that area has some miscellaneous stuff laying around. They won't be checking it unless some sort of cleaning is done. She explained to me. I see. I suppose I could make it look like that. I said with a nod, thinking of dealing with it. Indeed. Now why don't we act like an actual couple for once? She proposed with a suggesting purr. As long as you don't overstep your boundaries, Sarah. I will entertain this idea. I agreed with a nod. She smiled hearing that. Don't worry, you forget that. I am a devil, I can adapt to any situation. I know my boundaries. I won't be interfering or demanding too much attention. But, I will be there when you are free. Or more precisely, you should call me when you have the time. I can always help you in some way. She winked seductively before entering the school. I can assume she already inserted herself in the educational system of my birth country. Hopefully Heaven or Norse won't notice her profile picture. Well, I don't think they even have profile pictures here yet. Marcus. Let's have lunch together. Seraphol entered my classroom with a lunchbox in hand. I lifted my head from my notebook and saw her smiling at me. The people who were in class were looking at me as if they had just seen me for the first time in their life. For obvious reasons, I am much more reclusive in this life than I was in the first one. And my school attendance is nothing more than to keep the charade of a regular life going on. Plus it helps me think about stuff and actually be away from my workshop. Dude. You have a girlfriend? But you never even leave your desk or talk to anyone? Yeah. Like how? Some of the guys started talking and even had a jealous look after seeing Sarah. The devil girl's supernatural aura and looks just suck everyone in. Marcus is like, super smart and top of the school lists. Did you know that he is also super good with his hands? Like really good? Her words made girls blush as they were thinking of it as a sexual innuendo. He is also fixing a completely broken car from top to bottom in his free time. He is super cool and hot. Seraphol acted the part of a doting girlfriend, making more people jealous. I decided that it was time to leave the room. So, I quickly collected my stuff and left the classroom. I could practically feel the amount of eyes on me, especially when the black-haired devil hugged my arms tightly. Let's find out what your tastes are, Master Seraphol said as she opened the lunchbox. There were a ton of sandwiches there. Just from a glance, I could tell that each of them are different in their own way. I have prepared multiple sandwiches with different ranges of tastes. This way I will find out what you like and from there I will work my way up to make even more things you like. She said happily as she offered the sandwiches to me. Or, you could have just asked what I like. I said while picking up a random sandwich. Where is the fun in that? Besides, this way you might also find a liking to a new taste yourself. She said while waiting for me to taste it. True. Let's see then. I took a bite, and the first thing I noticed was that my mouth was suddenly assaulted by the spiciness, which was then washed over by the sauce the next moment. This is good. I dislike spicy stuff, but this is good. Especially this. It allows me to taste spicy stuff without burning my mouth. Very good. 10 out of 10. I praised her. The smile she gave me reminded me of a cute animal. If she had a tail it would be wagging right about now. I know, right? Anyway. Try this one. She quickly pulled out another sandwich after I finished the first one. Well, this might be a good thing. My school time is quite dull after all. For a second I thought about how different this was from my previous life. Back then I only had a few people of which I used to talk to cars about, since nobody watched anime or played video games during that time. Well, they do, but no one talks about them in school. It was too embarrassing in front of the girls, so we ended up only discussing cars. But, ever since I ended up in this body I didn't bother making any sort of friends since I had little time for it. Now with magic, it's even less possible since. Well, magic and the supernatural. Regular people don't have a place in any of this, and because I got myself involved with the devils I would rather not get close to any of them. That, however, came to a question with Seraphol coming into my life. What do you think? Are they good? The devil lady brought me out of my reverie. I turned towards her. This is good. All of them are nice, some better than others. I can assume you will be making them every day? I asked with raised eyebrows. Since she is spoiling me like this, I won't be holding back. It all depends on you, remember? You did say that I belong to you, no? She asked with a coy look. Indeed. Then I request this daily, since you started this trend yourself. I had to. You were turning into a machine. It was up to Sarah to fix it. I see. I suppose I was turning into that. But that was so that the basics could be done. I said with a sigh. Basics? You mean inventing futuristic technology and making a Pantheon-level protection barrier were only the basics? She asked while shaking her head. Indeed. One needs to fortify his base before expanding outside. I sagely said with a nod while thinking about precautions in case Seraphol's actions would raise any suspicion. Actually, it has already raised some suspicions. I heard Starsea was already looking into her. Sarah, you mentioned spies yesterday? Has anyone been snooping around you lately? I asked quite seriously, and Seraphol stopped in her tracks. Nothing of concern. Starsea only sent some people to find out about my increased speed in paperwork. Naturally, he could not find anything as there was nothing of note in my office. So far, nothing that is going requires us to act. But, knowing him, he isn't going to stop until he finds something. In conclusion, we need to prepare something, otherwise he might just push me to the point where I need to have an answer of some sort prepared for him. Worst case, he will send Grey Fire after me to spy on. Seraphol gave me an answer. And this was exactly the answer I was expecting. Starsea will do something. Grey Fire is an issue. She is a devil from an extra house. My Ars Goetia does not affect her. That means I need to come up with another binding method. Another concept to base the binding. She is a servant of Lucifer if my memory is right. Vanillana barely covered the extra houses since there are so few of them left. I see. If that's the case, I need to think of countermeasures, in case you need to talk. I said to her after thinking for a while. Master. I hope you are not thinking of making me fight them? I might be strong, but Starsea is on a completely different level. No such thing. There is no need for you to fight anything. Ars Goetia will pull you to my side in case you fall under some sort of suspicion. The course of action for you is to reveal that you have a contract with a genius inventor. This will cause some publicity for me, but it's better than you losing your position. If it comes to that, we can think of future actions once we reach that point. For now, we need to think about countermeasures in case my location is discovered. I said while continuing to think. Seraphol released a sigh of relief before thinking for a moment. Doesn't the Diamond Heart Core make it nearly impossible to pinpoint the coordinates of teleportation? She asked me with a thoughtful look. Not quite. They would know the general direction. For example, if you were to jump from America to here, people would be able to track the general direction of it. Meaning Europe, somewhere towards Asia. This means they would be able to pinpoint that it's Eastern Europe. It's even more accurate if you teleport from the underworld. If anyone were to track the teleportation, they would know that you ended up in Eastern Europe. But that would raise some suspicion as your direct location can't be tracked. This means they will be suspicious because I am hiding something. Correct. That's why you need an alibi. Underworld. Some time ago, a certain red-haired man was sitting in his office. He was radiating an extremely serious aura. Grey Fire. I need you to find out how Seraphol is doing her paperwork. It's of utmost importance that you find out. The current Lucifer said with a deadly serious tone. Can't you just ask her how she is doing it? His queen asked with a confused look. She was baffled that he asked her to spy on a fellow Satan. Already did. She dodged the question multiple times. I realized that she didn't want to share it. The red-haired man explained to her. Then. There should be a reason as to why she doesn't want to share it. Grey Fire reasoned with him. Indeed. But, I need the truth. She finishes all her work before midday. Such a thing is unheard of. If I could do such a thing, then I would have much more time for other things than just paperwork. He said the last part with a chilly, icy tone. His eyes slightly glowed red as he looked at the mountain of papers at the edge of his desk. He was about to use power of destruction on it but changed his mind at the very last second. Very well. If this is what you wish, I will do this for you. My thanks, Grey Fire. The current Lucifer nodded before returning to his work. While his queen left after bowing to him. Few weeks later, the strongest queen has been trying to figure out what was going on with Satan Leviathan. At first, it was just her mission entrusted by her king. But then she realized something was going on with one of the strongest members of their race. Seraphol was much happier. Not that fake magic girl act. In truth, she has not seen Leviathan wearing a magical girl outfit for some time now. This points towards something that is going on with the fellow devil. Grey Fire concluded that the black-haired Satan was most likely dating someone. The happiness, the changed behavior, she has seen this kind of thing before. But, this still does not answer the question, how is Seraphol doing her paperwork this fast? While the silver-haired maid didn't like the fact that she had to continue with her spying, she still tried but, in the end, she couldn't find anything. This only leaves her with the fact that she needed to track her down in the human world. Easier said than done, as Seraphol really doesn't want to be discovered. Secrecy to this kind of level for some reason disturbs the silver-haired maid. She can get the fact that Leviathan is a public figure and she wants her own private life, but this amount of secrecy even towards the teleportation circles is over the top. No one in the underworld hides their teleportation destination to this level. Eastern Europe. That's dangerous, Seraphol. Why are you going to church-controlled territory? Grey Fire tried to pinpoint the teleportation with her magic, but she found out that she had immediately lost the black-haired Satan in Eastern Europe. Nonetheless, she now knows the general location, although this might take several weeks, maybe even months, of careful searching. Marcus, it was finally time to test the holographic design table. After finishing the basic OS, the table was now functioning to a usable level. The whole PC and table designs were done months ago. But the OS took ages to program. Even with my augmented talent, it still took months since I was working on making it a self-updating one for the sake of saving time. There are shackles in places. I don't want a rogue AI capable of designing tech and magic weaponry running in the supernatural world after all. so it has certain restrictions on how it can self-update. Nonetheless, it will eventually be a virtual butler capable of helping me in the field. After thinking about it for a bit, I decided to upgrade MTM Caster MK2 to the next level. For that, I scanned the paper design and uploaded it to my PC. Going through several filters, I could now see the 3D image of the gun. At the current level, to interact with the holograms, I still needed to wear specific gloves. These gloves will help collect all the data on my movement and cross-reference it with the hologram. This will help to improve the hologram and the interaction from humans to the hologram. Eventually in the next level, I won't need to wear gloves to interact with the hologram. But to reach that level, I needed to use the table in the first place. That's why I am already using it, although it was quite uncomfortable. First I stripped the gun of its case and left only the MTM circle technique. Then I upgraded the MTM onto the next level, with more accelerator circles, magnifying circles, as well as booster ones. This made the system much bigger, but that's the point. The gun will be bigger. If the gun is bigger, then the rail can also be longer. The longer the rail is, the more power it can create. Speaking of the rail, next is the barrier rail technique, or in this case barrier rail system. For this one I decided to make diamond rails powered by magic. Not only will it accelerate even further, it will generate heat and friction, both of which will be absorbed by the barriers around and then added to the load at the very end. This whole thing would increase the power of the shot from around 300% to 400%. In other words, even a regular man could technically kill a high-class devil with this, just by pressing the trigger. While all of this was nothing more than upgrading already existing techniques, or in this case systems, I'd started working on the cartridge system. The basics were quite easy. Scatter fire, or beam version, or even cannon fire. Those are simple magic manipulations, done through a circle. That's why it was time for me to summon my first devil familiar. Well, I am almost done with the internal design, I said to Seraphal, who was doing her paperwork. That was quick. I thought you were going to spend days on it. The current Leviathan said with a curious look as she just pressed yes to sign a paper. As if I am not doing this on paper anymore. And I'd already reworked the two main points of it, and now I am working on the cartridge. For that, I will need to summon Venelana. My words stopped Seraphal in her tracks. What? For? Her power of destruction, I said plainly. And Sarah sighed in relief after hearing that. Is she jealous or something? Does she think that I will have my way with that brown-haired devil lady? I see. Are you planning to recreate it? She asked me after fully realizing what I just said. Indeed. More like synthesizing, I said to her, before focusing on my Ars Goetia and connecting to Venelana. Venelana, it's me. I will be summoning you soon, get ready. Oh, of course. I got a shocked response from her. Well, I would be shocked too, after not talking for more than a few years. A few moments later Solomon's circle appeared and Venelana appeared in all of her physics-defying glory. The first thing she did was obviously to look around. Her eyes eventually ended up on Satan Leviathan. LL Lady Leviathan? Why you are here? Does this means I am his Citri pillar? Seraphal casually nodded at Venelana. No wonder. No wonder I was not summoned anymore. The brown-haired devil lady was looking at the tiled floor. Her shock was obvious on her face. Not that you need to be summoned. You can summon yourself. I do that every day. I am the one who keeps him company in any way he wants. Seraphal words had many meanings, and it would seem Venelana understood that very well. Anyway, let's keep this short. I only need some of your power of destruction. Once I scan it, you can return to the underworld. I got her attention back with my words. She turned around and looked at me from top to bottom. A bunch of emotions went through her eyes at that moment. It's fine. I have more than enough free time these days, and I haven't seen you, Master, for more than 2 years, she said with a certain tone. If she doesn't want to leave, then there is a hidden motive. Well, we will have to see what it is that she wants. It would be quite interesting to find out. I should have asked Seraphal about the political landscape of the devil. For a second I thought about it, but decided to drop it for the time being. I see. Then you can stay if you want. Let's get the power of destruction reading done first. I motioned for her to come over, where a white circle was getting prepared. I need you to create a ball of power of destruction and make it float inside that circle for a certain amount of time. Can you do it? I asked her while walking over to my computer. I could see that the circle was properly connected to my PC. Easy enough. I can assume you are trying to recreate it? Well, I have no doubt that you could do it. You do know the repercussions of doing so? Venelana asked me with a sigh. Satan responsible for diplomatic relationships in my garage. I know more than I need, I said with an eye roll. If you say so. Chapter 6, Devil made the scan results for the power of destruction were weird. I needed to use several types of circles to even understand what I was reading. Basically what I was seeing was scientifically impossible, as the power should simply erase everything in its path. But it doesn't. It's like a selectively complete erasure. The caster selects what they want to erase from existence, and when the target is hit by the power of destruction, they are then completely erased, at a subatomic level, leaving nothing behind. The way it worked? It's like a semi-conscious energy. Now the question is, can I recreate it? The answer is yes. But, to do that I will need to use Solomon's technique and retract it. The way that Solomon dude did it was that he negated it by cancelling it through copying the energy pattern. How the guy did that back in 1000 BC is beyond me. Well, the same could be said about the biblical God who started programming even earlier. First things first, I won't be able to do it with just one circle. Only those who are born with the power of destruction can do that. 4 circles at minimum will be required to even cast power of destruction. 1 for altering the energy, 2nd for emulating the frequency, 3rd for the manifestation, and the 4th one for control. With this discovery, my previous work on the cartridges will need to be adjusted. I was thinking it would only require 1 circle. That redesigning is now in order. Any luck? It is done. I will need 4 circles to reproduce it. I replied to Venelana, who was simply speechless after hearing that I was done. One of the greatest devil kind magic, reproduced in less than an hour. I would like to see the face of Zekrambale when he hears this. The brown-haired devil lady said with an almost mocking smile. From the looks of it, she truly doesn't like her birth family. Well, I am the one who is reproducing it. So, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise. I said to her as I looked back at the computer screen where there were 4 white circles being drawn. Though I did notice that its efficiency was only around 67%, I can assume that I won't be able to select who to erase and who not to. It seems that I would need to experiment more on it before truly being able to completely reproduce the power of destruction. I suppose that is true. Nonetheless, my family will try to deal with you as soon as they hear that you can use our family magic. Remember that. Venelana warned me seriously. I will remember that. Not that I am using devil magic. The residue will be that of neutral magic. Your kin will more or less be able to see that I have reproduced it after watching Abale use the power. I explained to her. I see. Then I suppose it might just work in your favor. The brown-haired devil lady said with a nod. She was satisfied with the answer. Once our small conversation ended, I went over to check the circles and see how good my OS was in crafting them. And to my small surprise, I only needed to edit the small bits before it was usable for some test runs. But before that, I needed to start working on another project of which I was procrastinating on for quite some time. Sarai, I need your help. I need another room done. I said with a sigh. What for? She asked from the side. It will be an assembly line. Are you making a factory? She asked with a slightly baffled tone. Not a mass production one, it's more on a personal level. I clarified to her. I see. Okay, where do you want it done? She asked as she got up on her feet. My first devil familiar shortly followed after Seraphol. Over there. I pointed to the left side of my workshop. Don't your neighbors live there? She said with raised eyebrows at me. Yeah, they live on the surface. I said plainly. If you say so. She said with a resigned sigh, before following me to where I want to expand. But then I thought about the comfortability of this and future expansions. On second thought. Let's build it underneath the workshop. I said while turning around. Sigh very well. The brown-haired devil quickly realized that the current Leviathan was pretty much head over heels for the second coming of Solomon. And this quite terrified her, especially when she thought about what could happen to the devil race as a whole if Marcus were to suddenly do something to them. Seeing someone who is always behind a mask, not having it like this and being extremely honest, sends warning bells to Lady Grimory. Ars Goetia is one truly terrifying power. Although she was lost in thoughts, she still assisted with whatever her master asked of her. And in a matter of days, the room underneath the workshop was complete. With the 2 devils working efficiently, Marcus was able to rapidly finish the assembly system. This was where Venelana noticed something strange. The way her master was working. It was like he had already done it before. She knows that a project of such scale requires multiple testing and whatnot. But the way her master was doing it, it was like he had already gone through this before. But that should be impossible. Don't you think it's weird? How easily he's doing all this. Even Lord Beelzebub would need some time to test a project this huge. But for Marcus, he is doing everything in a single try. Venelana whispered to Seraphol. I know. And I have a theory of my own. The Leviathan said with a nod. You do? He is most likely the reincarnation of the original Solomon. Seraphol said with a knowing look. Like those heroes? But that still doesn't explain how he is this good. This is already a realm beyond what even Lord Beelzebub can do. And he is, as we know, a super devil. Vanillana said in a somewhat frantic tone. Indeed. I can only guess that he has partial memories from the original. Since he is far too mature for a teenager, but he also only started looking at me as a woman after puberty hit him. And as we know, Solomon was a massive pervert who wanted to conquer the entire devil race just for the women. Seraphol said the last part with a deadpan. True. It is the most likely answer we are going to get. Vanillana said with a sigh. She then decided to ask something important. Is it true then? You did it with him? Marcus first familiar asked the second one. Oh yes. Master is quite natural at it, in fact. That's why I think he is the reincarnation of Solomon to a certain extent. He is very good for someone who has never done it before. Seraphol nodded with a lewd look as she remembered all the times they had done it. It was almost daily. That's why she wanted him to get all pumped up for work, because once he was done, he would have his time with her. You do realize that he is a human and you are a Satan? Vanillana said with a sigh. That is the silliest excuse I have heard. In front of Solomon's magic, devils and gods are just easy targets for the king of magic. And Marcus is his successor. She said as she watched Marcus, who was sitting at his computer looking over something. Moments later, a portion of the floor opened and a pedestal came out. It was another golden ring. It would seem. He has his second ring. Seraphol said with a knowing look. So he is bringing those things back. Vanillana had a horrifying look as she saw Marcus putting another ring on his finger. I asked him about them before, and he said that Solomon rings were just shortcuts to his magic. This means that he had 10 different shortcuts to specific magics. And the negation one was only one of those 10. The other 9 are different ones altogether. The black-haired Satan explained to the other devil lady. That makes it even more terrifying. Don't you think? How can a human achieve such power? Vanillana said while using one hand to cover her face. No idea. That's why I am watching over him as much as I can. That's why I am afraid of what he will do to our race if we are to cross him. You don't know, but he has already established barriers worthy of a pantheon around his house. Before he even had a proper setup for his workshop. Seraphol said seriously as she remembered the diamond core heart. I see. I suppose we should try guiding him away from our race and towards other races? The brown-haired devil suggested. That's the wrong way of thinking. He doesn't care for the race, only what it can offer him. As long as no devil offends him, the devil's race is safe. The current Leviathan said with a knowing look as she already had a clear image of their master. You think that he would just erase an entire race? Vanillana asked with wide eyes. I have a feeling that it would escalate to the point where Satan's would need to act as soon as he revealed Solomon's magic. Devils would panic and would want him to get captured. Which would lead to a very bloody and one-sided fight. The Leviathan said as she had already predicted how the fight would progress. Marcus is not a fighter. He would simply crush what is in his way. He doesn't have that sportsmanship spirit that many devils or just fighters in general have. I see. Then let's hope nothing like that will happen. Let's go and test this ring out. Both of the devils were brought back from their thoughts when they heard their master's words. Marcus and the pair of devils entered the testing room. Vanillana noticed that it was much bigger than she had initially remembered and the flooring had been improved considerably. There were also rows of mannequins at the end of it. The teen inventor pointed his right-hand palm at one of the mannequins. There was an around 50 meters distance between them. In the next moment, 4 circles that were very close to each other appeared at the end of Marcus' palm. And at the last one a familiar black, reddish orb started to form. Power of destruction. It's familiar. But different, there is no demonic energy in it. Vanillana said after she had felt it. After all, she was very familiar with the demonic energy in the power of destruction. Marcus didn't say anything, and instead was focusing on controlling it. The power of destruction started going through several forms. From a lance, to small orbs, then other shapes such as a rectangle or a triangle. Is it just me or is Master better at controlling it than most Bale? Seraphol whispered to Vanillana. It appears so. The brown-haired devil lady replied with twitchy lips. Marcus then decided to test its destruction capacities. It morphed back into a ball before charging up and releasing like a beam. With a loud cutting-like sound the beam rushed forward, completely erasing several mannequins and digging into a wall. Test number 1, result, success. Things of note, as previously predicted, copying selective destruction at the moment is impossible, unless the control can be increased through one more circle. The reason for the selective destruction comes from the demonic nature of the energy. Marcus monologued as he was recording this through his earpiece, his gaze went toward the destruction caused by the beam of destruction. So, you still can't replicate that, huh? Vanillana said with a slightly relieved tone. She was happy that some of her family power specialness still remained. Indeed, it most likely comes from your demonic energy nature. I still need some more testing done before I can replicate it or deciding to find some sort of replacement for it," he said while crossing his hands. "Well. Anyways, the test was a success, and I can return to my work with the gun," he said with a satisfied look. He realized that this gun is going to be a lot more than he had expected. For the simple reason that if he plans to shoot beams of destruction, then he needs to revamp the whole NTM system he has created. The cartridges need another makeup, while the variations of what form the gun is releasing will need to be added directly into the gun itself. Possibly a voice-based system at first, then an intent one later on. "Sarah, if you would?" Marcus asked the devil lady. "One moment." Seraphol called forth her circles, which fixed the entire room in just a few moments. The teen inventor returned to his workshop, where he immediately went over to the holographic table and started working on the design of the gun. He reworked the whole NTM system once again, this time with the idea of the cartridges having more than one circle. If the power of destruction has 4, possibly 5. Then he was planning to add that extra control. So that other powers, like healing, will also have more than 5. It's better if he doesn't have a limit in mind. Once again he needed to work on the design, as he needed to add a 4th system into it. This time it will be at the back of the barrier rail and above the MTM system. Marcus calls it the revolver system. For now though, it is only going to have bullets, beams, cannons and scattered versions of the things which the weapon can eject. This means that it will have 4 circles in rotation. Possibly the easiest system in the whole of the gun. Finally, after several hours of tinkering, right before it was time to call it a day, he was done with the internal design. Now for the hardest part, the gun's outer design. Since this gun is for one hand only, well, it should be for one hand. Then I need another one for this. Castor and Pollux. The twins. Marcus mused to himself as he typed down the new name of the gun, or rather guns, onto the project file name, which was empty before. Once the name was done, he pressed enter and saved it, and turned off the PC for the rest of the day. Later, this is the city. I can sense some of Seraphol's demonic energy, though it's extremely faint, a silver-haired woman said with a small frown as she looked around the city. It was quite small. Similar in size to the one her king got rented out for the devils in Japan. The very same city where Ryaz and Suna are moving in soon. Is Seraphol in this city because of the relations to the one in Japan? Apart from the size, there are no other similarities. No, such an idea was brushed aside by the silver-haired devil lady. After looking around, she started to look for clues on where the Leviathan could be. In the end, she ended up not far from a building which looks like a school. Seraphol pretending to be a student? Greyfire thought with a frown. She looked around for more after this sudden discovery. In the end, she realized that the time for classes was over. So, instead, she decided to return the next day. At least now she knows where she needs to go. The next day she finally noticed her target going to school while holding a teenager's hand. The teenager in question was a good human specimen. His physique was of someone who takes good care of himself, with short black hair and quite developed muscles. But there was something else around him which was interesting. It's an aura of self-confidence in something. Greyfire can assume that it's Seraphol who combed his hair into a more modern fashion, making it slightly spiking up. From the looks of it, the Satan was telling him how much better he looked now. She is definitely in love with this human. And I can sense a considerable amount of magic coming from him. Now, how did he make the Leviathan herself fall in love with him? The silver-haired devil thought curiously to herself. She was in truth fascinated by this discovery. The Queen of Lucifer is very much curious about this unprecedented event. Countless pure blood devils wanted to court Seraphol, but none of them even came close to seeing her real face. Yet, this teenager from a small town in a church-controlled territory no less, managed to make Seraphol Leviathan pretend to be a schoolgirl just so that she could attend school with him. By this point, the silver-haired devil lady was more interested in this juicy story than learning the method of doing paperwork fast. So, she waited for the time Seraphol and her human boyfriend were done with school, and then decided to track them down to the human's house. Thankfully it was not as boring as she thought watching them over the distance would be, as she saw that they spend quite a bit of time outside enjoying each other's company. To say that Greyfire was impressed by the Leviathan was an understatement, as the devil lady spent the majority of her time on his lap. From kissing to cuddling to feeding him food. If not for the fact that the Queen of Lucifer personally knew how dangerous Seraphol is on the battlefield or with her ice magic, then the one she was looking at could easily pass as a normal teenage human girl in love. Eventually, her wait was over and she tracked them down to the house of the teenager. Once she was in front of the 2-floor regular-looking house, she decided to ring the doorbell. Only that, the moment she stepped into the territory of his house, did she feel her magic stop listening to her. Her eyes went wide as she quickly looked around. Cold sweat started rolling down her forehead. What is this? I am sorry, Greyfire. You should have not have tried to track me down. A familiar voice of Seraphol appeared behind her. Seraphol? What is the... Before she could say anything more, she lost consciousness. Marcus, I wasn't expecting for Serst to send his queen after me like that. Sarah said to me as she was looking down at the form of the silver-haired devil. Not going to lie, the silver-haired devil lady has the same type of body Vanillana does. What is with these female devils and their absurd bodies? So she is the strongest queen and the rival to your title? I asked curiously as I looked at her. The amount of magic she was emitting is off the charts. Thankfully we were inside my workshop, otherwise someone would have picked it up. Was rival to my title. But I won and she decided to stick with being Serst's queen and his maid. Maid? As in a real maid? And not his wife or something? I asked her. This is where it was truly getting weird, as I remember she was supposed to be Serst's wife. Well, I can't truly recall all the stuff I watched nearly 40 years ago. No. She is not. The council didn't want the current Lucifer to marry a servant of the previous. Instead, they allowed him to have her as his queen for the legitimacy of his title. As no Lucifer should be without a Lucifuge to serve him. Seraphol explained to me, slightly annoyed and distressed. This council has quite a bit of say in the affairs of Satans. I said with a frown. This reminds me of a constitutional monarchy of some sort with politicians bitching constantly at their king. They are ruled by Zekrim Baal, the first-generation devil and great king. One could say he is the one who is truly running the underworld. The man is old and very knowledgeable on pretty much anything. And no one wants to end on his bad side. Serst's included. Seraphol said with a serious tone. I see, so he is like the old man who has a lot of connections. Precisely. Now, what are you going to do with her? Ars Goetia doesn't really have any power outside of the pillars. The black-haired devil asked with a slightly nervous tone. Indeed. Ars Goetia doesn't work, so I am going to make one for the extra houses. I said with a shrug. That's... I guess my concern was not needed here. She sighed in relief before turning back to look at Greyfire. Just make sure she does leave the workshop. I said seriously, before going over to my PC. Going over the list of countermeasures I had, I selected the case a high-ranking devil arrived option. Once I'd selected that, there were several other countermeasures I had cooked up. Since she is Lucifer's queen, I have a good chance of having the perfect spy at the very top. So, I selected a new form of Ars Goetia. Since she is from Lucifer's servant house, the binding is even stronger, as Ars Goetia was originally made to bind Lucifer's pillars. A branch system can easily be done. All I needed was to alter a few lines in the chant and change some runes in the circle. It was done in less than 5 minutes. After that, I took my seat. Done. Take her to the summoning room. I said to Seraphol, as I got back on my feet. Already? How easy is it to bind devils for you? She asked with a fearful and shell-shocked look. Sarah, the hardest part was to invent Ars Goetia. Once reinvented, I could draw in circles with this binding. If applied properly, I could even enslave gods. I said with an eye roll. Making her even more ghostly white. You are a scary one. Then it's a good thing that you are on my side. I said with a smile, to which she automatically nodded. Good, now bring her to the room. Let's get this over with. I still need to return to drawing the design for my guns. Guns? Yeah, it's going to be a pair. I can't wait. When Greyfire opened her eyes, she saw an unfamiliar ceiling. One thing for sure was that she was laying on some sort of couch, and the sound of multiple fans reminded her of the computers in Uchiha's lab. Was she moved to some sort of lab? She tried to move but was then assaulted by head pain. You're finally up. I hope I didn't hit you too hard. That moment she heard the familiar voice of Seraphol. Greyfire quickly moved through the pain and looked around. Finding the black-haired Satan Leviathan sitting not far from her on another couch. You knocked me out. What is the meaning of this? Greyfire's red eyes nearly glowed as she snapped at the fellow devil. Because you can't tell anyone what you find here. There is a reason why I am hiding my movement. Seraphol said with a sigh. Who possibly requires such secrecy? Even from Lucifer himself? The silver-haired maid was not buying this at all. Because my allegiance, just like yours, has changed. The black-haired devil said sharply. What? What are you talking about? Just check yourself out and tell me what you feel. The current Leviathan simply said to her. Greyfire quickly inspected herself. And she felt something. Has happened to her very being. It's like she was rearranged at a spiritual level. What is this? Ars Goetia. Impossible. Solomon is dead. His heirs are dead, his magic is lost to time. The silver-haired devil lady screamed while shaking her head. She was in denial, but she can tell that it truly was what had happened to her. How did a simple, even absurd mission end with her in the hands of the devil race boogeyman? Well, he is indeed dead without any heirs, but his magic is very much alive. Then suddenly she heard a male voice from behind. That moment the Queen of Lucifer simply knew it was her master. It was a gut feeling, a strong gut feeling. This quite terrified her, as her instincts were telling no, screaming at her to serve him. Why, you are the successor to that man's magic? Greyfire turned around and looked at him. Now she was not seeing him as just a mere human. Nope. That evaporated the moment she understood that he inherited that man's diabolical magic. Not just succeeded in his magic, but improved it considerably. To the point where I can enslave extra house members like you. He said that with a simple shrug. I see. Indeed. You will be working for me now as well. But, don't worry though. Seraphal does more than an admirable job at keeping me company. So you can return to your usual duties of being Lucifer's queen. He said plainly to her. I see. You want me to spy on my king? She asked with a dull look. She looked like she wanted to kill herself. I have no interest in regular things. I am an inventor. I would prefer if you were Ajika's queen, but beggars can't be choosers. So I will stick with Lucifer's queen instead. He explained simply and shrugged at her again. Showing that he truly doesn't care. That's the best part, Greyfire. He is better at inventing than Ajika. Seraphal found the perfect moment to brag about her man in this situation. Nonetheless, she followed the black-haired devil's gaze and saw something entirely from the sci-fi movie she had to watch with Ryaz a couple of times as her babysitter. A holographic display which showed some sort of magical circles and pieces which looked like a gun of some sort. Master is designing something which can be considered a high-level sacred gear. The Leviathan's words were like thunder in clear skies. That moment the maid remembered that Solomon was biblical God's only true disciple to an extent, and he inherited the secrets of the sacred gears, thus the 10 rings. Greyfire put her hand on her mouth, trying to process what this could possibly mean to the devil race. Beautiful, isn't it? I saw this weapon evolve from nothing more than a mere metal construct. When it's finished, even a regular person will be able to easily kill a high-class devil without any issues. Seraphal said with a proud tone. By this point, Greyfire has realized that Leviathan has truly, completely gone to the second Solomon side. Do you even realize what this means for our race? We were this close to being enslaved by a human 3,000 years ago. Greyfire motioned with her fingers how close they were to getting enslaved by Solomon. The only reason they lost was because Solomon was getting old. That's it. Quite simply because of his natural human limits. Nothing could stop him before that. While the biblical god just sat back, relaxed, and watched how Lucifer was getting owned by a mere human again and again. And who said we are getting enslaved by him now? Seraphal asked Greyfire with raised eyebrows. After all, Leviathan observed Marcus for a few years now. There is no indication that he wants to enslave her devil race. Well, you were enslaved? The silver-haired maid reasoned with her, right? So you two can discuss my invasion of the devil race while I return to my work. I love conspiracy theories, but I prefer the technological ones. I mean, I usually try those out for shits and giggles, but possible invasion? Those are discussed by nerds who like military stuff. Marcus said while shaking his head. He turned around and walked back to his PC. As I was saying, I was enslaved simply because he wanted an expert on water manipulation. And because I was a Satan. Seraphal clarified to Greyfire, who was blushing red like a tomato. The maid was extremely embarrassed. The unnatural fear she had for Solomon, which she never thought she would have, has manifested the moment she realized that the boogeyman of devil race was the real deal. And she was now his pet, slave or whatever, since she definitely feels a strong urge to serve him. Most likely an effect of this new type of binding which was used on her. I see. So he has no interest in invading the underworld and enslaving our people? The Queen of Lucifer asked with a relieved tone. Most likely not. As long as our people don't provoke him, to the point where he has to move out with force, then there is no need to fear him. Seraphal explained to her. Easier said than done. Seraphal? He enslaved both me and you. There will be war if our people find out about this. The silver-haired devil lady said with a sigh. That's why I approve of his secrecy. But you just had to stumble on my location like that. The current Leviathan replied back with an angry pout. I had a mission from my king. Now that you reminded me, how do you do it? Greyfire asked with a pissed-off tone. Here she was a slave to second Solomon because of some silly paperwork. Do what? Don't play games with me. How do you do your paperwork so fast? The silver-haired woman asked with a tired tone. Oh, that. Marcus invented an electronic device to do it. Now I can spend almost all my day with him. The black-haired devil said with an extremely happy tone. The paperwork, The threat to her sanity has been completely subdued and are never to be raised again. I see. I still need to return this information to my king. The strongest queen said with a sigh. She massaged her eyebrows. How is she going to do that? Indeed, we have prepared the information for you if you are out of commission. Seraphol said as she handed over a piece of paper with the information the maid needed. Greyfire read over it a couple of times before freezing it over with her magic and turning it into dust. Are you sure this is wise? If Sersts learn about the genius of our master, the Queen of Lucifer grimaced, then the rest will also learn, and there is the possibility that the connection will be made between us and him. Our master won't be hiding forever, he only needs to build up his base power. Once he is powerful enough, there won't be a need to hide anymore. Seraphol explained plainly. And that's what I am afraid of. What comes after? Chapter 7, Hand Cannons and Aurora. I see. So, this genius teenager managed to summon Seraphol to be his contractor. And she is obligated to not tell anything about his work, which is part of the deal. Sersts reviewed the file report with a thoughtful look. He was thinking about how to keep the deal going while profiting from it himself. If what his queen said is true, then the devil kind will benefit from this, immensely. And Seraphol wanted to make him her queen, but he declined? Sersts asked as he wanted to double-check on the most important part. Indeed, he is somewhat prejudiced towards the whole evil pieces scheme. The silver-haired devil lady confirmed with a nod. I see. Well, it doesn't matter, he might change his mind when he gets much older. Then he will just find a way to get eternal life. I already told you how dangerously smart he is. Greyfire internally seethed with anger as Sersts doesn't seem to understand how lethal Marcus truly is. This is quite literally what happened with the original Lucifer. He was glossing over the threat of Solomon just because he is human, and look what happened. They nearly got conquered by the very same man. Alone. A lone human marched to their world, picked up some devil ladies and left like he owned the place. As you wish. I have fulfilled the mission you requested of me. Greyfire said that with a small bow. Yes. Now I need to contact Seraphol and request one of those signers for myself. I suggest we contact him through her. It would be best if he doesn't get the idea that Seraphol has failed on her side, but instead, you have picked up on her increased productivity and want the same thing. Serst's queen suggested what Marcus had just told her through the mental connection they share. Exactly my thoughts. Serst smiled at the idea of doing less paperwork and at the same time allowing Seraphol to keep her contract with this genius human inventor. He has no idea how the teenager managed to summon a Satan of all people, but if he can do that, then his potential is noteworthy. The Crimson Lucifer decided to keep a note on this human for future recruitment while Greyfire kept her poker face. She tried to fight her bindings. Well, trying is the wrong choice of words. As soon as she even had the idea of fighting her bindings, the moment that idea comes up, she forgets about it. The power of Uchiha or whatever subspecies of it is simply too powerful, especially towards her very being. As Seraphol had said to her, the maid's bindings are even stronger as she is from a house that was a direct Lucifer servant, making her have an even stronger connection to Uchiha. Back in the garage, did you just say that Greyfire was added to the fold? Vanillana's knees gave up as she collapsed onto the couch. A member of her family just got added into this mess. She quickly realized that the pillars are quite literally the same as Lucifer's, meaning that the Greenery pillar is still empty and Marcus can just up and summon either her son, who is the leader of their race, basically making him the de facto ruler of the underworld, or summoning her baby daughter. Both of these ideas simply terrified her. Yes. Turns out she has been tracking my movement for months. The Diamond Core Heart has been masking me for months from her. Which is amazing, to say the least. The brown-haired devil lady slowly nodded. She instantly remembered the beautiful diamond the size of a basketball downstairs and then thought about something like this being installed in Kwa to protect her daughter. But how should she approach this? Some sort of deal? Money. She instantly snorted at the idea of cash for someone who can make jewelry from clay. Possible magic information exchange? But he can simply ask her anything and she will tell him either way. Then she started thinking of it from a different perspective. What if he visits Japan? Kwa specifically? Since it is devil territory, they have living targets like stray devils appear there much more often. In the end, she decided. Since he is an inventor and researcher at heart, he will be interested in more data. Lady Leviathan. Call me Seraphol. We are pretty much connected for life. The black-haired devil lady sighed as she was reading a book on cars of all things. Then Seraphol. Now that Suna and Ryaz will be attending school in the human world, you haven't thought about asking our master to install something like a Diamond Core Heart in Kwa? Vanillana asked the Leviathan. I did the moment he got it installed and saw its incredible effects. We knew the very moment Greyfire was in the city. Where she thought she was tracking us, we were actually tracking her. It's most advanced territory surveillance magic I have ever seen. So, yes. I have been thinking about it for weeks now. She sighed. We could easily get him to Japan as a field expedition. But to install another diamond core heart? That would be impossible because there is nothing of worth for him there. Seraphol said with another sigh. We could simply tell him that he can leave one for the sake of collecting data. Vinalana said with a thoughtful shrug. That might just work. I will ask him after one of our sessions. Seraphol said that with a lewd smile. Good. The more interest he has in K, the better it will be for our family over there. Indeed, have you thought about asking for his help in that marriage contract Ryaz is stuck in? The Leviathan asked with raised eyebrows. No. I have not. I hope Ryaz will think of something now that she is moving to the human world. Vinalana said with a sigh. Seraphol didn't say anything, but she had the look of someone who doesn't quite believe that Ryaz will do anything at all. The girl was just simply running away, unlike her baby sister who is just going there for field experience. Nonetheless, it's not her business. She will try to help Suna if she can. But her priority is to make sure Marcus doesn't think of the devils as enemies. Time will tell. Marcus, now that Greyfire is in place, I can breathe a sigh of relief. With her there I will know exactly what Lucifer himself is doing. This incident was a close call. Reminding me that I should have some means to defend myself and go on the offense if need be. That's why the moment she was gone I dived back in to continue my work on the guns. All that was left was the gun designs itself. The Glock design was quickly thrown out of the window since the circles aren't going to fit. That's why I went with hand cannons. A slightly bigger and bulkier version of the Desert Eagle for the right and a slightly more slender and sleek one for the left. After all, they were Castor and Pollux. And since Pollux is female, the design on the left is slightly on the slender side, which in turn makes the barrel shorter. And since my left hand is less used, I am planning on using the scatter mode much more than on my main hand. The guns themselves had inscriptions of stars on them. On the side of the barrels, there were carvings of stars and wind, implying that the stars will show the way to target graves. While the design is done I won't be using them just yet. Instead, I went with something much more plain looking. It was time to test. Since I had the feeling that I won't be able to use them as it is, the recoil will be considerable. A few minutes later the creation of the pair of guns was done, one of the perks of having an assembly line. The downside however is the need to constantly update and upgrade, but in the end, it is worth it. Is this it? Yeah, Castor and Pollux. You named them after Greek twins? I wonder what they would think if they found out that there is a pseudo-sacred gear named after them. Seraphol chuckled saying that. No idea, I named the first gun after the word cast as in casting magic bullets, thus Castor, but then I realized that I was making a weapon just for one hand, so I decided to make another one, and remembering the Gemini twins, Castor and Pollux, I named the other gun Pollux. I explained to her how the names came to be. I see. I would have never guessed that the name came to be from such a simple naming term. The black-haired Satan said with a fascinated look. Well, it came up naturally, so I am sticking with it. I have no idea how the Greek pantheon will react to this. Not that I care. I shrugged at her before picking up Castor with my hand. A frown appeared on my face. Even after using an experimental metal alloy combination, the gun was still quite heavy. As heavy as the original Mark II. Meaning that yes, the alloy made the weapon lighter, but the size difference made the weight difference non-existent. Now the problem was the recoil. That's why I needed to test it so that I can move on to the ways of fixing the issue with said recoil. Well, I doubt they will react too harshly. Probably. Not sure? From the words, even she wasn't sure of it herself. Aren't you responsible for the diplomatic side of things? I asked her while inspecting Castor. Having a feel for the weight. I am, but the Greek pantheon is old. And they don't quite like our faction in general, calling us the newcomers and such. And I would have no idea how they would act if they found out that a sacred gear was named after one of their lesser gods while the bigger ones doesn't have one. As you can imagine, it could either be quite good or very bad. Zeus would go on a jealousy streak. Poseidon would join him, because why not? As I said, it would be like a coin toss. Depending on their current mood. She explained that in a single breath surprisingly. Wow, I thought around the same lines as you had just explained, and here I am. I haven't even met them yet. I said while shaking my head, they were exactly as I had just thought. I guess the myths are not that far-fetched. Most of the myths are true in some way. They are either extremely exaggerated or are just right on spot. Anyway, let's stop with this discussion. I am starting to get a migraine just remembering some of the meetings I had with certain deities. She said while messaging her temples. From the looks of it, she didn't like these meetings one bit. Right, let's go and test the gun first. I motioned for her to follow me to the testing ground. Less than a minute later I was standing in position for the testing. I suggest you use all of the magic you can to augment yourself. Seraphol said with a serious look. You think? Woman's intuition. Just do it. She said with crossed arms. Sure thing. I was thinking of using all of my magic for this. When I said that, she just rolled her eyes at me, not buying it one bit. I really was thinking of reinforcing it a bit, although not fully. Nonetheless, I followed her suggestion and channeled all of my magic, took a deep breath and pointed caster at the mannequin on the other side of the room. Here comes the first test of caster MK2. 3, 2, 1 and fire. I pressed the trigger. I could just feel the energy being created in the gun. It was like a tidal wave. A few seconds later, around 2 or so white circles appeared at the end of the barrel and a bolt of energy loud enough to sound like a clap of thunder escaped. Bang! In the next moment it passed through the mannequin as if it was made from paper and slammed into the wall. A massive explosion followed after. Earth shook for a moment. The dust from this was enough to darken the whole of the room. And my hand? I couldn't even feel it. Well, it was there. But it was so numb that I could not feel it. Thankfully, because of my augmentation, I did not dislocate my shoulder. Nonetheless, the gun slipped out of my hand and dropped to the ground. Cough cough, that was. Seraphol coughed for a moment before calling forth her magic circles, and the dust was quickly erased. Since there were countless reinforcements done on the structural integrity and because of the diamond core heart, the room didn't cave in. But the destruction was still enormous. The whole end of the room was simply gone. This is enough to kill me if I am not prepared for it. Seraphol said with wide eyes. You mean to tell me that even in case of a surprise you still could easily take an attack of high-class devil? I asked her, thinking of how magic truly worked. For example, can one in case of surprise still be able to survive from a fully powered attack? The magical power is never truly suppressed, it is more around the lines of compression. That's why when I felt the output of the gun I was able to feel the power of that bolt. Meaning that you just created a weapon possibly capable of killing an ultimate class devil. And most likely capable. Not one shot though. But that was still just a single bolt of magic. How rapid can you fire it? She said that with a thoughtful look before looking back at me. Every 2 seconds. Then this is definitely an ultimate class devil's lair. This means that it's a high-class sacred gear, possibly close to Longinus. She said with a serious look before sighing, and her shoulders sunk for a second. Honestly, I should be terrified, but instead, I am feeling proud and even excited. I mean, I saw this coming together just as much as you did. She said with a small smile. I could see her having an internal fight for a moment. How is your hand? She said while coming over and inspecting me closely. Her blue eyes were scanning me from top to bottom. Numb. Understandable. That's why you should listen to your girlfriend's intuition. Especially when she is a devil. If you didn't take my advice seriously, you would have lost your hand at least, or broken it beyond normal healing. She said while pointing her finger at me. Right. I guess you are more attuned to intuitions and stuff. I said that while making magic flow through my hand. Trying to get it back under control. Indeed, now let's get back to the workshop. Your hand needs some rest. She picked up the weapon before taking my left hand and pulling me back into the main room. We still need to patch up the room. Don't worry, Sarah will fix it for you later. When Venelana teleported into the workshop, the first thing she saw was her master using Seraphal's lap as a pillow, as his right hand was encased in a makeshift holder made device. What happened here? She asked with raised eyebrows. What's with her and always arriving late to these events? Master tested his gun. It was a complete success. Well, it was too big of a success and his hand could handle the recoil. Seraphol said with a sigh as she was stroking her master's hair gently. I see. You can see it for yourself in the test room. The black-haired Satan said. And Venelana was far too curious to not check it out. So she quickly went there and saw how the other end of the room was destroyed. It's like a massive explosion completely erased the far end of the room. She gulped down, realizing that was just a single shot. The weapon power is off the charts. Now, more than ever, did she realize how truly important it was to get him on their side. And at the same time, this made her even more reluctant. Knowing full well how likely he was to simply enslave her family members, like how he did with her son's queen. But that was just a small price to pay in the end. In the end, Seraphol profited from this. She can see how the Leviathan is living right now. She had never seen her like this before. Not fake. As long as my family doesn't suffer. It doesn't matter. Venelana thought to herself as she turned around and left the testing room. Going back to the workshop and walking towards the sitting area. By this point, the workshop was one massive room. It had Marcus' main designing and PC area. Then it had a big empty area which Venelana believes will be for his creations. Then on the left side, there is a summoning room. On the right side, There is a testing room, and at the back, there is the entry lobby room with a small kitchen and bathroom. With a size even larger than his entire house territory. She does wonder if the Diamond Core Heart handled the explosion properly, otherwise people will be calling the authorities to find out what happened. That is quite the destruction. Is it truly a single shot? Vinalana walked over and took her seat opposite to Seraphol and her master. It is. I can safely classify it as high-class sacred gear or even lower-tier Longinus gear. Leviathan quite proudly said that. Vinalana had cold sweat going down her spine. Well, it's now or never. This is the perfect opportunity to offer him to visit Koa with the intent of testing the gun in a more live setting. I see. Still, though, testing it inside is not recommended as the area above is church controlled. You need to test it properly. The brown-haired devil lady started with her idea. What do you suggest? Going to devil-controlled land? Indeed. An area directly under Greenery and Citrate control. There you could easily test your guns. Vinalana offered and looked at Seraphol, motioning with her eyes to help her in this. If you want something, Vinalana, then do tell me directly. There is no need for you to talk in circles. Marcus said with a sigh. He didn't even bother to open his eyes. He prefers just to enjoy the soft tights of his devil lady. Very well. Both my daughter and Seraphol's younger sister are moving into Koa starting next Japanese school semester. The city doesn't have a proper barrier system, and that area is frequently known for having stray devils. So, my suggestion is that you can set up a system and test your guns there. Vinalana said with a sigh. She doesn't like speaking bluntly like this. It sounds like she is desperate. But the devils truly don't have a barrier system like Marcus, and while they could just set up something, the Shindo faction would come to investigate since their barriers in nature emits demonic essence. The Shindo gods don't like large amounts of concentrated demonic energy like that. This only leaves them with an alternative, an outsider, a third party who could do it. Both of the devil ladies allowed Marcus to think. The teenage inventor doesn't want to go anywhere near Koa. But he knows that there is a Longinus gear that doesn't belong to any faction there, plus he knows that said area is also the center of many events. Having something there stationed to collect data is a goldmine. And lastly, both Seraphol and Vinalana are related to this. This means he will earn some brownie points with both of them. And he will gain a lot of things. Very well. There are conditions for this though. He said after some time has passed. Both Seraphol and Vinalana breathe a sigh of relief. I will be deploying a much weaker version of the Diamond Core Heart, and both of them will sign a devil contract with me. He said simply to them. What does these contracts entail? The brown-haired devil lady asked with a little bit of fear. She has no idea what kind of contracts he is talking about. The modern ones or the ancient ones? Those are different, like day and night. Nothing for you two to worry about. I have no interest in your daughter or Sarah's younger sister. I prefer a much more powerful devil or someone somehow uniquely useful. So, all I am going to ask them is the Client's Confidentiality Act. In other words, they will be testing my invention. And will be sending reports on how it's working. Of course, all that will be under wraps because if they were to disclose anything on this it will affect their devil's reputation. Both Seraphol and Vinalana nodded. They were happy and at the same time annoyed that Marcus doesn't see their baby daughter and baby sister as unique or valuable. Nonetheless, they were happy that he would be assisting them. Easy enough. It sounds like regular devil business. They have already been doing that for several years now. Seraphol said. Yes. And client confidentiality is something they are taught from an early age. Vinalana added from the side. Right. Good to hear. Still, I won't be going so soon. I still need some preparations to be done for this. My guns need to be adjusted. The force of each shot needs to be at a manageable level. And the cartridge has to be finished. Marcus said that as he slightly lifted his right hand. It was still shaking. But it was progress. I don't think you should be doing anything today. But think on the bright side. I can pamper you the entire time. Seraphol said with a happy tone. Now she has a proper reason, she will make sure to pamper him enough. Maybe she should show him how much she appreciates the fact that he will be helping her little sister. Marcus simply sighed at her and got comfortable in her lap. Very well. He closed his eyes, time for a nap. The test was a resounding success. The gun was a beast. I made it too powerful. And now I need to adjust it. Adjust the power and deal with the recoil. After receiving a healing sleep, cuddling, and a good snogging. The next day I was ready to go back to work. First, some inner design changes. Back to tinkering on the NTM, instead of just pressing the button and getting a bolt having the potential to kill an ultimate class. Now I need to hold the button slightly longer. Now this means there are charges. And I need to see the charge. This means. Groan, why can't this be easy? I brushed a hand through my hair. before saving the project and closing the project window on my PC. Thinking about it for some time. Going on a memory lane and then remembering something very interesting. This means creating another new project. Codename it Aurora. The purpose of this is a visor. An HUD. Now that I think about this is a very important part of the puzzle. For one, my aim is shit. And second, HUD is a cream of crop, especially when I will have scale mail linked directly to my database and my future sacred gears. I will be able to see more than anyone will. Countless different visions. With recovered vigor, I started working on the visor. Thankfully the visor was much easier than the gun's original design. It was not new technology for me. Instead, what took time was converting technology into a magical version of it. Runes. A different type of display. Nonetheless, once the angle was found, it was child's play. It only took me a few weeks. So what's with the glasses? Serafal picked up the sharp-looking glasses. That is Aurora HUD v2.0.1. Glasses which will tell me pretty much anything I need. They are directly linked to my rapidly growing database downstairs. You mean that new room you made next to the assembly line of yours? Serafal asked curiously as she put on the glasses. Instantly her eyes widened. Whoa. What is this? It's like those sci-fi things, she said with awe. Sci-fi things? I chuckled hearing that. Yeah. It's like the glasses are smart. And it shows all sorts of things. Like it highlights the technology in the room. And it can give a detailed explanation. It even helps with reading your mood, she said in a fascinated tone, before having a thoughtful look. So, can I get one? She asked me with a pleading tone. I can make contact lenses, I said with a sigh. That's great. It will help me to get a read on in meetings and stuff. She said that as if it's such an easy thing. It's not that easy. The information has to come from somewhere. At the moment the glasses are connected directly with the database I have downstairs. They become quite useless outside my city, as there is no database to access. I explained with a sigh. Then they are useless in the underworld? She asked, disappointed. It's still a new magical technology. With my rough estimate, it will take at least 30 to 40 years from the future by human standards. And it has a limited range because it needs to be connected to my network. If you can have my network in your work area, then you can use it, and you can even have a video chat with me or even access anything I have stored. With thought alone, my explanation earned me another shocked look. This is good. I can assume this is the reason why you postpone your work on guns? She took off her glasses and started inspecting them. Yes, this is one of the key components for my scale mail. The Aurora system will help me control the guns, the energy charge, their mode, and most importantly the aim, I said with a sigh. I see. This truly takes a lot of time. How many years has it been since you started with the guns? Not quite. What takes a lot of time is building the appropriate tools I need. Now that most of the tools are truly done, not many future projects will take this long, I said while leaning back into my comfy PC chair. Now that you mentioned it, you could simply make these guns from the press of a button, or voice command, or even think about it when the glasses are on. I finished for her. That's amazing. And terrifying. You are giving me another perspective on the whole researcher thing. I thought Uchiha was scary with his whole Kankara formula and his sharp mind. But I bet he has something similar to this in his man cave. Serafal said in a joking tone, but there was some sweat on her forehead. Possibly, but from what I have understood about him, he is more into laws of the world and energy things. And I am more into engineering. Probably, but you're going into the whole energy thing with power of destruction. I am sure Uchiha hasn't delved into Bale family magic. Or did but didn't say anything. That's why I said you two are similar. One thing for sure is that I don't want you two to meet. She said the last part with a terrified look. If not for Arzgo Uchiha, she would have been even more scared. And why not? I am pretty sure we could make some interesting projects together. See? That's the point. I will lose you to him. She pointed at me. I deadpanned. I am pretty sure I am into the female side of the spectrum. And he could sell his niece to you and you would have his family and stuff. Serafal didn't give up on this. Right. I will leave you to your conspiracy theories. I still need to add Aurora to Castor and Pollux. With that in mind, I returned to my work while Serafal started having a paranoid look. It would seem she truly has a wild imagination. And here I thought I am the one with the imagination to build stuff. Or is it a female thing? I should probably get a consultation with one of the love goddess. Preferably when one is chained up and her powers sealed off. As they will most likely try to drain me. With a future minor goal marked, I continue to work on the MTM system again. This time adding the Aurora system into it. By this point, I should create a core system instead of this mess. Thinking of it for a bit, I looked at Seraphol again. She was still thinking about that stuff. Right. So did Starsea enjoy the new toy you gave him? Oh, that. You only now remembered that you gave him one? She asked me with a deadpan. It's already a finished invention. I forget about those quickly enough, I said while shrugging my shoulders. Besides, I needed her to forget that weird idea she started to think about. I am getting goosebumps. Right. He said that you have a favor from Lucifer himself. It's a big deal. I don't know how long this will be under wraps, but the rest of the devil kind will eventually find about this favor. Since Starsea is over the moon with his signer. And yes, it's the greatest invention any civilization has ever seen. Seraphol said that with a serious look, her blue eyes slightly glowed. I could feel the sheer presence she was radiating. The paperwork. Just how deadly was it for them? I mean, she fell in love with me because of it. This is strange. This world is strange. I internally shook my head. At least she forgot about the whole Uchiha nonsense. Inventions, tech and sacred gears, MTM motion to magic, caster and Pollux MK4, a pair of magic casting, shooting, devices in the shape of a hand cannon. Classification, pseudo-high class, possibly Longinus class sacred gear made up of 73 magic circles fused into several systems. Caster is a longer and much bulkier design made for energy beam shooting, while Pollux is much more slender and is intended to be used as an offhand weapon that uses barrage bolts of energy. Composition, made from a mix of alchemy-created metal and human metal titanium. The pair of guns are much lighter than they should be. The inside of the devices are laid out with barrier magic, which absorbs excess heat and is then converted into magic and is sent to the barrier rail system. The barrel inside of the gun is laid out with thin layers of diamond created purely from transmuted material, making it extra sensitive to magic. In the end, the pair of weapons are made from transmuted metals and diamonds. Key magic techniques inside: advanced MTM system, using a magic circle to capture motion and then turning the motion into energy and then energy into magic. Even a regular human can use this weapon, as they all need to do is press the trigger. To take a step further, the sensitivity and controls over the motion absorption has been severely improved. Depending on how long the trigger is pressed, it can be a small bolt or a bolt powerful enough to one-shot a high-class devil. Diamond barrier rail system. By using barriers like rails empowered by acceleration circles, the blast builds up the force. The longer the rail is, the stronger the blast will be at the end of the rail. To take step further, diamonds have been added in creation of the barrier rails. This generates friction which is absorbed by the barriers and added as extra power upon the release. Revolver system. A simple revolver system positioned behind the diamond barrier system and above the MTM system. This system is responsible for what kind of type of bullets the weapon will release. Type of bullets: beam, bolt, scattershot, cannon, cartridge loader, a function added to the caster and Pollux which allows to load a cartridge of specific magic. It's based on human guns and bullet cartridges. So far only the power of destruction cartridge has been created. Aurora control system, a system that allows Marcus to control and aim the pair of guns. It allows him to see the weapon charge power and which type of bullets are loaded in the caster and Pollux. Aurora visor glasses, glasses made from magic and technology, most possibly the most advanced piece of tech on Earth at the moment. Classification, a magic device that assists the wielder, either through thoughts or voice command. Composition, made purely through transmuted materials like rubber, glass, metal. It has 6 very specific and complex magic circles which are at a similar level to Ars Goetia in complexity, from reading mind, to visual manifestation, to intent-based. Key magic system and technology, Aurora Assistance OS v2.0.1, an operational system based on human technology but manifested through magical means. The core of Aurora HUD Aurora display, pair of glasses which work like a computer screen. This can be turned on and off with mere thought or voice command. Aurora connection. The system is responsible for the flow of information from the glasses to the main database. Without it, the glasses would be useless. The range for now is Marcus Home down. Aurora Sacred Gear Assistance, the system responsible for simplifying the control of pseudo-sacred gears. Chapter 8, Lewd Maiden Kwa, R18, with the sound of a whistle and a soft thunderclap, the upper portion of a mannequin disintegrated. Within seconds, several more received the same treatment. Marcus lowered caster and changed his stance. He pulled his right foot back and put forward his left, slightly standing sideways. He lifted Pollux. Pulling the trigger, a much larger white circle appeared at the end of the barrel. Moments later, golf-sized balls of the power of destruction started raining out from it and rushing into the partially destroyed mannequins. The barrage of energy destroyed the remains and made multiple holes in the wall. Test number 5 is a success. Caster and Pollux are working perfectly. There are no errors in the Aurora targeting system. The revolver system switches around 1 to 2 seconds. Charging time for maximum output is around 5 seconds. As Marcus said that, he could see on his visor that his voice had been recorded and could see that her aura was writing it all down like a log, under test number 5. After he finished the log he sighed and holstered both of his guns to the sides of his thighs. He already had some simple holsters ready. Honestly, he was thinking of making a maintenance version of the holsters, but then he remembered that it was not needed at the moment. Marcus lifted his glasses and turned around looking at his newest addition to the fold. The silver-haired maid has been staring at him for the past 5 test runs, right after he had finished the Mark IV of Castor and Pollux. With the Aurora systems, he is now a very sharpshooter. Nonetheless, he still has some things to do before he can go to Kwa. A few more gadgets to make. May I know what's with the staring? He asked with a sigh. He got used to Seraphil's staring, which was quite comforting, since she always had a curious and fond look. This, however, was different. Your power. You based it on the fact that my family are servants to the Lucifer. You made a simple servitude into power, which crystallized into some sort of bond of servitude. Now, I have an instinct to serve you. It is like trying to fight a water current. I could only resist it for several weeks before it fully consumed me. She explained in a single breath. Her gaze never left him. So, what you want to say is that, you want to serve me? He couldn't help but ask her with raised eyebrows. He never could have predicted that it would have developed into an instinct to serve. There was no calculation that she would have developed it. Which means it is just her feelings mixed into it. In other words, she has a fetish to serve. Marcus realized that after remembering how she was still a maid even though she was the wife of Lucifer, both in the anime and light novel version. Correct. While serving my king is an order from you, it doesn't give me true satisfaction. That is why I am here. She explained plainly. Through his modified version of Ars Goetia, he could tell that she got over her dislike for him. Which was surprisingly fast. Even faster than Seraphil. Now, all that was left was her need to serve. Her servitude consumed her dislike. This woman truly had that deep of a desire to be a maid? The teenage inventor quickly realized, that was most likely how those extra devil families were created, with absolute servitude in mind. I see. So you want to be my maid in all sense and form? He asked her, starting to walk towards her. Grayfia simply nodded at him with a bow, realizing full well what kind of hole she was getting herself into. I know quite well what all of it implies, and yes, I have no desire to resist it anymore. The silver-haired maid said plainly. Marcus simply nodded. He won't deny that having such an utterly beautiful woman with a body that breaks the laws of the world is quite the turn-on. The teenage inventor removed his gloves before lifting his right hand and gently stroking her cheek. She didn't say anything or react in any way. Since you are so insistent, I will have to make you my maid in every sense. He said while looking directly into her eyes. This time she slightly blushed. She felt goosebumps going through her whole body. Grayfia didn't know if it was a natural response or a response amplified by her binding. Nonetheless, she was getting excited to serve. R18 incoming, skip to Underworld if you don't want to read. Without warning, Marcus pulled the silver-haired beauty for a kiss. Her eyes widened. It was something she was not expecting and her magic didn't react to it at all. As normally she would have frozen anyone who tried to do that to her. The teen wrapped his hands around her waist before going lower towards her firm rear, gripping it through her maid's uniform. While his lips were exploring the insides of her mouth, playing around with her tongue. And before long the maid was slightly moaning as she started losing herself to the pleasure. She never could have thought that the feeling would be this intense. It was like experiencing the greatest of joys while being kissed by her master. Soon after, she wrapped her hands around him and started kissing back. Her eyes had already turned glassy. The kissing intensified as she started rubbing herself onto him. Marcus already knew that she was turned on and wants to take this to the next level. So he lifted her quite casually and took her to the main area where the couches are. He then laid her on her back and positioned himself on top of her. Once there he started taking off her clothes. Seconds later he saw her in a pair of sexy white panties, bra, and tight long white stockings. Quite sexy. Can't wait to dress you up. Grayfia, he said hotly into her ear as he started kissing her neck before going lower towards her towering breasts. Ah, if that's what you want, master, the silver-haired maid said softly as she touched herself for a bit. She is feeling like she was on fire. The teen just smiled while starting to remove her bra and getting his first look at her incredible breasts. The moment he started to play with them, Grayfia moaned quite loudly. There was a shocked look on her face before being replaced by a horny look. Yes, touch me more. Play with them, she asked in a sexy tone as she looked hotly at him. All she got from him was a grin as he continued his assault on her mountain peaks. Before long she was breathing haggardly and sweat was rolling down her forehead. The beautiful maid's sensitivity was quite high and, by this point, Marcus could not take this anymore and wanted to move to the main dish. So his hand went down and removed her drenched panties and looked at her wet pussy entrance. His fingers brushed through it and Greyfire mewed from the touch. "Let's do it, please. Blame me," she hotly begged him. She needs to seal the deal so that she could be his proper maid. After hearing such a begging tone, Marcus removed his pants and positioned his raging boner at her wet cave. The silver-haired maid softly moaned when she felt the tip of his rod at her entrance. "Yes," she said as she started moving her hips, she wanted that thing in her special place, as soon as possible. Without wasting much time he started pushing inside. She was so wet that there was no need for any foreplay. Before long he was already pumping into her without any restraint. "HHMMNNHHNNO, that's it. More. Ravage me," Greyfire howled from top of her lungs when she felt her first orgasm. She felt like her mind just went blank. The feeling she was experiencing was off the charts. To experience more, the beauty coiled her legs around his waist while Marcus used that movement to lean forward and claim her lips once more. The silver-haired maid answered back with the same amount of heat as she wrapped her hand around his neck and started moving her hips according to his thrusts. Soon enough a lewd clapping sound started spreading through the workshop. It only accelerated before a loud muffled moan spread throughout the place. The beautiful maid just experienced her first cream pee from her master. "And now you are my proper maid," the teen said to the silver-haired beauty who was sitting on her master lap facing away from him. Her legs are spread. His rod was still inside of her as he was still pumping into her while whispering into her ear. "As long as I can serve you properly, I don't care," she said with a glassy look as she softly continued to moan to his thrust. His only response to that was a squeeze on one of her nipples. Underworld. Both Ryaz Greenery and Suna Saitri were fiddling nervously as they were just called by Satan Leviathan herself to came to see her. The younger Saitri has been slightly weirded out by her sister's behavior for the past several years. Her older sister out of nowhere stopped her whole magic girl act thing. She had been doing it since the 1990s. So it was very weird that her sister suddenly stopped. And each time Suna would ask about her older sister's change, she would hear only one answer: that it was utterly silly and she got tired of it. While she sighed with relief since it was embarrassing, she knew that there was something more to it. "Do you know why we suddenly got requested to meet your older sister?" Suna's best friend asked with a slight bit of weariness. "Strangely, they got this meeting just around the time that they had to move to the human world." "No, I am just as clueless as you are." Suna said that while shaking her head. "I see. This is just weird. I heard a rumor that Satan Leviathan has been spending a lot of time in the human world." Ryaz said, a bit jealous. "I have heard the same. And weirdly enough, my sister has said nothing about her trips there." Suna said while fixing glasses. She looked quite sharp thinking about the reasons. "That's because I can't tell you anything about it." Both girls heard Seraphal's voice as the Leviathan circle appeared, and with a burst of dark blue one of the Satans appeared dressed in a blue dress and high heels. She looked like she was about to go into a ball. Both of the younger girls slightly gulped down seeing a serious-looking Satan Leviathan. "You can't." "I can't because I am under a devil contract," she said plainly as she walked over and took her seat opposite to the pair. She got comfortable while the pair got very uncomfortable. They were seeing a very different Seraphal to the one they used to see. "I see. Might we know what this meeting is all about?" Suna asked professionally, but internally she hoped that it's not something bad like they were not going to the human world or something like that. "The reason for this meeting is very simple. Both of you are going to the human world. While there is nothing bad about it, Kua doesn't have any proper protection or surveillance installed to help the both of you control the supernatural flow there. Since both of you are high-profile peoples, there will be many who will wish to mess or simply to see how good the siblings of the Satans are." Seraphal explained plainly. "While I know both of you are talented, there are many beings who are stronger than both of you. Are you going to send someone to babysit us?" Suna asked in a slightly pissed-off tone. "No. We already discussed that. There won't be any bodyguards. But this doesn't mean we can't have a powerful surveillance system installed in the city that will assist the two of you. In case a powerful being appears in the city, both of you will be able to notify the underworld in time for help to arrive." As Seraphal explained that, the pair looked at each other. From the looks they give each other, they were planning not to notify anything. And the Satan Leviathan knows that already. That's why she likes what Marcus has planned. That's why I used the person, which I am under contract with, to assist us. As Seraphal explained, she got extremely serious. "Now listen up. It took me years to get his assistance in any form, so you two won't be destroying the trust I have built with him." Is he a human? Assuming this is the reason why you are going to the human world? "Indeed, he is a one-in-millennia genius inventor. He summoned me as his devil and I formed a contract with him." Seraphal said the very bare bones needed for this. "He summoned a Satan? Sona asked with wide eyes. Ryaz was also surprised. They both know that Satans are summonable, but only the leaders of nations or extremely influential people can do that. Because the prices for it are very high. Since they don't take in souls anymore, it's usually in the form of money or items. So, summoning them is practically impossible because the summoner has to intrigue Satan in the first place with something of worth. Indeed. By this point, his inventions are at least advanced by 40 years in human standards. This made them even more shocked while Ryaz for some reason was getting a very anime-style vibe from this human. That's why when I asked for his assistance in building a surveillance system for Kwa and he only agreed under a form of contract. Meaning that, the both of you will be under a devil contract and will be following his request to test the surveillance system which will be deployed in... I see. This is more than acceptable then. Since we will be getting a reputation by having a contract formed with someone who has a contract with Satan. Sona said with a small smile. This was good for her. Ryaz nodded as well. She was curious about this human. But, since it's under the care of a Satan she can't ask such an individual to join her peerage. Yes. Now remember. Seraphal leaned forward and her eyes were glowing and her magic presence manifested around the whole room. Both Sona and Ryaz gulped down nervously. I am sticking out my neck for this. We can't lose someone who is at a level that's even above the likes of Da Vinci. He has already created a Pantheon-level worthy security system in his hometown. If we lose him and he joins fallen angels or worse, that bitch's Gabriel side. It won't be pretty. Both of them paled hearing that they quickly responded with a nod. We will treat him as a worthy guest. Don't worry sister. Sona quickly added. Now she knows what is going on. Her sister has a thing for him and she demands proper behavior from her family. The younger Saitri has no idea how this human did all that. But one thing is for sure, he is very good. So good that he made her sister fall head over heels for him. Now she truly wants to meet him. Possibly her future brother-in-law. Well. There are only a few days left till that day. We will see. I will be there as well. Don't you have work? Sona asked with disbelief. Snort, one of his inventions cut my working time by 80%. I finish most of my work before midday. Seraphal quite smugly said that. Oh. Now I remembered. Brother was bragging about something similar as well. But he is quite tight-lipped about it too. Ryaz remembered her big brother spending more time at home now than ever and he is quite smug about it as well. Yes, client confidentiality. Which you two will be signing. This is only going to last until he is ready to reveal himself. So you two only need to keep quiet for a few years. After that, you can discuss this with anyone you like. Seraphal said as she snapped her fingers and she summoned 2 pieces of documents. Both Ryaz and Sona quickly picked them up and started reading. It was in the basic form. They have seen this in Devil School. And know what it entails. Without wasting their time both signed them and then the document disappeared. You may reveal the information to your peerage under conditions that they can't talk about this. Seraphal with a serious tone explained. I understand, thank you. Good, then it settles it. The Leviathan was satisfied, for now. She will be watching though. So, sister. Is he? Well. You know. Sona fiddled with her dress for a second. She is not used to the serious and, well, Satan-like version of Seraphal. Know what? The older Saitri moved her head aside for a second, trying to see what her little sister meant by that. You like him? Sona asked with slightly flushed cheeks. Seraphal slightly giggled for a second. You didn't hear this from me. But, yes. It would appear that I have things for men who can build wonders from scraps they find in a garage. She started talking animatedly before getting serious once more. That's why you two will be on your best behavior. I was working for years to build trust with him. And I don't want to lose it now. Sister. Won't it be easier for you to just say that you like him? Sona tried to reason with that. Snort, I was summoned by him because I am Satan Leviathan. I was summoned to help him to set up pipes for his workshop because I am Leviathan and an expert in water manipulation. She said while rolling her eyes. I told you, didn't I? He has already installed a Pantheon-worthy security system in his hometown being the same age as you two. What? He is the same age as us? He summoned you for what? Both of them were shell-shocked to hear that. This means that I was qualified enough to be summoned. But you are Satan's sister. Sona pointed out with disbelief. And he single-handedly, with a blob of clay built a surveillance system which will last as long as Earth rotating around the sun. What of it? Seraphal said with an eye roll. Which made both of the younger girls shut their mouths before they could say anything. Creating things is much harder than destroying them. While my power is impressive, he has already found ways to beat me. He did? Sona squeaked funnily. Sigh, I already told you that he is a once-in-millennia genius. Do you think I will fall in love with someone average? Seraphol was getting tired of everyone looking down on her Marcus like that. Serst did. Well, not anymore. After seeing Signer, he became a fan. And now her sister still doesn't get the message when she said Pantheon-level security. It means security is good enough for a Pantheon. No. I mean, he is a human. And what is that supposed to mean? He can't be smart? Seraphol said with raised eyebrows. Is her sister getting biased? How? Does smart have to do anything with strength? Ryaz asked from the side. Earning a couple of stares from the Saitri siblings. Suna just groaned. It seems she was too short-sighted. Easy enough. For example, he could build a gun which could kill an ultimate class devil. Seraphol gave them an example with a smile. That's simply impossible. Ryaz said while shaking her head. You want to bet on it? The Satan Leviathan said with a smirk. The redhead girl quickly shook her head. No, she won't be betting on this. While Suna started to understand the scale of things. If her sister is willing to bet, then this human indeed is capable of doing such things. Then this is very big indeed. This means that he is smart to an absurd level. Now the younger Saitri indeed wants to meet him. Wise choice. And since we are discussing him like this, I expect both of you to keep this to your peerage and nothing more. You can tell them that if they fail they will have to deal with me. I understand, sister. There is no need for you to threaten me so many times. Suna said with a sigh. I am only making sure you two understand. We do. Marcus, with a burst of light, I appeared in a Victorian mansion. This was my first time traveling through a teleportation circle. The experience was quite seamless. One moment I was in my garage and next, I was in a large room. The difference though was the time zone. When I left my garage it was nearly midnight, but when I arrived here it was morning. This is the Saitri estate in Kwa. Follow me, let me show you where they are. Seraphol motioned for me to follow her as we started walking towards a pair of double doors. Without wasting any time she opened them and entered inside while I followed after her. The first thing I saw were 4 females waiting for me. The one standing out the most was the redhead. For the simple reason that she was a pure redhead. I have never seen someone with pure crimson hair like that before. A ginger? Yes, I saw plenty of those. But a redhead like that? Nope. Well, I am in what is considered an anime world, not that I saw any black lines on my body or anything like that. I am pretty sure some world governing laws are much weaker, my technology is a proof of that. I am having a much easier time with them. Either that or, my genius simply went up to a completely different plateau, so much so that I find making things much easier. Back to the matter at hand. Apart from that beautiful hair, she was a carbon copy of Venelana. A younger and much more naive version with longer hair. Next was the black-haired girl next to Ryaz Grimory. Her queen Akano Himejima. A girl who is the daughter of Baraki Eel. One of the top dogs of Grigori and Lightning of the God. A girl who doesn't want to use her inborn powers because she doesn't like her father. My only comment to that is, she's stupid and wasteful. Next on the other side of Ryaz, is Seraphol's little sister Suna Saitri. I can see some similarities between them. Where Seraphol can easily pass as a socialite, Suna can pass as a librarian. The sharp glasses only add to that. The only difference is that she has striking purple eyes. As for the last, it's Suna's queen who is quite similar to Suna with sharp glasses, a girl from a prestigious clan of exorcists. With a sacred gear no less. Just like Ryaz queen, this one had similar treatment because of how different she was. All I can say about this, it is basically like saying, one's trash is another's treasure. Now that I think about it, this place has an enormous concentration of sacred gears. I have not even found one in my hometown. Yet this small town has more than a few running around. Well, it's either something to do with the amount of magic in the air or just some main city bullshit. Internally I sighed. Since I am here I might as well find out all those little secrets. Smiling to myself I walked forward toward the group of girls. They all looked nervous, like they were standing on extremely thin ice. It seems Seraphol words have cut them very, very deep. The small group of devil ladies waited with a nervous look as they knew the current Leviathan would soon bring over the genius inventor Marcus Goldman. The moment they learned his name they tried to find anything they could about him. All they got was classified information under Satan Leviathan's seal. So they tried to do the same in the human world. It was the same. They could not find anything for the simple reason that he lives on the other side of the globe. In other words, there was nothing on him. Even if it was, it's under Seraphol's watchful eye. They didn't even know what he looked like. When the doors opened their backs strengthened and they tried to look as professional as they could. The moment Suna and Ryaz saw him they were having a hard time believing that he was the same age as they. He looked far too mature. Broad shoulders, Short black hair, striking brown eyes, he looked as if he knew what he was doing, but the most striking thing about him was his magic level is even bigger than ours. Sona thought with a little bit of sweat rolling down her forehead. Her queen was the same as she fixed her glasses for a second. She has never met someone their age with this much magic. Is he truly a human? Ryaz tried to comprehend how this guy has this much magic. While Kano wanted to lick her lips after seeing him. Marcus, here they are. The girl with sharp-looking glasses similar to me is Sona. The one to her right is her queen Tsubaki Shinra. And to my sister's left is Ryaz Gremory and her queen Kano Hanjima. Seraphol introduced them all in a single breath. This made the girls slightly out of the element. They expected a proper introduction. Well, ladies, you are responsible for the Kwa from now on, correct? He asked with a harmless smile. Why, yes. Both Ryaz and myself will be sharing the burden. I will be watching over the city during the daytime while she will do it at night time. Sona quickly explained simply and as professionally as possible. I see. Simple enough. Have you two decided where you want the core of the barrier system to be placed? He asked them as he instantly moved towards the main dish. Both devil heiresses did not expect for him to move directly at that. Now they know why Seraphol did such a simple introduction. He simply wants to get this over with. Well, I suppose since Kwa Academy is our seat of power here, so maybe the school basement? Sona answered after thinking for a bit. She then looked for Ryaz, who nodded back at her. Very well. He nodded at them and then looked back at Seraphol. Sarah, where is the exact location of the building compared to the city? He asked her. Both Sona and Ryaz looked with a little bit of wonder and awe hearing how he calls Leviathan by her nickname. The academy is located more to the north of the city center. I can assume you are going to need to adjust the deployment? Like back in your town? The black-haired Satan answered after thinking about it for a bit. If it's true, then yes, I will need to adjust the dispersive magic from the core. Nonetheless, I need to double-check that on the map. This would be a good moment to add map tracking as well. Marcus said the last part more to himself than to the rest of the group. Right. Then let's go to this academy of yours, ladies. He said after turning back to the group. Now? Sona asked with disbelief. All she got back was Seraphol's stare. The younger Saitri gulped down. As sure? We can teleport there before anyone comes for classes. The Saitriera said while fixing her glasses and hiding her sweaty forehead. This was way too fast for her. While Marcus simply nodded at her. Very well. Sarah will transport us there. As you wish. Without wasting much time, a large Leviathan circle appeared underneath them before teleporting them into school grounds. Well. Show the way. He motioned to Sona. Oh, okay. As expected from the posh pillar houses. The school. I mean the academy was beautiful and very European. I don't know what they are planning, but this was ridiculous. If you are moving in, at least try to adapt to their culture. At least they have the whole shoes policy in place. I will be able to enjoy some of the cultural things. Though, I don't think I will be coming here often unless of course there is some loot. I mean some profitable enemies to fight. Nonetheless, the walk was not silent as Seraphol kept telling me things about the academy. Trying to rope me in and trying to transfer me here. Her little sister quickly picked it up and started chipping in from time to time. My reaction to all that was an eye roll. Seraphol saw that and showed her tongue at me. All she got was another eye roll. Very cute. Especially when it comes from one of the top leaders of a supernatural faction. Who was acting all cute and cuddly with me. It was even better when Ryaz and the other two saw our little exchange. They were quite shocked. This is the basement. We haven't touched anything here. Sona spoke professionally as she showed the large empty area. Nice, this will do. I said while looking around. It was built from strong concrete. The walls were done through a combination of magic and regular means. I see. So this is how you guys build. To keep things from disappearing you use magic to create the reaction which, in turn, allows the result to stay. While this is quite energy consuming, it still allows you to keep things after the demonic energy runs out. I said while inspecting the walls. The younger devils looked at me with slight disbelief while Seraphol just smiled. Not fair. I'm still trying to figure out your transmutation circle. The Leviathan said with a pouty look. It's not my problem that you prefer to stare at me when I work. I said with another eye roll. This time she huffed and looked away. You figured that out from touching the wall? Sona asked while trying to keep her glasses from falling off her nose. Indeed. Quite easy, the residue is still there. While very faint, I can still feel demonic energy in the creation of this. I explained while pointing my finger at the wall as I looked around for more. Bebet. Chapter 9, Finding Boosted Gear. The group of girls truly wanted to stay and watch how Marcus worked. But they have school. And since Serafal is here and they didn't want to look like they are incompetent and can't do their duties properly. Especially since they were the ones who asked to came to the human world in the first place. They needed to attend their classes. Thus leaving the genius inventor alone with the Satan. It was the first day of human school for Ryaz and Suna, but their minds were not on the classes. All they could think about was the guy downstairs setting up a surveillance system for their town. Especially since Serafal has hyped him up so much, they needed to see him work. And so the moment the last bell rang, they rushed downstairs to see what was going on. "What is that?" Ryaz asked with wide eyes. "It looks like a diamond," Suna said while adjusting her glasses. "I know it looks like a diamond, but diamonds don't glow or emit white glowing particles," the redhead said with an eye roll. "True. And I am just telling you what I see," Suna snarked back as she shrugged. After their small shock, they walked into the room. Looking around, they could see that it was now some sort of a ritual room combined with a sort of sci-fi reactor-type room. Some types of glass panels were spinning around the diamond. The two devils assumed that they were absorbing the magic energies which were being emitted by the diamond-shaped thing. There were also runic carvings spread throughout the whole room. Walls, ceiling, ground. Nothing was spared, and by this point, the pair were wondering just how quickly this man worked. Even a devil takes his time when doing rituals like these. Yet, he did all of this during the time they were attending classes. I thought barrier things like that are magical. Why is there a computer terminal of sorts there?" Ryaz asked Suna with a confused look. "Why are you asking me? You think I have a clue of what's going on here?" The younger Saitri almost hissed at Ryaz from annoyance. And frankly, she is feeling quite inadequate. She saw runes from at least 3 different cultures, and she can bet that there were others that are from different supernatural cultures as well. Meaning that Marcus knew more than her. And she spent most of her life in a library. Her brain was trying to come up with some sort of explanation on how this is physically possible. "I thought you knew more than I did," Ryaz said with a casual shrug. All she got back from her friend was a hiss. The younger Saitri just hissed like a cat at Ryaz, who found it incredibly amusing. "No, I don't. This is beyond me," Suna said to her redhead friend before looking around for the teen inventor. Moments later she finally found Marcus. The genius inventor was sitting in front of a table with a futuristic laptop on top of it. There were several cables connected to it. These cables were also connected to the diamond-shaped barrier reactor. Sona then saw her older sister sitting on the table with a book in hand. Meaning that her older sibling was here the whole time. All the younger Saitri could think of this situation was that, yes, the Satan Leviathan is pretty much infatuated with a human inventor to the point that she spends the whole time with him regardless of anything. Even work. She wonders what would happen if the people of the underworld learned of this. A shiver went down. Just imagining the chaos. One of the most powerful devil females infatuated with a human. "You two are here. Nice. Come over. Let me explain some things." Hearing his voice, both of them were stiff for a bit. Nonetheless, they quickly went over. Serafal lifted her head from her book and looked at the pair. She smiled before going back to her book. Sona didn't know if it was a good type of smile or a bad type of smile. Well, time will tell. First, the barrier core. Marcus pointed at the diamond-shaped core casually from his chair. And yes, it was a comfortable PC chair that he got from somewhere. The official name is the Diamond Core Heart. It's something I have designed and created myself. The core reactor was carved with magical intent to give it more sturdiness. It has 3 protection layers. Since this one has a slightly different purpose from mine, the first 2 layers are spread throughout the whole city. The first layer is surveillance, the magic that spreads throughout the city observing its population. Once a certain threshold of magic is reached, the magic will react to it and let you know. This is where the second layer comes in place. Observation. Once that threshold is reached, the magic will show you who it is and where it is. And lastly, the third layer. The third layer is protection. It can only be activated manually from this area. It turns school into a fortress that even ultimate class devils will have an issue with breaking through. Marcus gave a long yet brief explanation without even breaking his facial expression. Both listened with abrupt attention. The pair were quite fascinated and awed by what they heard. This thing protects against ultimate class devils' attacks? Where does it get its power? I do believe the Shindo Pantheon will be dissatisfied if they learn that we drained Japan of magic to kickstart this, Suna said with some concern. It's based on Marcus' MTM technique, Serafal said from the side as she was playing with her. What do those letters stand for? The younger Saitri was very curious about this. Technique. Motion to magic. The core was kickstarted by a motion that created magic. Once that is done, that magic enters what is called a loop of magic creation. A loop-based reactor. In other words, it creates magic from nothing. And it will last forever. The older sister of Suna explained with a casual shrug. So you did listen to my explanation? Marcus said with fake awe. Of course I did. She exclaimed, almost angrily. Well, it was hard to tell, especially since you were spacing out. The genius inventor shrugged at her. Of course I was spacing out. You just told me that the reactor will last as long as the planet. I was shocked and awed and all the other stuff when one is gobsmacked. The Leviathan said that in a single breath. Right, well I went through that days ago when I finished the maths behind it. I guess you need real proof. He said with a shrug. Are you still awed by your stuff? She asked curiously, forgetting about previous comments for a moment. On a theoretical level. When I realized that I got it down and the item's possibilities. He explained to her as his gaze returned to the pair who were listening attentively to what they were saying. Now for the part in which I need you to. Marcus said as he got up from the chair and started walking towards the computer terminal. I will add you two into the system. At this moment the core is only working in this room. To make it citywide you will need to send your peerage members to mark the boundaries of the barrier. I will do it. Both nodded and answered at the same time. Marcus prefers them this way, after all, he watched the anime and knows how these two can be and how much trouble they can end up in. Now, it will be even better. They are going to get monitored by him 24/7. Meaning that, the moment they are slacking in their jobs he can instantly report to either Venelana or Seraphol. He might not be their father but they are part of his tests. And he has fired people for less in his previous life. Good to hear. He nodded at their response before walking over to the computer terminal and starting to press buttons on the screen. It's a touch screen. The redhead whispered at Suna, who nodded, looking very curious. All she could see were letters and numbers on the screen. She has no idea what is going on. That was until the screen went dark and then restarted itself. This time the screen showed Aurora Borealis, before the lights formed into letters showing Aurora Terminal V1.0. Seconds later the letters faded out and showed a very futuristic terminal. To Ryaz, it looked like something ripped right out of an anime or a video game. She could see the terminal taking readings from the diamond core, showing them in numerical values and lots of spinning icons. The redhead felt that it was way over her head. After pressing on the terminal Marcus looked back at the pair. Put your hand on the screen. It will register and link you to the barrier. After saying that he took a step back and made some space for the pair. Both of them nodded seriously. It looked like they were about to do something intensively big. The genius inventor internally rolled his eyes. The first one to step up was Suna. She looked at the screen and saw a window that said, Register new user, and below it was a simple image of a palm. She figured that she had to put her hand on that specific area. Without wasting any time she put her hand on the image. Instantly, she felt some drain on her magic. Her eyes widened. That moment she knew that it was a seamless magical machine. She could not even see the difference between magic and technology by this point. It was just that good. Soon enough she saw her image. And a full 3D profile has been constructed on her. Even her occupation has been filled up. This was the most powerful registering tool she has ever seen. User number, 01, username, Sona Saitri, user species, Pure Blood Devil from 72 Pillars, user occupation, City Overseer, user clearance, barrier user. It did all that from just taking a bit of my magic? Sona asked with sweat rolling down her forehead. This stuff is incredible. Indeed. It was reading your magic. Now Greenery, you're up next. Hearing that, the younger Saitri walked away and gave some space for Ryaz. Marcus quickly set it up to register for a new user once more. The redhead quickly did the same as her best friend. Only that, she didn't mingle much in front of the terminal. She was very satisfied seeing how perfect the 3D copy of her was. User number, 02, username, Ryaz Greenery, user species, Pure Blood Devil from 72 Pillars, user occupation, City Overseer, user clearance, barrier user. Now that you two are connected, let's test it out. He said that before looking at Seraphol. Sarah, make your presence known. Hearing his command the Leviathan called forth her magic. At that moment both Sona Saitri and Ryaz Greenery experienced something akin to a vision. They saw Seraphol channeling her magic in the basement next to the diamond core heart. This is incredible. Will we be able to sense anyone in the town? Sona asked while making sure her glasses didn't fall off. Now she understood the full scale of this barrier system. It's simply priceless. Seraphol smiled seeing how her little sister finally understood what this meant. Indeed. The moment someone raises their power beyond a certain level, it will react. I made it especially potent against non-devil magic users. Meaning that you will be notified the moment someone like an angel or a fallen angel appears in the city. Marcus explained to them. This is incredible. It's like a system of some sort of barriers. Suna said after realizing what this means. Seraphol smiled for a bit. If only her baby sister knew that this was based on the heaven system. She would probably pass out. You can see it in more detail if you get closer to the diamond core, he said with a smile. And Sona quickly walked over and got a closer look. Seconds later the younger Saitri gasped. It's like a complete ecosystem of some sort. Seeing how Sona reacted, Ryaz walked over and checked it herself. It's beautiful. And complex. Most importantly, it's magically based. It's like technology but created through pure magic. The younger black-haired devil said with the awe of a small child. She then looked at Marcus with stars in her eyes. How did you make all those magics from different pantheons work so seamlessly? This is simply incredible. Well, they were like a puzzle. The difficult part is figuring out the shape and where you have to place it in a big image. He explained simply. But that should take hundreds of years of studying. Or someone a little bit smarter than normal finds a pattern and figures it out. He said with a shrug. Yes, little bit. Sona said, her eyebrows twitching. She had the urge to punch him but she resisted it. A little bit does not describe what he just did. In layman terms, Marcus basically unified the whole world's magical languages into one universal language and then used it to make the magical equivalent of a computer. If that's a little bit, then she should be considered a vegetable. And the rest of humanity drooling meatbags. Indeed. This is nothing more than a little brother compared to what I have built in my place. Sona gulped down hearing that. If this was just a little brother, then how complex and big was the diamond core in his place? Wait. Sister said that he has pantheon-worthy protection. Does she mean in the literal sense? The younger Saitri's eyes widened, and her face pales. Now she has started to see truly how much he is worth. No wonder Seraphol threatened her multiple times over that meeting. For the next part, I want your peerage members to split up and place these markers just outside the city limit. It will work like boundaries. Once it's done, the diamond core heart surveillance will activate. Marcus pulled out a pair of briefcases from thin air and gave them to the confused pair of girls. Inside of these, there are instructions on how to do it. Think of this as the first mission from me as my devil contractors. He said, quite seriously, and the pair quickly nodded. Leave it to us. Sona professionally said while fixing her glasses. She was going to perfect this no matter what. Same with Ryaz. Few days later, for the past several days, Marcus has been living in the Saitri estate in Kua. Even then, Sona had no chance to even have a proper conversation with him. And it was just infuriating. A man which she sees as the next genius of the millennia is living under the same roof as her and she has no chance to ask tons of questions. It was just annoying. Nonetheless, it was partially her fault as well. Because she spent countless hours with the markers and testing this incredible surveillance system. Once it was set up, she could utilize something akin to the view from the eyes of a bird and check the city from the top. It was just that great. Not that her happiness will last for long, as she soon realized that Marcus will be leaving. Since officially he was just on a holiday leave. And because Japan doesn't have those 2 weeks of Christmas holidays like the European countries do. On paper, he was just on holiday in Japan. And he will be going back to his country soon. This means she doesn't have much time left. That's why she decided to look for him and befriend? Maybe get some missions? Learn something from him? This was one of those moments when she didn't quite have the time to even think of a proper plan. In the end, she arrived at one of the living rooms where she knew he was staying. She was about to call for him, but then she felt her sister's presence. Sona quickly reeled in her magic as much as possible and decided to listen in. This was the perfect moment to find out how deep of a relationship her older sister has with him. Slowly she positioned herself so that she could have a look. Leaning close to the wall as much as possible. Finally, she was able to see him without any obstructions. And her cheeks instantly exploded with blush. She saw her sister sitting on his lap in a very intimate position while he was reading something from a device. How long do you think it will take for those two to figure out that they can track sacred gear holders? Sona heard Marcus' voice. The younger Saitri assumed that he was asking this to her older sister. We can find sacred gears with this. Just how good is this diamond core heart? Sona's heartbeat accelerated just thinking of how quickly she will be able to fill up her peerage if this is true. Foo-fa-foo. How many secrets did you leave for those two? The younger Saitri blushed more when she heard how seductive her older sister was sounding. Did they already go the whole way? Damn, sister. He is as old as I am. Still though. He is hot. And super smart. Well, calling him just smart is an insult. Genius maybe? Yes, genius. And his body is. That confidence. Sona shook her head. Her mind was going into the gutter. She needs to learn more instead of having these thoughts. Quite a bit, they will be able to learn it if they are driven. So, instead of going in circles, give me a non-biased version of what you think. The younger Saitri was impressed by how he was holding back against her seductive older sister. She was quite impressed by his resilience. Fine. If you insist. Suna will discover most of the functions first. Since she is more driven than Ryaz, who is by all accounts just playing around. The Leviathan explained what she was thinking. Her younger sister was slightly feeling proud of herself that her older sister has such a positive non-biased view of her. Grimoire is not playing around. She is running away. She believes that all her problems will be solved by themselves. That is what I found out about her. This girl is a classic princess who believes things will fix themselves. Simply put, she is waiting for her hero to pick her up. Once that is done, she will start moving. Suna paled after hearing that. He already has Ryaz completely figured out? But he was not even around her. What kind of monstrous existence is this guy? The younger Saitri felt chills going down her spine. All she heard was Seraphal's laugh. That's why I like you so much. You could easily be a Satan. The older sister of Suna laughed with an extremely amused tone. You must be joking. You want me to govern? I will turn the whole population into test subjects if I become a leader. She heard him say with a dull tone. Just imagining a whole population turned into test subjects made Suna shiver. This sounds like what a real diabolic devil would do. Ha! You didn't see Suna or Ryaz complain. They were excited to test your things. That moment the younger Saitri realized that yes, she is already a test subject. And she didn't even realize it. Nope. You just want me to become a devil and take Lucifer's position or something. He said that with a sigh. Suna could already imagine that. Seraphal probably just wants that so that she could flaunt her boyfriend, by that time husband, to the rest of the devils. More specifically the council. Maybe any girl would want to show off their boyfriend to the rest of the world. The Leviathan said with a cute voice. By this point, Suna can see that her sister is getting very touchy with the genius inventor. And your way is by making me an office worker? He asked her with a dumbfounded look. He already stopped reading from the device and instead looked at Seraphal. Who knows, by that point you could revolutionize paperwork. Maybe it would even become an interesting activity. Probably. I already have several ideas just by thinking in that direction. See? You can do anything. If you put your mind into it, and you would be the most perfect and most powerful Lucifer if you truly would want it. Oh, by Satans, she wants him to reincarnate. Well, that is obvious. But would he? Suna was shell-shocked and at the same time excited and terrified by this idea. Snort, you need better offers than that. Little Sarah. Slap. The younger Saitri blushed seeing and hearing that. He just slapped Seraphal's ass. All I can offer is myself. In any form you want, I need to get out of here. Suna quickly realized what was going to happen next. She quickly dashed off. Her blushing reached a completely different level. Never did she expect Marcus to do things like that to her sister, who is one of Underworld's strongest and is a leader. This was beyond anything she could have thought. The next morning in the living room, Suna was having breakfast when her older sister entered the room. Seraphal walked over to her little sister, who could not even look at her older sibling without blushing. The older Saitri leaned forward and started whispering into her ear. Marcus gave you a head start yesterday, don't waste it. It's very rare for him to do that. It would seem my countless hours and days of seductions paid off. In some way. The Leviathan's words made Suna pale and turn whiter than she ever was. They knew she was there. They knew the whole time and still acted like she was not there. You do realize that you are using his system for tracking, right? The very same one which he designed, created, tailored. We most definitely knew you were there, Sotan. That's why, use this moment to gather your peerage. Seraphal patted her little sister's head before going to get some coffee. Sister. Isn't he the same age as me? And you? The black-haired Satan started laughing after hearing that. If you use age like that, Sotan, then you very much have wasted your life. And me? I should kill myself for wasting centuries. Just don't. Don't use age to measure him. Otherwise, you will lose any drive you have for anything. Because you will feel inadequate. The older sister said to her younger sibling very seriously. Yes. I suppose you are right. It's just so difficult. While we were wasting time in classes, he put that core in the academy basement. I felt like I wasted my day. Suna said angrily, forgetting what she saw yesterday. You felt that just by being next to him in a day. I have spent the past 3 years with him, Suna. I saw him make everything, and I know how you feel, even more than you can imagine. By this point, I realize that you have to focus on what you are good at. I know I am good at reading people, as I am the one who is responsible for the diplomacy of my race. If his achievements make you feel like that, then use that to make yourself better. Seraphal said from personal experience. She felt very much completely weak and even pathetic in front of a teenage human. It was an experience she doesn't want anyone else to feel. I see. Thank you for giving me advice, sister. It's nice to have you around like that. Suna said with a small embarrassed smile. Oh. So Tan is so cute. Seraphol hugged her baby sister. Gah. Release me. Why, you smell like man's perfume. Suna said with a bright red face after getting out of her hold. He embarrassed? The Leviathan said with an amused laugh. Why, you should get a shower, you will be going to the office today, right? The younger Saitri said with a flushed expression. Don't worry, the older sibling said in a sing-song voice. She started walking towards the kitchen, ignoring the previous comment. Marcus, target located, unique magical signature detected, scanning. 78% visual fit according to the previous description of the target, possible longinus boosted gear host found. I lifted my aura glasses after reading the latest notification. Finally, I have found the target. Finding him like this was annoying. For the simple reason that his magical signature was that weak. It's even below regular humans. So he was like swimming below anyone's radar. But there is an easy way to find him. Just apply a specific filter and he will stand out like a sore thumb. There is only one guy in the whole of Kua who has that below average amount of magic. After finding him, I did some tracking and Aurora did some routine observation. Building up his daily schedule. After that was done, I went to the location of which he would most likely pass and simply waited for him. Putting on my glasses, I tracked him through Diamond Core surveillance. Seeing that he was quite close, I pressed a button on Caster's handle and a thin card-like object came out. That was the cartridge. Storing it into my cartridge deck, I pulled out another and inserted it into the gun. Caster loaded with stun cartridge. Reading the notification and dismissing it mentally, I simply waited while leaning against a wall. A few minutes later, I saw a brown-haired teen with a silly grin on his face walking towards the road of which I was waiting for him. He was going home after watching hentai with his two idiot friends. Going home quite late. Alone. The best time to mug someone. But this is Japan. The crime rates are extremely low. So, the perv is not even afraid of going home late. Nonetheless, this time it's going to be different. Lifting Caster, I pointed at him and pressed the trigger. The brown-haired teen turned around and saw a bolt of electricity slam into him. His whole body twitched as quite a bit of electricity smashed into him. Before collapsing on the ground, I holstered the gun and walked over. Aurora did a scan on him through magic. The guy was perfectly fine, his body just went into an unconscious state. I got on one of my knees and put my right hand on him. Several white magic circles appeared around him. I quickly did a quick scan, checking if he truly held the boosted gear. So, it is. Good. This means that I didn't waste 30 minutes of my life waiting for this waste of oxygen. I stopped with the scan. While mentally connecting to Uchiha. Sarah, come to me. I said while getting back on my feet. Moments later, a Leviathan circle appeared next to me and Seraphol was now standing next to me. Master? Where? Who is he? She looked around before spotting the downed pervert. Meet the Red Dragon Emperor. I said plainly. What? He is this generation's Red Dragon Emperor? But, I can't sense anything from him. She exclaimed for a moment while focusing on the downed form. Her senses were digging into him. Put your hand on him, send some magic to check. I said with an eye roll. Sarah did just that as she scanned him properly. Yes. I can sense faint dragon energy. How did you even find him? She stopped with her scan and turned around to look at me. I found him when I did a scan of the city's population. He has a remarkably low, extremely low amount of magic. But for some reason it emits dragon energy. So a check later and I found out that he is this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. I said with a shrug. Before getting serious. Take him to Saitri Estate. I will do a proper scan on boosted gear over there. He will make a perfect subject for those two girls. I want to see which one of them will find him first and recruit him as their peerage member. She stumbled for a bit after hearing that. Nonetheless, she cast an extra sleeping spell on him before sending him away in another magic circle. That's quite devil-like of you. Treating a poor little human like some test subject. You truly would make a good Satan. Still though. How do you know he will accept being in a peerage after unlocking his boosted gear? Seraphol asked me as she leaned forward to cuddle with me. Because his dream is to be the harem king. And he has said that at least 6 times in the past 3 days and mentioned a pie at least 47 times in a single day. Today. He is the perfect individual to be exploited by a devil. Promise some a pie and a harem and he will be willing to sell his soul. I said that with a dull voice. Nonetheless, I gave the glasses to Seraphol to read over the file on this guy. This. Sai-Hi-O-2. What a weird human he is. My money is that he will be Rai as peerage member. My Sotan would probably kill him or trade him the moment she can. The Leviathan said with an amused look. True. Still, I want to see who will discover him first. I said that while wrapping my hand around her waist. Yes. This will be a good test for them, with the prize being a Longinus user in the peerage. It would seem your visit here isn't as dry as you thought. The black-haired devil lady said with a happy tone. She took off the glasses and looked very happy with this development. Yes. It's quite fascinating how many sacred gear users are in this town. I mentioned the weirdness of this place, before focusing on the matter at hand. Why don't you take me back? I still need to scan that pervert and drop him back in his house. Chapter 10, Ancient Computers. Once I was back at the Saitri estate, I immediately pulled out my laptop. My laptop was another gadget which I made in preparation for my trip to Japan. Just like my PC, the laptop parts are extremely easy to change and replace. It was fully designed to be easily upgradable. With my laptop in hand, I walked over to the knocked-out brown-haired teen. Pulling out several magic readers that looked like what doctors use in hospitals to read a person's heartbeat. I wrapped them around his left hand, then connected them to my laptop. I then put my hand on him as I started sending some magic into him. Finding boosted gear and making it physically visible. For some, it's quite hard. For others, not so much. All one needs is to find the switch. Moments later, in a burst of red, the twice critical form appeared on his left hand. It doesn't look like boosted gear. Seraphwal said from the side as she was observing it all. That's because the core of the gear is still asleep. Drake is what makes boosted gear the boosted gear. Otherwise, it's nothing more than a twice critical. I simply told her, as white circles started to appear around the pervert's hand. Seeing all that, I immediately started operating my laptop, starting the gearscare.x. Seconds later a window appeared and the magic circles started spinning. A progress bar for the scan appeared on the screen. Once the scan started, I leaned back into the Victorian-era couch and simply waited for the basic scan result. Scan completed. Sacred gear boosted gear scan complete. Scan uploaded to Aurora Network. Do you wish to read the log? Without wasting any more time, I pressed yes. I saw the 3D image of boosted gear and its core, Drake. The scan has fully scanned the dragon's signature and its energy readings. Meaning that just from the readings alone, I could now start developing either dragons since they are beings of pure energy, or start creating weapons to fight against them. Finding out how energy got consciousness will be an interesting side activity. Nonetheless, the dragon's soul at the moment was not interesting. What is interesting though, is the data boosted gear has collected over the centuries. The moment I pressed on it, my laptop lagged for a second. The amount of information it had was astounding even for me. When I started reading, I realized that all of boosted gear's previous hosts had left a small bit of themselves after their death. Basically, it's like a cache of an app or something like that. According to the logs, the admin of the system should be cleaning it after each cycle. But since the admin, the big G, kicked the bucket, no one could maintain the gears at their proper condition. Thus the cache continued to pile up, eventually starting to affect the gear itself. Since the gear is directly linked to the host's emotional level, it can also affect it fundamentally. If this was any less sturdy, then boosted gear should by this point crumble and turn into dust. But instead, it started mutating. I explained to Seraphwal since I knew she was waiting for an explanation. What do you mean? The black-haired devil lady asked with bated breath. She is super focused now that we were researching one of the Longinus. The boosted gear is full of the remnants of previous hosts. It reached to the point where the gear started mutating, unlocking something classified as Juggernaut Drive by the system. It's something that should not be possible and dangerous for the gear, and it would most likely kill the host. It's quite simply tapping into Drake's power without any restraints. No human should be able to do that without decades of training. There are logs stating that it has killed countless hosts over the past 2,500 years. I explained to her as I showed her the, now sorted out, logs. Showing a host's name and reason of death being error, Juggernaut Drive. The gears are like miniatures computers or something? She asked with confusion and lots of disbelief. In a sense. They are magical computers, yes. But boosted gear is extremely simple. It's like tinkering with the very first Windows. I answered honestly. Then again, they were first created when humans were still playing around with clay and trying to figure out how to make bronze weapons. Snort tell that to Azazel, who has been tinkering with them for the past 1,000 or so years. Seraphwal snorted at me with a cute pout as she crossed her arms and looked away. It's not my fault that he is cluelessly walking through a forest without the right direction, I said with an eye roll before returning to the logs and digging deeper, finding the files related to the balance breaker, which is recorded as, hey. It's amusing how everyone is praising the scale mails and its power, which in truth is recorded as nothing more than an error in the system. I pointed at the screen. By this point, Seraphol had walked over and ended up sitting comfortably on my lap. So it's true then. Balance breakers didn't exist when the biblical god was around. The black-haired devil lady said with wide eyes. No. Because they are spiritual level artifacts, they get affected by the host's raw emotions. Most of the time rage, on a lesser scale than willpower. For example, our boosted gear here has an 86% ratio of achieving scale male through anger and rage alone. The other ones are the need for power or lust for more power. I explained to her while pointing at the statistics. This is incredible. The boosted gear is like an open book to you. Could you recreate it? She asked that while thinking for a bit. I am already using what you all know as the boost ability of the Welsh Dragon. It's in the Diamond Core Heart and Caster and Pollux. I said with an eye roll before checking out more on the scale mail. What I found is extremely disappointing. Well, this is primitive beyond belief. I thought the scale mails were a masterpiece worthy of studying. But this is basic. The dragon energy is spread throughout the whole body and is then crystallized as an armor. It's simple. I said with disgust. All I need to counter this is an anti-dragon field. The crystallization will fail, and the boost in energy will disappear, the gear user will be naked after that. And that's just an anti-dragon energy field. I could also just use anti-dragon magic and this Longinus user would simply be dead. Tell me, Sarah, you call this Godslayer worthy? It's nothing but the basics among basics. If gods are this basics then. It's just sad. I said while shaking my head, I thought there was more. But this is just sad. If they are so reliant on a single thing like this, then I will abuse it, until they learn their lesson. After my short outburst, Sarah didn't say anything else. She knew that she was not so different as she was purely reliant on her demonic magic. Still, there were some noteworthy stuff to look over. Specifically, boosted gear's boost ability. Turns out it's not that mysterious after all. Hey. So to use it you just need to transform willpower into magic. I said while having a thoughtful look. A perfect ability for an emotional being. I said to Sarah. Who nodded back. Indeed. Dragons in general are very emotional beings. The pair of heavenly dragons were especially like that. At least that's what I have heard. They were killed way before my birth. Seraphol added her own 2 bits. I nodded at her before continuing to look for more. I do know that Drake had piercing ability. But none of the recent hosts had it, so I went to older logs. The last Drake host to have the pierce ability was around 1,500 years ago. After that, there was a spell of the average host, resulting in the ability being drowned in the remnants of the lost souls. Truly? I don't even remember boosted gear having such ability. The current Leviathan exclaimed, from the looks of it she never knew the gear even had this ability. That's because the last host to have it was around 1,500 years ago. I said simply. That's a long time ago even by our standards. And the world started to move away from the supernatural as the supernatural started to hide. Meaning that there were fewer chances of boosted gear even awakening. The logs prove that. The period between awakening of the gear is getting wider and wider as time progresses. The world was simply a less dangerous place. I sorted out the files before focusing on the last host. Which didn't even have the scale mail. The last host was around the Napoleon Wars. Making it close to 200 years ago. And the guy didn't even achieve the bug stage. I gave her an overall view from what I have read. Bug stage? She asked with a confused and slightly amused look. The balance breaker is a bug stage which developed from the fact that no maintenance has been done to the sacred gears for the past 2,000 years. I explained to the beauty as my fingers stroked her long hair. I thought it was because no one was sitting in the chair upstairs there. She said while pointing her finger towards the sky. It's the same. The fact that the chair is empty and because no one can properly maintain the system. I said with a disappointed sigh. Pity that the dude is dead. He would have made a good friend to chat over stuff with. I can assume that his art would have been much better after so many years have passed. You sound disappointed. Of course. I lost an interesting individual to chat with. I bet his gears would have been much better if he was around. I said honestly to her. Only you could see the biblical god as a chat buddy. Seraphol said while shaking her head in disbelief. The beauty in my arms simply couldn't believe it. Possibly. Anyway. Time for me to run some maintenance for the gear. I said while starting to run some diagnostics for the gear. What are you going to do? Seraphol asked with a slight amount of concern. I will run some maintenance and clear the cache. You wouldn't want him to achieve Juggernaut Drive simply because Greenery or your little sister refuses to show their boobs or something worse now, would you? I said in an obvious tone. He could do that? I mean achieving Juggernaut Drive just because of that? The beauty on my lap said with a slight bit of trepidation. There are close to 100 remnants of angry hosts. especially because of the rivalry between those two heavenly dragons. It's even worse since this pervert's drive is extra powerful for breasts. He could easily achieve both Balance Breaker and Juggernaut Drive. So I won't risk something like Juggernaut Drive in an area where my tests are being run. I sharply explained to her. Yes, it will be better this way. Seraphal nodded with a slightly paler look. It seems she has started to understand the issue of this. With a few clicks of my mouse, the boosted gear was now clean. And the maintenance fixed the issues in the system. Now, it was safe. There won't be any wacky nonsense of this brat getting power-ups from something ridiculous like poking breasts or just being lust-driven to achieving Balance Breaker. Still though, I will be keeping my eye on this idiot. The dragon factor is quite fascinating. And I have a living test subject, not just readings on the data I have collected. All done, you can take him back to this house. I said to her. Okay. But, where does he live? She asked the obvious. Take Meyer or glasses. I handed over a case with glasses inside. They work in Kua. Seraphal asked curiously as she took them. Yes. The internet is a thing, you know. I said with a shrug. You are using the internet? More like hijacking it, the firewalls are very primitive. I said with a smile. Remembering all the hacks and wild goose chases. I don't even want to figure out how many laws you broke with that. Seraphal said while shaking her head and getting up from my lap. A devil thinking about human laws. Well, that's new. She rolled her eyes at me. I don't care about them. But, it's you who broke them, so that's why I care. She said that simply but honestly. Trying to earn her brownie points along the way. As expected from my cute and sexy not-so-magical girl Sarah. I see. Anyways. Let me first disconnect this guy before you send him on his way. Skipping the conversation about me breaking the law, and I got up from my couch instead and walked over to the pervert's side, removing the scanners and recalling the sacred gear back into his body. On a different note, Master. Can you recreate the boosted gear? Seraphal asked me as she was about to teleport away. Recreate? I can't recreate Drig. Not yet. But, make something better? Quite easily. My MTM is already superior to Drig for the simple reason that he has a limited amount of energy while my MTM can generate indefinitely. Both boost and pierce can be easily replicated. I could even tamper with transfer. There are many ways to make this better, Sarah. You forget that this gear was created close to 3,000 years ago. They were not created to improve like the Juggernaut Drive or Balance Breaker Scale Mail. People in a sense are slowly breaking these toys. And since they are not receiving maintenance, I won't be surprised if the stronger gears with being sealed inside start to explode or break apart to some level. I said with a shrug. I thought he made them impossible to break. Such thing doesn't exist. The sacred gears are resilient because of the alchemical metal they were created with. Now that I scanned the boosted gear, I will be able to recreate this adaptable metal. But, like I said, there is a breaking point to them. 100 or 1,000? Or maybe 10,000 years. The weight of those souls would have made the host go insane quite quickly unless the host decided to deal with the previous hosts themselves. I explained to her while getting back on my seat. So, either the remnants of the souls or gears themselves. The scale mails were not supposed to exist. It's a bug. Each time an excessive amount of dragon energy leaves the gear, it can damage the sacred gear. Simply put, don't use artifacts that are not meant to be used in that way even here. I showed her the logs. The gear had to adapt to 1,340 different cases of burst of energy. While it survived and will survive much more in future, there is always a chance it might just break. I explained to her. I see. This means that you could simply create a gear which can and is supposed to achieve a balance breaker instead of being a bug in the system. She said with an understanding nod. And could simply upgrade it later in the day too. Well, they can't be upgraded unless they are back in heaven and are pulled out from the system and going through maintenance. The worst part of this is that the user still has to have good relations with the dragon inside of it. I added more. By this point Seraphal understood what she wanted to understand and disappeared with the brown-haired pervert. Later, now that the holiday season was over, I had no chance to hunt some stray devils. Though I don't really mind. By that point, I was far too interested in the things I have recorded from the boosted gear. Especially since I was back in my garage. With a much bigger screen. And Aurora which sorted everything out for me. I was able to dive into the data much easier. First, the metal. The metal of boosted gear is special. It's a fusion of Drake's energy and transmuted metal. Meaning that it's much more durable, and the history of it speaks for itself. But at the same time, it's extremely vulnerable to its weaknesses. Anti-dragon fused weapon with soul damage. Could one-shot it or critically damage the structure. And worst case scenario, even destroy it permanently. It's powerful, but it's powerful towards specific things. Now that I know the method, I can start creating my own version of scale mail. Only that mine won't be this primitive. All the boosted gear scale mail does is bypass the restrictions placed on the boost and drag leaks his energy around the host, boosting overall performance of the host by 9-11 times depending on the host's body durability. The armor itself has nothing special, it's simply the crystallization of the draconic energy. There is no special magic in it. No special technology. Nothing. Only Juggernaut Drive develops along in his Smasher, which is also nothing more than the dispersal of excess energy the body has accumulated. A failsafe to protect the gear. That's why I have to create this myself from the ground up, just like with my guns. Minimizing the logs from boosted gear, I went over to the folder named Projects and opened it. There were only 2 projects there. Project Diamond, and Project Aurora. Other things like MTM or Barrier Rail are in separate folders under the name, Systems. Project Diamond was a project way back before I had even created my PC, so I had to backtrack it and type everything down after it was set. This new one though, I need a name with some personal meaning. Remembering all the mecha anime I watched. Remembering the very first one. I quickly went to my internet browser and checked if it exists in this world. Gundam. Seed. Entering the name in the Google search bar and pressing enter, I saw it. It is around. And I am in the period when Gundam 00 is still in the works. Well, this is going to be interesting. I closed the internet browser and went back to my project, creating a new file and naming it Project Freedom. After my favorite mech. Sounds ironic how I am the one enslaving devils but talking about freedom. It can also simply be how the scale mail, or a suit, or whatever it's going to end up as, will give one the freedom to go where normal humans could never go. After the project file was created, I started in the designing stage. Quickly drawing Freedom Gundam. It was weird drawing a mech. I was quite used to drawing cars. But I still drew a perfect copy of it. Funny how the last time I saw this anime was around 30 years ago. I should rewatch it in this timeline to see if they changed the plot in some way. Nonetheless, once I got the front done, I drew the back of the mech. Then from the sides as well. Once those were done, I sent it to Aurora for 3D rendering. Turning around and looking at the mech appearing on the holographic display, I went over putting on the design gloves and the stylus. It was time to make a drawing come to life. First was the obvious. Making a human fit inside of it. Unlike the original Freedom, it won't be a 50-meter tall machine but instead around 3 to 2 meters tall. So resizing it then putting a human inside was the next thing. Nothing too scientific. The only real issue was adjusting the suit to the world. First the chest piece. The thrusters are to be discarded, the suit will run on magic, not uranium. Once the thrusters were gone, I started working on the main power source. And for this, it will be a customized diamond core heart. Unlike the one here in my hometown Orkoa, it won't be shaped properly like diamond. Instead I am only going to have it look like a prism. To make up for the lessened durability, I went with extra layers of protecting casing. After this was done, Aurora did some basic rendering. Adding some basic systems and laying down the technology. Next was the arms. Readjusting it for human physiology, and continuing with spreading the network of magic systems and technology like the servo motors for the elbows, for extra power of the limbs empowered by magic. It could generate even more power. Then for the legs I simply repeated the same process with the arms. Moving on to the helmet. The design of Freedom is to remain. And instead, the inside of the helmet was adjusted to the human head. Adding an Aurora visor and making a full holographic support display. Once that was done, comes the hardest and most important part. The energy wings. Probably the most difficult part. As no matter what I came up with, I ended up in failure. Meaning another system needed to be created just for this. Hey. Let's go with magic crystallization for this. After thinking about this, I went over to the boosted gear logs and found this in Juggernaut Drive. Tinkering for a bit, I created a basic circle for this. Adding it to a handle. A basic MTM circle. And sound of beam a blue lightsaber. Is that a lightsaber? Seraphal asked me as she heard the sound of a lightsaber. Nice, right? Pity that it has no force behind it. I swirled the blade like an amateur for a bit before showing how harmless it is. You could make a bunch of money if you were to sell these. The older devil said with a thoughtful look. Right. I am not sharing MTM with the whole world. I said with a dull tone. You could always replace it with something else. She reasoned with me. I am sure magic crystallization is not widespread either. I haven't heard anyone even using it. I said while turning off the lightsaber and returning to my PC table. Now that I can turn magic into energy wings, I need to make it fly. That's quite simple actually. After thinking of it for a bit, the energy wings will be channeling flight spells. Not only that, it can emit other spells. Like Solomon's signature spell. Adjusting the designs quickly and inputting specific changes, I pressed enter for Aurora to do the math to see if my ideas are feasible. A few minutes later, after spinning in my chair and making Seraphol pout at me again for ignoring her, the math and emulation was done. The design rendering is complete. The armor is possibility at 99.97%. In other words, the current design is possible. I thought seriously. This means the rough design is done. Now for the real deal. It's done. The rough design is done, I said to the still pouting devil lady. Oh? Already? But you have only been working on it for 2 months. Isn't this like a large step forward? Tons of new systems. Making things come together. Seraphol walked over, checking the computer screen. Instead, I pressed the mouse button and dragged it into the holographic display. I wanted to say this before. But, you just decided to make Gundams into a reality. The Leviathan said while shaking her head and walking over to the holographic display. Hey. You know Gundam? I asked her, thinking that she only knows magic girl stuff. I should be the one who is asking this. You never said you were into Japanese anime in the first place. She pouted hard on me. You could easily ask me to cosplay if you want, you know. She said while taking a stance from Sailor Moon. Yeah, for some reason I remember those. Right. We can discuss that at a specific time. Sure thing. As I said, I can dress however you want, she said that with a seductive wink before looking back at the armor. So, what are the specs? She asked me while crossing her hands. The material it will be made with is the very same one Big G used to make his gears. The MTM inside of it will continuously make the armor stronger, making it indestructible in a sense, while also being powered by a diamond core reactor, meaning that I don't even need to use my magic in any sense. Her eyes widened for a second before calming down. In a sense. Indeed. The space inside is limited and there isn't much I can do to make it better, I said while putting my hand on my chin, thinking for a bit. Meaning that G-force or any outside elements can affect it. Magic circles or magic spells can't sort it? She asked me with crossed arms. I will be using both tech and magic to fix those as much as possible. But I won't be flying to space or deep underwater with this. While it will protect from extreme cold or heat, it does still have limited protection from extreme radiation. I will be using barrier magic in future though. At this moment this is nothing more than a mark I so as to have some data to work on when I am making the next model. I explained to her while looking at the holographic display of Freedom Mark I. Even when this is not done I am already having extra ideas for future models. But for now, I need to make this into reality first before I can add those new ideas. I wasn't just working on my scale mail. When I was resting I would occasionally check on how the girls were doing in Kwa. And as expected of Sona, she progressed with her powers and also progressed with her peerage. The girl regularly trains with her peerage. While Ryaz? Her aura showed me that she improved 0% since I had installed Diamond Core Heart. The only peerage member who improved on their own was her knight, the blonde kid with the sword's sacred gear. The devil girl played the regular school student, did her devil contracts and spent time watching anime and indulging herself in modern human society. When she has a marriage hanging on her head. Right. That's the wisest thing to do. I deadpanned after going through the data. She constantly talked with her queen about the marriage. But she never did anything. Didn't try to look for new members even with the Diamond Core Heart. In truth, she did use the barriers a lot. But, that's mainly to satisfy her devil nature and observe humans. Unlike Sona, who did use the power to check if the people had gears or not. After taking a deep breath I decided to show this to Venelana. Either she straightens her daughter out or the redhead won't be receiving any help from me in the future. Before long the brown-haired devil lady was in front of me. Seraphol and even Greyfire were there as well. All of them were curious about my abrupt calling. So around 9 weeks have passed since I installed the Diamond Core Heart in Kwa. As you all know I have been monitoring everything that has been going on there. Including the pair of devil heiresses living there. That moment Seraphol and Venelana stiffed for a bit. Seeing how serious I was, they assumed the worst. Here is the report on their progress. I pulled out 2 tablets and placed them on the table. On the screens there were a pair of pictures, one was of Sona and the other one was of Ryaz. And next to it there was a percentage. Whereas Sona improved by 7% overall, Ryaz was at a respectable 0%. As you can see, Venelana, your daughter has done nothing over the past 2 months. She has not trained her peerage, which overall has a higher potential than Citriaris. Neither has she trained herself. In truth, the only thing she did of worth was her homework. Which I no doubt will help her immensely with her marriage problem. I said with a very sarcastic tone. Which made her blush from shame of her daughter. So, to fix this you will talk with her. And remind her that she is under a devil contract with me. And as a contractor, I am disappointed in her. This disappointment can lead to the point where she will lose any help from me in the future. I do not need people who just use my invention to peep on people constantly and watch what they are doing." The brown-haired devil lady nodded seriously multiple times as she was fighting back her shame. "I understand. I will talk with her as soon as possible. Please give her another chance. We will see. I suggest you go and talk with her now. It's morning in Japan at the moment," I said to her as I looked at the clock on the computer screen. Vanillana the Lady Greenery was furious with her daughter. She has positioned her in the perfect place to receive attention from a genius inventor like her master. The only thing her daughter needed to do was show some motivation to get stronger. She saw what Sona did in the report. The girl did basic things and it was enough for Marcus. All she needed to do was not be lazy. Especially when there was the arranged marriage coming up and her master wanted to see how Ryaz will deal with this issue. What all she did was nothing. Even if she doesn't know what to do, you could at least spend some time practicing your family magic. Like Sona does. That's why she was infuriated by all this. Especially for getting scolded instead of her lazy daughter's place. Without wasting any time, Vanillana teleported directly into Ryaz's office. Mother? What happened? Why are you here?" Ryaz asked with disbelief and complete shock. She did not expect her mother would came to the human world like this. "We need to talk, Ryaz. We need to talk about your laziness for which I was scolded by Leviathan herself," Vanillana said with a pissed-off look. Ryaz gulped down seeing her mother like this. Chapter 11, Freedom First Test Flight. By Satan Leviathan? Ryaz asked. She had a very bad feeling about this. Yes, by Lady Leviathan herself. Do you know how embarrassing it was? Lady Greenery walked over and dropped a file on top of Ryaz's table, before taking a seat. "Read this. This is the summary of what you did in the past 9 weeks as an overseer of Kwa." At that moment Ryaz quickly realized that she might actually be in trouble. She didn't need to read this, she could easily see that she was in a deep mess just by looking at her mother's facial expression. So, without wasting any more time, she picked up the file and started reading it. A few minutes later, she put the file down and realized that, yes, she was in a very big mess. "You want this to end up in the Devil Council? You are an overseer of Kwa City. Worst of all, you are under a contract, the very same contract Lady Leviathan is. She was scolded by Marcus Goldman for trusting you to test the Diamond Core hard abilities. BB, but mother. I did. You were only spying on people. You never tested the magic reader. You never tested the other capacities of it. He was even interested in how you were going to train for your inevitable raiding game against Riser Phoenix. You were contracted to do it. He even left secrets for you to figure out. Suna already figured out half of the capacity on her own." Ryaz looked down, not daring to meet her mother's eyes. To make it worse, this revealed that you were doing nothing in that period. Neither were you studying to be the heiress of Greenery House, nor were you training your peerage in any way. It even stated that your greatest achievement in this period was doing human homework. Vanillana finished her rant as she started staring daggers at her daughter. Vanillana was already frustrated. The brown-haired devil lady was scolded by Marcus himself. It was humiliating for a person who is much older to receive a scolding from a 16-year-old. She doesn't want that to ever happen again. Period. Lady Leviathan positioned Suna and you for the perfect opportunity to be close to a one-in-millennia genius inventor. To test his tools and inventions. He could have even helped you with making pseudo-sacred gears to fight against Riser Phoenix. He already has those according to Lady Leviathan. Ryaz's eyes widened, so did the rest of the girls' peerage who were forced to listen to Lady Greenery rant. Well? This is what is going to happen from now on. If I receive another complaint from Seraphol Leviathan again about this, you will be returning to the underworld, permanently. Until your marriage to Riser Phoenix. Since you don't care about this at all, it would seem. I care. Ryaz snapped when Vanillana mentioned Riser Phoenix. No, you don't. The past 9 weeks you haven't even used your demonic energy once. You didn't practice power of destruction. You didn't practice teamwork with your peerage. Sona does a weekly teamwork training. Weekly magic training. Weekly tactics training. This is your last chance, daughter. Mess it up again. And the next time it won't be me who will be scolding you but Lady Leviathan. She mentioned something about sticking out her neck for you. You don't want her to be angry at you. Lady Greenery finished, this time for real, as she got up from the couch. I hope the next time we will have a happier meeting than this. I will see you later. With a flash of red, she disappeared from the room. The moment her mother was gone, Ryaz collapsed into her chair. She looked like her soul had been sucked out. This didn't last for long as she quickly opened one of the drawers and pulled out a contract. She started rapidly reading through it properly this time. Going page by page. Then she groaned loudly after finishing it. Ryaz? her queen asked with some concern. The contract. It's not a regular one. I thought it was just a regular summoning with the doing it and then being done with. But, this one is a long-term one where you have to follow the contractor for over several years. The red-haired devil heiress exclaimed loudly as she realized that she was being dumb. It didn't just last for the 2 weeks that Marcus was here. Instead it lasted until he decided to reveal himself at large. Thankfully she didn't tell anyone what kind of technology he has developed. Otherwise, she would already be packing her things by now and going back to the underworld. Still, although she was on thin ice at this point, she still can get it back into the game. I thought you read through it properly before signing it. That's the basics among the basics in Devil Society. Her queen exclaimed loudly. She can't believe her king just slipped at the basics like that. Especially on such an important contract. Like you could read this properly when Leviathan was breathing down your back. You could not imagine how serious Suna's older sister was. Raya said with a flustered look. Akana rolled her eyes and sighed with a resigned tone. Of course she was serious, it's important to the whole devil race. And you just showed an important contractor how lazy devils can be. The black-haired queen said with a resigned tone. Maybe so. But he didn't cancel the contract. We can still fix it. Raya pumped herself up. Although, there still was some cold sweat on her forehead. I hope so, just don't provoke Lady Leviathan more. I doubt even Lucifer can save you from her wrath. Especially when it's related to this contract she is so seriously safeguarding. Raya nodded at her queen's words. From what she had seen between Seraphol and Marcus, she knows that something deeper is going on between those two. Especially for Leviathan to suddenly contact her mother like that. Meaning that the Leviathan is probably infuriated with the fellow teen. And the redhead is not going to lie, he is eye candy. Pity that Marcus found her in a very awkward situation, probably dropping his opinion about the Grimoire heiress considerably. Nonetheless, she still has one chance. Well, it's not a chance by this point as a lot is hanging on this. So, she can't be lazy anymore. I won't. I didn't realize that I was still contracted to him. This means we need to draft a training schedule for everyone and start training. Raya said as she had a thoughtful look. Her queen nodded. She was, in a way, happy that they could start training and her king can finally stop with that silly idea of playing a human schoolgirl, especially when her marriage with the Phoenix is so close. After giving Raya a piece of her mind, Vanillana returned to Marcus' garage. Now she needs to rebuild trust with her master. Especially since she doesn't want that Phoenix brat for a son-in-law. Well, that and she doesn't want to force her daughter into a marriage. Since Vanillana knows quite well that Raya wants to choose who she wants to marry. Then, the brown-haired devil lady mind derailed. When she saw her master sitting lazily on the couch with his tablet in hand, assuming he is going through some details with his new invention. But, what truly made her brain stop was that her son's queen was sitting on his lap with quite a flushed expression. The silver-haired maid was feeding him very seductively. It doesn't take a genius to understand what is going on with the Lucifuge. Gee Greyfire. Why you? When did you? Nonetheless, this discovery pulled the earth from underneath her feet. Underworld's two most powerful females serving the same man. This is quite bad. Oh. Lady Grimoire. I am quite busy at the moment. Master requested me to feed him. Greyfire only looked at Vanillana for a bit before returning to feeding Marcus. This looked quite similar to how lovers behave on a date. Not even her son was able to make this woman behave like this. I won't be able to get anything from him like this. Do I truly need to take the next step if I wish for him to help Raya with her arranged marriage issue? Internally Vanillana frowned, realizing that she won't be getting anything when both Seraphol and Greyfire by this point are probably getting railed quite often by him. Before long Seraphol herself returned with a bored look on her face. Assuming she had to attend another boring meeting with the council. Then her eyes widened seeing Greyfire taking her place. Gah. Greyfire. You. When did your relationship with Master develop to the point that you are sitting on his lap? The current Leviathan said with disbelief and some jealousy in her eyes. The moment he used his modified Arzgo Uchiha, I had the urge to serve him. For some time I resisted the surge. But, eventually, it was too much for me, so I decided to serve him to the best of my capacity. And I am the one who steps in when you are not around. The silver-haired maid said with a matter-of-fact tone. Sounding like what she is doing is utterly important. I see. So, the whole Lucifuge serving Lucifer thing transformed into this. Seraphol was trying to understand how much this has affected Greyfire and how much threat the maid is to her. She has a massive servitude fetish. Arzgo Uchiha turned that into power, somehow. Even Aurora can't figure it out. I have run several emulations on this. The only thing which makes sense to me is that she wants this herself. Marcus said from the side, his eyes never left the tablet's screen. Master, that is embarrassing. You can't just say that out loud. The maid said with an angry pout, making both devil ladies see the new face of the silver-haired maid. Both Serafal and Venelana looked at each other with disbelief. This is the ice-cold maid they used to see? I am only stating the truth. And return to your duties, he said sharply, making the maid tingle. Oh. She has turned into a masochist? No. Or maybe? It is linked with her desire to serve, so if her master is not satisfied she will try harder. Serafal thought to herself. She realized that Greyfire may even be a bigger threat than she thought. But, then again, Greyfire is a maid. And Serafal can always take a different position to be close to her master. I need to think more on this. While the Leviathan is thinking about her future, Venelana is already thinking about getting his help to solve Ryaz's marriage. At the moment Marcus is the best candidate for that. He is not related to them in any way and he can support her daughter with gears and other things. But, as it is, Ryaz herself has messed up her chances. Meaning that she might need to take drastic measures. Let's wait and see for now. Ryaz might get herself together and I won't need to do this. The brown-haired devil lady thought with a frown before hiding her frown behind her casual smile. Now that Marcus has two devil ladies who constantly want his attention, she wasn't forced to show her real feelings like that. So, a light mask can easily be placed. Well, as long as she doesn't get too much of Marcus' attention, as her master is meticulous that way. One needs to be like that when surrounded by experienced devils. Over the past few months, she had heard multiple times on how Serafal tried to recruit him to become Serafal's queen. But no matter how much the Leviathan tried to seduce and by all means, fucked her master, he would always joke about it. Meaning that he already sees devils, in some way, as a lower species. Well, at least subconsciously. Thus always denying in any way to become a reincarnated devil. Well, let's sit back and wait. I still have around 3 years until Ryaz needs to marry that brat. Venelana sighed internally, thinking about her lazy daughter. She has such a good core of peerage members. Xerxes worked hard on placing her in the right place for each of them. Yet, she wastes away their potential with her nonsense. Hopefully, she grows up. Otherwise. Later is that song. Serafal appeared in Marcus' workshop after a day of nonsense in her workplace. The first thing she hears is music. This was the first time she heard it. But then again, this was no surprise as her master started doing this with each day he was getting closer to finishing the scale mail. Meteor. Gundam Freedom theme song. Marcus said as he was partially dressed in the armor. He had both feet and arms suited up in the dark gray pieces of armor. Serafal nodded before walking forward and inspecting the chest-piece armor that was safely placed on a specially prepared mannequin. And just like before, when she saw a mere drawing become reality, she saw something from an actual anime become real. Then going through refitting just so that the armor could work in real life. It was a fascinating experience. Now though, Serafal is quite curious on if her master could make true magical girl stuff. While she can imitate the effects to a certain level, she wants the real deal. That's why she wants him to ask her to cosplay as a magical girl, so that she could bring up such an idea. Well, she can only wait for the right moment. So, what are the specs of it? She asked curiously as the black-haired devil inspected it from different angles. This was no longer roboticish but more human armorish. Not as pointy and squarish as the original design but more fitted to be wielded as a suit of armor. Specs. Well, it's not combat-oriented. This is just a prototype. All other scale mails will come from it. Still, if I could place it somewhere. Taking into consideration that it's powered by perpetual energy, the armor is constantly getting powered with it. The metal itself is as strong as the energy flowing through it. The energy wings allow the user to fly at speeds 5 times faster than the speed of sound. And that's the limit because of the G-force cushioning inside of the armor. I guess that the armor could easily tank and keep up with an ultimate class being. That's without assistance from the person inside of it. I haven't tested the limits of my reinforcement magic while in the suit. He explained casually with crossed arms. And that is not combat-oriented? She asked with a baffled look. No. There is not a speck of combat-oriented systems inside of it. So, it's not combat-oriented. Marcus said with a shrug. But MTM alone could technically fight me. If you can make it sturdier it could face a super devil. Since the energy is infinite. She reasoned with him. True. MTM was created with Castor and Pollux, but it never was created as a weapon. It was created as an energy source to power the other system. Once the suit is done I will focus on the real weapons to be wielded by the scale male. He said with a smile. As if the current Mark IV Castor and Pollux is not real weapons. Real weapons? She asked with some trepidation. This was truly getting out of hand. Well, all she can do at this point is to mitigate the damage which could end up directed towards her race. Since the scale mail is based on freedom, it needs its rifles," he said in an excited tone. Seraphol could only nod at him. She wonders what the people behind the anime would think that they inspired the creation of real weapons capable of slaying deities by this point. Marcus around 8 months into building the armor, and it was finally ready. As expected, the hardest part is and always will be the prototype. From there on out, it gets easier as one starts gathering the data with the prototype. It was much easier with her or his help. The AI behind my OS was assisting in the creation of the scale mail considerably, cutting months and even years of work away purely with its calculation. From adjusting the designs to real life, to the grunt work of assembling the pieces. All that is left is to start collecting the data with fieldwork to make the armor better. For this, all of the devil ladies decided to come and check it out. The first proper suit-up and flight. It is either from boredom or they just wanted to see it in action. It doesn't really matter. All that I cared about was flying with the power I created myself. "So this is it? Your answer to the scale mail?" Vanillana asked as she walked around the armor curiously. She was looking at it from all different angles. "It is. Well, not space or deep water worthy. It is still possible to fly to the Arctic with it," I said while putting on skin-tight gloves. "I made a special suit which will absorb some extra G-force, as well as assisting in vital readings specifically for this." My words made her quite baffled. She decided not to comment on the whole space and deep water exploration thing. As if I will be satisfied with only exploring the regular places. "I see. I guess. We have different types of perspectives on things." "You guess? You are Master's first summon and you still don't understand his perspective?" Seraphol said with an eye roll before looking back at me. "Master, we shall follow your progress from the workshop. Let's see how good it is. Worst case scenario, we shall teleport to your location." The current Leviathan reminded me about the countermeasures for the worst case scenario. Although it's impossible for something to happen to me, unless a super devil class is to pop up or a meteorite smashes into me. Nonetheless, Seraphol is always ready to earn her brownie points. I nodded at her before approaching the platform. Seconds later 2 pairs of boots came out from the ground. With 2 easy steps the boots got locked in. I then spread my arms as the mechanical robot arms started putting the armor piece by piece onto my body. Did I copy Iron Man with this? Most likely yes. Although this step came naturally, as the future models will be something closer to nanotechnology. But for now, I need it to be set up the same way Iron Man's first models did. Once all of the body parts were placed and done, with the last one being the helmet, my vision turned completely black before the HUD kicked in. Aurora OS boot up, boot complete, OS startup in process, Aurora HUD online, exoskeleton system online, GeForce support online, Diamond Triangle core stable, CEFS on online and on standby, SNMSS on online and on standby, synchronizing systems, synchronization complete, Freedom Scale Mail MKI is ready and standby. I looked around and the holographic display followed me. The thought-reading runes are working perfectly and reading my thoughts just like I wanted them to. This is the first time I am using more than 2 pieces of the scale mail. Looking at the HUD, it showed that all pieces of armor were green and ready for use. The Diamond Triangle core is supplying an unlimited amount of energy. I am only looking at the readings to see if the flow is good enough and not to check if I will run out of juice, since as long as the core is in place, it will never run out. After doing a simple manual check, I walked forward, the ceiling started lowering itself and I could see the driveway leading out of the garage. Getting outside properly, I looked around. It was just past midnight. Best time to test this. Still though, the suit is very visible. That's why Aurora is in the background to make sure no photos or videos are leaked to the internet. Not that I care much about it, nonetheless, if someone sees me they will have a hard time uploading it to the internet. Taking a deep breath I finally spoke the magical words. Deploy energy wings. Deploying CEFS, a pair of wing frames came out of my back and moments later, pure white energy wings ignited from them. In the middle of my vision, a horizontal line appeared, the flight assistance was on. Then, I thought of flying. Before I realized it, my body was already rushing up at neck-breaking speed. My eyes went wide, I knew that this would happen. But the speed was insane. The numbers and real experience are 2 different things. And before I knew it, I was already high in the air and approaching the red zone. The void of space. Quickly stopping the ascent, I took a deep breath, the suit was far too sensitive. Still though, it stopped the moment I wanted it to stop, the energy wings were just that good. Looking around, I saw the night sky with no cloud in sight, since the clouds were below me. I was able to see the crescent of the moon, the void of space, and the curve of the planet. The night vision was operating far better than I had expected. Taking in the sights for a few moments, I looked down and saw my birth city, which was extremely small. Looking southeast, I was able to see the capital, which was slightly better looking size-wise. The night lights give one a sense of the city's size better than it could in daytime. After having my share of sightseeing, I decided that it was time for some flying tests and training. Set course for the Baltic Sea and switch the flight assistants to adjust according to my learning. Destination is set. Adjusting the flight support system, the holographic display highlighted where to fly. Without wasting any more time, I leaned forward and started to fly in that direction. This time I was the one flying and not the autopilot. Though the difference is quite small. It only assists when I start messing up. Nonetheless, it was only needed for a short amount of time, as I was starting to get the hang of this type of flying, and before long, my speed accelerated. Since there are no obstructions in the side, I was able to break the sound barrier and stop holding back. Weirdly enough, the flight was quite short. The distance of over 250 kilometers was crossed in an extremely short span. As someone who is quite used to driving a car instead of flying, I remembered quite well that I used to spend the majority of the day traveling from my home to the seaside. And now I crossed that whole distance in record time. Less than 20 minutes. By the time I had get a hang of flying, I had already crossed the majority of my birth country. You have arrived at the Baltic Sea coast. Looking down, I saw the sea. My HUD scanned for any ships in the area. Try to find out if there are any ships in the area. If there are any, built up a route all the way to Denmark. The amount of distance should be enough to test out the flight system. Understood. Accessing the GPS satellites in the area, building navigation route. A portion of my vision transformed into the map of the Baltic Sea. All the ships in the area have been marked and the route around them has been established. The route has been created. There is a total of 947 kilometers of sea to cross until Denmark's national waters are reached. I nodded internally. That sounds about right. Not wasting any more time, I rushed forward, this time not restraining myself at all and easily reaching the speed of Mach 2. Then climbing into Mach 3. This was where I started to feel the maneuverability drastically dropping, and even the slightest amount of movement can affect my speed. It would seem that the energy wings can't just magically overcome the basics of the world's physics. This means only one thing. Finding a magical way to fix this issue. Perhaps gravity manipulation? A bubble of negated gravity? Let's type this down. I mentally opened the notes window and noted it down before continuing with the flying. Testing out the maximum allowed speed before the G-force started affecting me. Magic channeling did not help much here. It would seem that I either need to have more magic in general or my body needs an upgrade. Noting that down once again, I continued to test the scale mail capacity, as well as the versatility of the energy wings. To say that they are amazing was an understatement. The amount of physics breaking they can do is simply astounding. It's like they were gliding. Cutting through the air. Doing some impossible V-turns was not impossible. Or even zigzagging rapidly. The only downside to this was, in the end, the human element. Even the reinforcement didn't help me here, with the processing of the rapid changing directions. This means I need some type of mind magic. Some sort of thought acceleration or mind partition. Those would help me in overall day-to-day tinkering. Once again I noted that down. And so before I realized it, I was already in Denmark. It took me around an hour to cross nearly 1,000 kilometers. Quite impressive, and it's only a prototype. Time to return and check out the data. Flight test number 1. The scale mail thought readers are quite sensitive and some diagnostics need to be run to modify them. Perhaps some extra factors should be included when the thoughts are read. While the energy wings do break some of the physics of the world, they still fall into some of the rules of the world. A possible solution to improve the speed without adding G-force is gravity manipulation. This requires some testing before adding as a possibility to improve the armor. Next is the limits of the human body. Freedom could fly even faster than the recommended limits of Mach 5. But the human limits got in the way. First is the reaction speed of a human, and second is the body itself. The human body could not handle it, even with all the support from magic and the technology stored in the armor. Possible solutions are mind magic, genetics to improve the body, and specific spells to improve the G-force resistance or even negation of it altogether. I opened my eyes after recording and noting down everything. My dizzy vision went over to the computer screen. I saw the whole of it being recorded. Thankfully, somehow I was able to make the OS pick up what I wanted to record. This means that the Aurora is learning quite nicely. Nonetheless, it was time to rest now that the test run was over. I guess I didn't take the whole jet lag into consideration now that I was back from the flight and I am feeling like shit. Slowly getting up from my chair and walking over to the couch, falling onto it face first. The moment I felt the soft pillow I passed out. Once Marcus was out, the three devil ladies just looked at him. Two of them just sighed. Seraphol was impressed just as much as annoyed how her master didn't ask for help with the whole aftermath of the test. He still keeps them at arm's length. Not fully trusting. The same was with the silver-haired maid, who already sees him as her only true master. Only Venelana was the most baffled seeing the whole scale mail in action. She watched the whole test run. Unlike the previous times when she missed the guns and the diamond core heart. This time she saw it properly and was astounded by the capacities of this. If Marcus is to mass-produce these, he could simply rule the world. These armors doesn't need the magic of the user. Unlike the scale mails of boosted gear or divine dividing, which need an extensive amount of training just to achieve their armors, her master can just put it on and he will be a being close to an ultimate class. It was simply absurd. No wonder both of them are doing whatever they can to get his affection. No matter what he does, it becomes a game changer. Grrr, this is getting annoying. Seraphol threw a small fit. The problem with you, Lady Leviathan, is that master has the mindset that you always have the devil kind as a priority before him. That's why he is keeping you at arm's distance. Grafia said simply. This made the black-haired devil quickly take a thoughtful look. True. I suppose I should stop with the whole Lucifer thing. Right. I should take the whole thoughtful wife mindset instead. The current Leviathan snapped her fingers in realization. The silver-haired maid just sighed hearing that. The amount of adaptation that the older Saitri has is simply absurd, even to the devil kind as a whole. Maybe it's just the whole water manipulation side effect that affects the family as a whole. That would be for the best. The less reason he has to be annoyed with our kind, the better. Venelana said from the side as her hands were crossed. There was some sweat running down her forehead. She was thinking about the consequences of the scale mail to the rest of the supernatural world. Indeed. Well, what do you think? This is your first time seeing Marcus in proper action after all? Seraphol asked curiously. Venelana sighed for a moment. As humans say, we are royally fucked. Next morning Marcus was eating breakfast and was about to watch some morning shows. That's when he realized that all the morning shows were just talking about some sort of military experiment going on above the Baltic Sea. The sound generated by this experimental plane should be above that of any known plane. As the thing broke the sound barrier multiple times over, the sailors reported that their ears were getting bombarded by sounds of cutting air. The teen hummed hearing that. Right by breaking the sound barrier, the whistling sound intensified. Besides, I was flying quite low. Fascinating data. Inventions, tech and sacred gears, Freedom Scale Mail MKI, the prototype scale mail armor built by Marcus. It uses both magical means as well as technical means to create the perfect blend of both. Classification, Pseudo-Longinus Sacred Gear Composition, Sacred Gear Alchemical Metal, Diamond, Transmuted Electronics, Plastic, Rubber. Key Magic System and Technology, Exoskeleton System, a support system used to control the scale mail. It reads the user's movements and thoughts and assists the user in controlling the scale mail. Aura OS, the scale mail runs on Aura OS and is connected to the main database in Marcus Garage. G-Force Support, a system designed to mitigate the G-Force, which the scale mail is exposed to when flying at high speeds. Diamond Triangle Core, modified version of Diamond Core Heart made for the scale mails. It's used as a main power source for the scale mail and is independent from the user's energy source. Crystallized Energy Flight Support, or CEFS for short, magic energy crystallized in the form of wings. It gives an unprecedented ability to fly. Solomon's Negation Magic Support System, or SNMSS for short, specific type of energy is dispersed through the energy wings which affects other types of energies in the area of effect type of fashion. Chapter 12, Twin Rifles. Right, so, using the base of Castor and Pollux to make the rifles is no-go, its frame is instantly thrown out of the window. The systems inside also need to be expanded. First of all, the MTM needs to be expanded and made bigger, more circles also need to be placed. And then the barrier rails. They will be receiving the biggest upgrade out of all the parts. Firstly, instead of just 2 diamond rails, there will be a total of 6, creating a hexagonal shape for the barrel. The rails will be connected by barrier magic, just like before. Now however, the whole heat thing is meaningless because of the new frame. It's magical, unlike the original, so it doesn't heat up. No idea how that happens, but it's probably because the whole molecule composition is different, and it's magical to begin with. Nonetheless, the frame is now much bigger and thus I can add more stuff. Aurora access the balance breaker relevant information and synthesis it. I want it simplified. Understood. A notification popped on the screen which I just brushed aside and returned to my design. This time I will add balance breaker to the guns. And for that, a core is needed. So a small piece of diamond will be used. A miniature computer will be made for the gun. The placing of it will be just above the trigger, below the MMBRS or mass magic barrier rail system, the hexagon-shaped barrel of the rifle. The revolver system was kept mostly the same, as only the switching speed was slightly improved. All that's left is the diamond core of the gun that will be added in the middle. Since the frame of the weapon will be the same as the sacred gears, the magic flow will increase the overall durability of the weapon. Not only that, but the programming will also help the weapon rebuild itself. This function works till the core is broken, which is quite a smart way to increase the overall durability. My gaze went from the design desk to the computer screen of which Aura has sorted the balance breaker data on. So the high emotions generate excess magic, and because of the lack of maintenance, the hold on the core of the gear is quite weak. This makes the core react, which in turn causes the mutation on the frame to accommodate the excess energy. This causes a side effect, which is more power generated, thus creating the so-called boost in the overall performance of the sacred gear holder. After reading the overall report, I realized that, yes, this is quite easy. The rifles will have a diamond core which will generate a perpetual amount of energy, while the trigger of the gun will be running on NTM. The rifles won't be needing the excess energy to mutate. In other words, I don't need to reach some sort of threshold in my strength to achieve balance breaker, and I certainly won't be needing to train to build up strength so that I could achieve the transformation. All I need is to program the core to activate the balance breaker and the rifles will transform. An extremely easy programming at that. The blueprint and the design were done in a single day. I even had enough time left to finish the basics of the programming for the rifles cores. Now all that was left is to send the order to the assembly line to assemble it. Before I could do that though, a pair of hands wrapped around me from behind. "You've been sitting here the whole day, you need to rest, master." The warm voice of Seraphal entered my ear. After the whole test flight, my little devil lady changed her approach. I didn't need to use my Ars Goetia to see through her. It was obvious. She is a devil after all. If one tactic doesn't work, she will use another. In truth, I don't care. As long as she stops with the whole reincarnation thing, I am more than happy with her natural affection, which doesn't have any hidden meaning. Quite on time. I was just done with it, I said while turning around. This made Seraphal pull back for a moment as she waited for me to pull her back into my hands. Before long she was back in my lap, cuddling for a few moments. "Is this it?" she asked curiously as she looked at the image of the rifles on the designing table. At the moment, the gun was in the drawing stage. It doesn't quite need to be 3D designed, as rifles are not a new thing. And the basic maths behind it was already done. The first ever sacred gear made by humans. A perfect Longan is capable of killing gods every 2 seconds. I said with a satisfying smile as I pressed the mouse button and showed the balance breaker. Something similar to the positron cannon wielded by Gundam Destiny. Not only that, but the balance breaker of the rifles magnifies the power of the cartridge stored in the rifle. And I also made the rifle capable of being loaded with 3 different cartridges. "So, you did it. The first ever sacred gear built since the biblical god." Seraphal exclaimed with wide eyes. "Indeed, and unlike the original, this one has balance breaker built in. The only thing that is needed to activate it is a voice command." I said to her, "I see. But can anyone really just wield such a weapon?" she asked with a bit of fear in her voice. "Not for regular beings. The recoil will break the spine of a high-class devil, regardless of how much enchantment they have," I said to her as I saved the design and closed the window before showing another one. With this, however, it will be possible to use it easily. I showed her the new arm designs for Freedom Mark II. "You are already working on Mark II. It was only a few days ago that you did your test flight." The devil lady in my hands said with a small amount of disbelief. "You are not going to catch a break?" she asked with a small pout directed at me. "I am taking one now," I said to her while smiling. "Hey. Very well then. Let's go to the kitchen and I will cook something for you," she said suddenly before getting up from my lap and pulling me up. I chuckled amusingly before doing just that. Well, I wasn't able to properly explain what kind of thing I came up with to deal with recoil. Since the material that the suit is built off doesn't need to be extremely thick, as it won't affect the durability much. There will be spaces in between the layers of the armor that are just barriers of magic. It is going to help with stuff like the void of space or deep underwater. But most importantly, I will be able to carve some MTM runes on them. Well, more precisely, recoil to magic, so one can call it the RTM system. The recoil will be transformed and sent into the energy wings and then used to either enhance the flight capacities or increase the area of Solomon's technique. In other words, just from shooting beams, I will be able to increase the area of effect of Solomon's most broken ability. But for now, let's enjoy dinner, done by one of the strongest female beings in the world. Seraphal had a satisfied smile on her face. She was very much grateful that the one who ended up with Solomon's inheritance is Marcus instead of some horny brat like the current Red Dragon Emperor. She was watching him whenever she was not spending time with Marcus or Sua. That brat is the third person on her list for the simple reason that she wanted to see to whom he will end up. Either her sister, which is very doubtful, or Sir Chan's baby sister, which is most likely. If this were before she met Marcus, then she would very much be interested in making this brat join her Sotan's peerage regardless, as Sotan would re-educate this brat. But now, the Red Dragon Emperor has dropped considerably in any sort of interest beyond just casual curiosity. Even if the gear didn't go through the maintenance, it wasn't as impressive as what her beloved master could do. It only took him a day to design a super devil level weapon. Well, yes, the technologies and systems before that were used did take some time to make. But once they were done, he only needed a day to draw up the weapon. Still, all that is good and terrifying. What she truly likes about the situation she is in right now is that although her master is a teen and she just offered herself as a snack, all that her master did was, pulled her into a bed and made her into a hug pillow and decided to call it a day. This was probably the biggest loss in her life. Not battle-wise or anything like that, it's more in her devil charm and seductiveness. Yet, even after experiencing such a loss, she only wanted to cuddle herself with him more. She most likely only just fell in love with him even more. Nonetheless, her new approach to her master did work. Even though she had to go through a series of questions as Marcus instantly noticed her personality change, it was a reminder to her that her master did not easily fall to her charms, and so, after the questioning, he became much more satisfied with her. Seraphol understood that if she wanted to get her master's help, first and foremost, she has to think about her master as a priority. This way he will be much more inclined to help the devils himself as he cares about her, and so does she. It was weird when she got this advice from Greyfire of all people, who she used to believe was nothing more than a cube of ice. When Marcus finished his new rifles, he wanted to test them out at max capacity. The problem was that he couldn't test them anywhere near his garage or even in his birth country, as each blast would generate a blast as big as that of a hydrogen bomb. This means he had to get to a location where he can test this without outsiders finding out what was happening. While he originally intended to go to the South Pole, Seraphol offered a better solution to this: creating a dimension. The raiding games create dimensions for devils to observe. But in this case, he has two of the top female devils under him. So creating an area to test his rifles was not an issue anymore. Now the issue was, if this dimension can hold without bursting under the weight of the explosions. After thinking of it for a bit, he came up with a solution. The diamond core heart. Several of those. One for the stability of the dimension, one for the ground, and one for the barriers. You know. Seraphol slightly gulped down, seeing the 3 diamond core hearts that Marcus just pulled out of his inventory ring. One can protect a pantheon. You pulled out 3. You do realize, that's like using a hammer to kill an ant? The Leviathan asked with a sweaty forehead. And she knows that his assembly line can make those like a printer. This is to make sure we have a comfortable time testing the rifles, he said casually as he started setting up the cores. Seraphol just looked back at Greyfire and Venelana in disbelief. Her understanding of reality was getting more and more wrapped with each new project her master created. And this situation just highlights it. Just 1 core was enough to hold back an army of powerful beings. With 2 he could easily make a fortress worthy even of the greatest pantheons. And with 3? Well, she can't even fathom. And in just a few minutes, the reality was brimming with magic. Magic flowing in the ground, through the very fabric of this dimension. If this was a cultivation reality, then this place would be the apex place for cultivation. But instead, it will be a shooting range for Marcus rifles. Laying down the barrier in a specific way so that they would hold the explosion in a controlled manner. The teen inventor was ready to go. He was dressed in Markai with upgraded hand armors and the energy wings for the test. Marcus lifted his right hand as he examined his rifle. It was a silver rifle with a hexagon-shaped barrel. If one could look inside the barrel, they could see a magic circle slowly spinning inside of it. And it will be spinning for a very, very long time. The rifle itself looked like it was from a sci-fi flick, a combination of magic and technology. Let's start with the POD beam, he announced while lifting and targeting the rifle. The way he was holding it looked extremely casual. It was as if he was showing off. Then he pressed the trigger. Seraphol could see that his boots were slightly pushed back, sinking into the ground. Apart from that, there is no other visible discomfort. The hand didn't bend backwards or anything. It's like the recoil was absorbed and sent through his body into the ground. At least that's what Seraphol saw. And the beam itself, while not being destructive since it's a beam, did however erase a multitude of barriers that were powered by the diamond core heart. And, from her instinctive side of things, she knew that she would be dead if that beam was to hit her. There most likely won't be anything left of her, a pure and clean erase. Truly a horrifying weapon. All her years of training are meaningless in front of a tool created in just over a single day. Well, It would seem the beam is indeed powerful enough to instantly kill at least 5 ultimate class beings without any resistance. The barriers could not even hold it for a second. It went cleanly through it, Marcus said as he lowered one of the rifles. He then switched his position and lifted his left hand. This time the barrel of the weapon was slightly widened. This was something new, at least from Seraphal's perspective. The Leviathan has never seen one of her master weapons creating the cannonball in the barrel instead of outside it. But this one, it molds, has already created a cannonball before manifesting before releasing it. Just how many stages does it go through before getting shot? The black-haired devil lady thought with curiosity. While the other two were looking at this differently. Venelana was just speechless. Greyfire didn't care much. It was just her master's brand new and very destructive weapon. What about it? While the beam could not truly show the sheer raw power of the rifle, the cannon was completely different in that regard. The moment the ball of black energy colored in deep red left the barrel, a whitish barrier surrounded the spectating devil ladies as the ball's force instantly broke through the sound barrier and nearly warped the space around them. One moment it was at the edge of the rifle and the next, it was already on the other side of the shooting range ramming into a target created by barriers. What happened next made everyone except Marcus deaf for a moment, as all sound was killed in the area and the shooting range transformed into a pitch-black darkness with wisps of red. From the looks of it, the barriers could barely hold the explosion inside of it. The pair of strongest devil females needed even more barriers to protect them from the initial release of the pod shaped in the form of a ball. That just shows how lethal the cannonball was before it could even hit its target. How is that possible? How is the rifle still intact after releasing so much power? Venelana asked after regaining her hearing. There was complete disbelief all over her face. She had just witnessed something that would be able to kill her son. Maybe not in one blast but the next one for sure. Simply because of how rapidly it could shoot again. There is no reload. There is no time lag. Nothing. This was simply absurd. The rifle has 2 completely separate magic energy ecosystems inside of it. The MTM is still there, while the weapon frame itself is powered by a separate perpetual energy system. This makes my sacred gear powerful and even eternal time-wise. Marcus explained to her as lowered his left rifle and once again switched to the right one. This time he released a casual bolt of energy. Or so it should have been, but the explosion once again darkened the shooting range. Thankfully their ears have been spared from another moment of deafness. How is that even possible? The energy needed for that. It's called perpetual energy for a reason. I don't need to care about energy. Only how to pull a large amount of it. Energy has never been an issue. Marcus casually explained to her as he started testing the scattered shoot. And once again it should have been casual. But these golf-sized balls of pod are able to easily erase something on the scale of New York into rubble. This is bullshit. Venelana could not control herself anymore and swore under her breath. Both Seraphal and Greyfire looked at the brown-haired woman in shock. She probably never swore in her life. In public, that is. My son spent decades training his power to reach this level. He is the strongest devil living at the moment and he can only demonstrate this kind of power by transforming. But all you need to do is press a trigger. The devil lady said with a bit of annoyance. Impressive. Marcus replied simply, as if they were discussing the weather forecast. Impressive that someone can achieve that through training. I guess I need to try harder if there are beings like that. Venelana opened her mouth from shock hearing that. She realized that she might have just made her master try harder to make even crazier stuff. No. She quickly shook her head and hands in front of her. She looked like a panicked teenage girl for a second. I mean, what you achieved in such a short time is simply astounding. That's what I am saying. My son spends an incredible amount of time training and you did all that in such a short time. There is no comparison. By this point, Lady Greenery was trying to butter up and flatter her master as much as possible. Like how she wants him to create something which could crack the planet by accident or something like that. Obviously. Your son trained his magic to achieve that level. But, where he builds a castle from things he finds. I brought materials to build mine. Where he built it by hand. I built it with instruments I created myself. I did what humans do best. I simply found a way to build it faster, easier, more efficiently. While his hard work is impressive, he spends a lot of time doing it. That's all there is, Venelana. He is a fighter and I am an inventor and engineer. I invent while he fights. Comparing us is pointless. You should compare engineer to engineer, fighter to fighter. I am never going to fight with some warrior's honor. That is for warriors to do. More specifically, I am not even going to fight. I will simply disable the enemy and take him to the lab to research, that is if they have something to research in the first place. If it's a boring enemy I will simply... Marcus lifted his rifle and shot a bolt of energy at the target. Once again the shooting range turned pitch dark. Vanillana got the message loud and clear. Borderline getting deaf again. Sarah. Does the supernatural world have something akin to bounty hunting? I asked the beauty next to me as we watched Mark II getting assembled. The robotics hands were swiftly working on transmutation, creating the metal while other sets of robotics hands were drawing runes and magic circles at rapid speeds and insane precision. The black-haired girl next to me wanted to see the magic behind the hood. So, I brought her to the assembly line downstairs to see how Aurora does her magic. Nothing of that sort exists. But, we do have a list of people which the other pantheons don't like and want to make them disappear. As you can imagine, no god will lower themselves to go on a manhunt just because some human crossed one of them. No, they either smite one before he leaves the pantheon-controlled territory or simply notify the other pantheon about this specific person. As you can imagine, that kind of people become something similar to the terrorists in the mundane world. Meaning that they won't be missed. Seraphol instantly understood what I meant. You wish to hunt them? I see. You want interesting people. I assume you don't mind doing this for devils first, right? Snort. I only care that I am getting something, Seraphol. If the person has an interesting gear, I will deal with it and I will keep the gear to myself. If this benefits the devil kind, then so be it. After all, one man's trash is another one's treasure. Who knows, maybe that person will help everyone by dying and giving me his gear, leading to some nice invention. I said with a shrug as I watched the helmet taking shape. Freedom always looks amazing. Especially when it is real and functioning. I see. So, you don't mind getting used? Your way of thinking is wrong. I am not getting used. I am quite frankly stealing what was your race's beforehand. It's something along the lines of acquiring an item that belonged to you, but I am keeping it to myself in the end. And the best part in all of this is that I will be getting my precious battle data. The way I mocked the word battle was not missed by Seraphol. In the end, there is no such thing as a battle to me. According to my calculations, only a God King level being could do something to me for the first 3 minutes before I fully erase him. That is if my predicted curve of strength is what Seraphol is telling me. And of course, God Kings don't just walk around randomly. I see. The way you put it makes us look bad for losing our assets. She sighed in a resigned tone. Very well. I will compile a list of wanted and interesting people. She said with a nod, before continuing to watch the assembly now with a thoughtful look. While Seraphol was doing her thing, my scale mail was ready and so were the weapons. Although the test flight was not needed, I did it anyway. Nonetheless, the new layer design allowed me to reach speeds beyond Mach 5 and the jet lag was cut by more than half. While this was great and all, I can only do it in a straight line, otherwise it will rattle me quite a bit. This pushed me to delve into something new. Genetics. With the help of Greyfire and Vanilla, I quickly got a mountain of books on that subject. The moment I saw them, I realized that it's a lot. Genetics is a very big branch of biology. Although I had already known that. Seeing and knowing are two different things. And so, I quickly started reading through it. This was actually my first time studying after my reincarnation. Before this, I had only revised some things. Like robotics, although Freedom was a scale male and not really a robot. I still went through the servo motors and joints functioning. To increase the punching, lifting and running force, plus with the help of magic, the force behind those becomes much bigger. Nonetheless, it was nothing more than a light read compared to this. Before I could properly get into it though, I received the hit book from Seraphol. First I checked to see if I knew anyone from the books or the show. I do remember there was a Chaos Brigade or something? A cheap name ripoff from Mortal Kombat, but they were proper terrorists with a lot of interesting people. Originally, supposedly led by the Infinity Dragon. A dragon god which likes to look like a small girl. Well, until she halved. Infinity having. I have no idea how that is possible. For a moment I thought about this nonsense about having a being of concept. The only thing I could think of was that she lost some power over infinity. Meaning that the curse made her lose some control over specific power. If this was true, then I could do that to a bunch of annoying beings and make them lose power over their concepts. Well, I can check this later, for now. Some manhunt. My eyes landed on the first pictures of the possible targets. Well, Seraphol is not holding back on her requests. The first peoples are the old Satan faction. Their powers and abilities are not that interesting and they have no sacred gears obviously. After checking those I went over to the next page. Checking the targets and moving on. Eventually arriving on something fascinating. And what do we have here? Cow. The descendant of the original Cow. The one who has the true Longinus. Hey. Wanted by the church and, by extent, heaven for the spear. Isn't it kind of amusing how heaven remains pure while the church does all the dirty deeds of heaven? This way if they get caught red-handed they can always blame the church for acting out of the line. So, sneaky and so outdated. Or is it just me? Anyways, we can leave Cao Cao for later. Knowing him, he will just do what his ancestors did. Collecting talent. Or in this case, humans with sacred gears. For now I will need more info on him. When he has that hero band of his, then I will swoop in. Until then I shall collect the stranglers. My gaze ended up on a stray devil lurking in Siberia. He has the interesting and quite common gear with the name of Sword Birth. The creation of demonic swords. Not going to lie, this was nothing more than a confirmation. I already have several theories on how these incredible swords were made. So, this hunt for the stray is nothing more than to find the truth. I will make Sarah find a little more on Cao Cao. Siberia shit. Who the fuck is that guy? A man who looked to be in his 20s was running through the thick snowy forest. His speed can be considered supernatural, as he would leave something akin to a sonic boom each time he accelerated. Showing that he could break the sound barrier with nothing but his natural speed alone. Not that it mattered in this situation, as he would occasionally turn around and look at the sky to see that there was something similar to a white star following him. What's with that freaky armor? I can't feel shit from him. Are you ready to tell me how you fought back the mutation of your evil piece? A voice asked him from out of nowhere. Fuck off. Once again he started sprinting away. Crass. Very well then, there are other ways to figure that out. The guy felt a chill running down his back as he heard multiple claps of thunder followed by multiple balls of electricity raining down from heaven. Ha ha ha. Your aim is she. He wasn't able to finish the sentence as a ball of electricity slammed into him with a force powerful enough to send him flying. Breaking several trees in the process, the reincarnated devil ended up laying on his back. He quickly realized that his body was disabled. The amount of electricity that rammed into him was enough to fry his nerves, but not enough to outright kill him. Such precision in energy control was absurd even in the supernatural circles. Moments later the armor landed right in front of him and pointed his rifle's barrel at his head. I do thank you for allowing me to test at shooting moving targets. Fuck. He was missing on purpose. Fuck this freak for messing with me. Good night. Pick a realm of dead of your choice. Oh, wait. Devils don't go there. My bad. The next thing he knew was more electricity which fried his brain, ending and killing the helpless stray devil. Once the death was confirmed, several white circles surrounded the corpse and moments later something came out of the body in the shape of a translucent orb with a sword inside. This was the sacred gear demonic sword creation, also known as Sword Birth to the rest of the world. Quite a common gear. And very common around the devil circles. A few moments later the orb was collected and the dead body was erased in a single blast of the rifle. The energy wings glowed and the armor started floating again. Company. An interesting method of hiding magic. It's not bad. But, for someone who has magic vision, I can see the trails of magic. After his words, several figures started coming out from behind the trees. They all were dressed in a white fur-like clothes with hoods. But, they all had one thing in common. And that is the silver bows and arrows. The figure leading the front was the most unique. While looking identical to the rest in clothing, the aura she had was different. It was felt. Divine. Who are you? This area at this time of the year is used by my hunt. The woman asked with quite an authoritative tone. The only reason she didn't open fire at the person in the armor was because she couldn't tell who or what it was. This was the first time in her very long life that she has met someone she can't discern at all. It's like all her divine power just bounces off the armor. She can't even tell if it's a male or female. Inventions, tech and sacred gears, Freedom Scale Mail Mk2, the battle version of the Scale Mail armor which was built by Marcus. It was created by using both magical means as well as technical means for the perfect blend of both. Classification: Pseudo-Longinus Sacred Gear Composition, Sacred Gear Alchemical Metal, Diamond, Transmuted Electronics, Plastic, Rubber. Key Magic System and Technology, Exoskeleton System, a support system used to control the Scale Mail. It reads the user's movements and thoughts and assists the user in controlling the Scale Mail. Aurora Battle Assistance OS. The Scale Mail runs on the Aurora OS and is connected to the main database in Marcus Garage. The Battle Assistance software runs alongside the main OS. This software analyzes and offers the best possible course of action to deal with the enemy. G-Force Max Support, a system designed to mitigate the G-Force which the Scale Mail is exposed to when flying at high speeds. The newly upgraded system has countless small barriers spread throughout the whole body of the armor. As a side effect of this, none of the outside beings can sense who is inside the armor. Diamond Triangle Core, modified version of the Diamond Core heart-based for the Scale Mails. It's used as a main power source for the Scale Mail and is independent from the user's energy source. Crystallized Energy Flight Support, or CEFS for short, magic energy crystallized in the form of wings. It gives an unprecedented ability to fly. Solomon's Negation Magic Support System, or SNMSS for short, A specific type of energy is dispersed through the energy wings, which affects other types of energies in the area of effect. A type of fashion recoil to magic, or RTM for short, is a branch magic system used in the arms of the scale mail. This system is directly connected to the energy wings, which releases the newly created excess magic. Deimos and Phobos, the twin rifles and spiritual successors to the Castor and Pollux guns. These are the first true sacred gear built by a human. Classification: New type sacred gear, equal if not superior to original Longinus gears, as it has a natural balance breaker, as well as being much more durable than any other gear created beforehand. Composition: transmuted sacred gear metal, diamonds. Balance breaker: the star of the god of war. The rifles merge to form a single particle cannon. Key magic system and technology: motion to magic, rifle version. The system has been reworked and perfected for the use in the form of a rifle. Mass magic barrier rail system, or MMBRS for short, the next generation barrier rail system. Instead of using just 2 rails, this system uses 6 in total in the shape of a hexagon. There are multiple magic circles in the rail path which help shape the cannonball in case Marcus needs to use a cannon. Revolver system V2, the reworked system to switch the type of shoot at a faster speed. Triple cartridges loader: instead of being loaded with a single cartridge, Deimos and Phobos are loaded with 3. This way the switching could be minimal. Aurora Sacred Gear Core: the cores of rifles are fitted with mini computers which are responsible for the systems and are the key to unleashing the balance breaker. As well as recording the data to further improve the rifles, the weapons are always connected to the wider network, thus allowing constant monitoring. Chapter 13, The Hunt. This is the hunt? Strange. Don't remember one being in DxD. I thought it was more of a Percy Jackson thing, I think. Nonetheless. Energy reading scan complete. SNMSS ready and on standby. So, this is divine energy. Quite the fascinating type of energy. I looked at the reading. Divine energy is in a somewhat higher tier than regular magic. It is also connected to certain aspects depending on the different concepts a god has. Her power was flowing through these girls. Not only that, but she was getting more power in return. Something akin to a network. She was feeding from their beliefs whilst at the same time her power was flowing through them. Quite the fascinating piece of specimen you are, Artemis. Sadly, I don't have any facilities built for someone like you. And my binding magic is not set up for someone like a Greek god. I guess I will have to leave you like this. Pity. My gaze turned and looked at the hooded person from a higher point of view. Who are you? This area is under the Greek pantheon's jurisdiction for 2 months. No other supernatural being should be here without direct permission from me or Zeus. The female, whom I believed to be Artemis, stated to me. She was quite arrogant. Oh? I didn't know that. I thought Siberia didn't belong to any supernatural pantheon, I said to her. My voice was mechanically synthesized so she can't tell my gender. Plus, with the multiple layers of barriers around me, she can't feel anything from me. Her divine energy just can't touch me. So, you are new then? Very well, for a newcomer, it is forgiven. Still though, you trespassed and caused damage to the surrounding areas. At least reveal to me who you are. Not bad for a man-hater. She knows some politics even for someone who spends the majority of her time in the wild. I suppose the Greek pantheon went up slightly in my liking bar. Sadly, I can't do that. My identity is confidential until the right time comes. The moment I said that, all the hunters of hers raised their bows at me. That's foolish of you. You are surrounded and trespassing. In all sense, I should simply kill you. She said, and with a flash, her bow appeared in her hand. Oh? For a mere godling, you are quite confident. SNMSS deployed, Freedom's wings glowed and a burst of energy was emitted. And in the next moment, the bows held by the huntresses lost their glow. Especially the one wielded by their leader, whom I assume to be Artemis. She still hasn't introduced herself yet though. What is this? Why can't I use my powers? What did you do? Before she could say anything more, I was already in front of her, and Phobos, the right-handed rifle, was already pointing at her face. It's called science. Both regular and magical. I have already figured out how your divine energy works. Even though I warned her, she lunged forward anyway. My eyes widened in bemused surprise as she moved forward and tried to brush Phobos away. My suit reacted on its own, and with the help of magical energy, I dodged. I raised my right leg and kicked her away, sending her flying. The hit was quite powerful as she passed through several sets of trees. Lady Artemis. The huntresses quickly moved in, switching from their bows into dual knives. This is just ridiculous. Steel knives? What are you going to do with those? Cut me? I asked with disbelief as Aurora had already finished scanning the composition of the metal. Metals are something I have been tinkering with for decades now. I can spot steel, miles away. The girls ignored me, as they quickly rushed forward anyway. That's it. No more taking this easy. The revolver spun inside the rifles. Selecting scattershot, I pointed Deimos and Phobos at the incoming huntresses from all directions. Time to show these people why Wing Gundam was very dangerous in its time. Although I was aiming for the Freedom Gundam style where one machine can take on whole armies, the Wing Gundam dual rifle style was quite similar. Pressing the triggers, white magic circles appeared at the barrel's ends as volleys of electrical balls of energy started rushing at the females. While I was spinning, shooting in all directions. What is this? Ah. It's electricity. Damn. And just like flies, all the girls collapsed with twitching bodies, before they could even reach me. Before I could sigh in annoyance, an alarm flared and the suit reacted on its own to intercept the attack. It was a spin kick from the side. My body moved on its own as I spun out of the path. My eyes widened in surprise as I saw a bona fide cat girl. What the fuck? You. Who are you? I asked with disbelief. You're going to pay for what you did to Lady Artemis and the Hunt. As she was saying that, her aura was already building up the profile for me. Greenish blonde hair, cat ears and tail. No, it's not a cat. A lion. Atalanta. Fascinating. You should be a lion by this point, I said as I was finally able to put a name to that face. I heard a pissed-off hiss as the woman took a martial arts stance. Oh? No bow, I asked in a teasing tone since she can't use the divine blessings from Artemis at the moment. Instead of answering my question, she just lunged forward. Ah, yes, Greek martial arts. Aurora quickly recognized it and the battle assistance kicked in. But by this point, I was just fighting a regular girl without any supernatural support. Though, she most likely still has her lion physiology for assistance. Meaning stronger than normal. But then suddenly, I picked up several arrows flying towards my hands. Oh, fascinating. Trying to make me want to lose my rifles. In that case. Before the arrows could hit me, the pair of rifles disappeared as I recalled them back into my inventory. I did that mid-dodge from Atalanta's attack as she was aiming for my weapons as well. Pity. Girls. While my rifles can kill Satans, my armor can kill ultimate class with its fists alone. The sudden disappearance of the rifles made the lion girl's eyes widen. Sacred gears, sweetheart. They can disappear and reappear from mere thought alone. Oh, and you are wide open. As I said that my fist went to her stomach, the feline girl quickly tried to use her hand to block it. Since my movement was faster than hers, she had to use whatever she could to mitigate the blow. Oof. The blow from my fist sent her flying towards the similar direction where Artemis should be knocked out. Once I dealt with Atalanta. Not going to lie, catgirls in general have a soft spot in my heart. Especially one with a personality like Atalanta's. That's why what she received was nothing more than a love tap. All that was left was the huntress who shot arrows at me, even after losing the divine blessing from Artemis. My gaze ended up on her as she jumped from a tree and pulled out a spear. Masterfully she took a fighting stance. Oh? Who are you? You have a divinity of your own. Fascinating, a demigod? I thought God stopped the whole nonsense of interfering with regular humans, I said to her, as Aurora was trying to build up a profile on her. I see. You are one of those blacksmiths types? Never expected to find someone of your talent. So good that you can even deal with divinities. Nonetheless, I request a proper duel. She said seriously. You know that I am a blacksmith type. Yet, you ask for a warrior-like duel from me? I asked with disbelief. Now I know she is not from this era. Meaning that she probably is quite an old huntress under Artemis. Probably as good as Atalanta. My honor as Queen of Amazons demands that we have a proper duel. She said while removing her hood. My eyes widened. She had a hair color that of Rya's Greenery. Well, slightly darker. She also has very striking yellow eyes. What truly blew me away was her hairstyle. Where did I see it? Right. The female King Arthur or Artoria. This world is quite unique. Now that I think about it, Atalanta looked like she was from Fate altogether. I see. Hilita. You should be dead too. What is with these historical characters being alive like this? So, you know of me? That makes things easier. Hey. You want me to fight you properly? I asked her while crossing my arms. I do want to know how she will get a proper duel from me when I have no interest in fighting properly. You may use any of your self-made tools. That's their purpose. I will use mine as well. If you win, my life is yours. If I win, your life is mine. Easy, yes. I blinked a couple of times hearing this. Right, she was raised from that warrior culture of hers. You serious? I have disabled your divinity, you are no war goddess. Even if you are, my armor specs outperform most ultimate class beings, I said while trying to comprehend why she still insists on going into this duel. What was even weirder was that she was getting even happier hearing what I said. Is she a masochist? Even better. To make a suit of armor capable of fighting the ultimate class. Yes. You will do just perfectly. I have been waiting thousands of years for someone of your capacity. What is she talking about? My brain tried to comprehend her thought process. Let me get this straight. When you meant your life will be mine if I win, and mine will be yours if you win. You mean the marriage way or the killing way? I asked her as I remembered the whole strength makes right thing. For a second she was confused before giggling. Of course marriage. Why would I kill someone who can build things like that? She asked with a confused look. This was a conversation between two people from different periods and professions altogether. Sigh, my energy wings glowed and with a sonic boom, I disappeared from her sight. Hilita looked around quickly and there was a borderline crazed look on her face. Reminding me of those people who like to fight. Pity that I don't do fights. I appeared behind her and with Phobos in hand, I pressed the trigger, a bolt of lightning slammed into her from behind. Hey. I lost. Very well. I accept this. Fate. She collapsed onto the ground. Silly woman. I didn't accept your deal. I have no interest in marrying. I am not even 30 yet. I shook my head as I looked around. Thinking of it for a bit. I decided that, yes. I can take some samples from these ladies. Walking over to Hilita I recalled my rifle and pulled out a combat knife and cut several strands of her hair. Then I walked towards where Atalanta was with Artemis. The first one I noticed was Atalanta. She was knocked out and had a frustrated look on her face. Her hair was the most unique hair I have seen so far. Natural green and blonde is quite rare for regular people. Well, it should be, but since I was in an anime-like world. Walking closer for a bit I removed my glove and wanted to do what no one should have ever done in history. And that is pat her head and stroke those ears. Hey. Even though it looks rough your hair is quite soft, I said softly, enjoying the hair. Sound of purring cat. My eyes widened and in the next second, I had a very evil look on my face. Aurora, why don't you record this purring for me, as you wish? I saw the notification, brushing it aside mentally. I continued to stroke her hair and of course record the purring. How many other people have achieved this? Making the chaste huntress purr? Hey. This was probably one of my greatest achievements to date. After enjoying the stroking I gently cut some of her hair before leaving her be. And last but not the least. The moon goddess herself. Oh? I looked forward and saw her slowly getting up. Why you? You won't be getting away with this. She said while trying to get a hold of herself. Attacking one of the Olympians like this. She exclaimed as she finally stood up properly. There was some sweat going down her forehead. Truly? I do wonder what your fellow gods would think of the moon goddess herself. One of 12 Olympians losing against a mere 16-year-old human teenager, I said while animatedly shaking my head. My hands were crossed. You must be joking. She asked with wide eyes. Her blue eyes were in complete disbelief. And now that I can finally see how she looks, I can confidently say yes, Artemis is very, very beautiful. Silver nearly glowing hair done in a simple ponytail, held together with a strap of leather. Why would I joke with you? I don't have a reason to do so, I said to the goddess while walking forward towards her. By this point, she already realized that she can't use her magic nor can she use her bow. And most importantly she has received a blow from an ultimate class level kick while she had no empowerment. I am impressed that she could tank such a strike. Lies. It has to be lies. No human can achieve this without some sort of help from a deity. The goddess was in denial. I frowned for a moment after hearing that. This was getting annoying. I understand. Oh, I know. My hand moved towards my helmet. Aurora read my intentions and disconnected the helmet. Moments later, Artemis could now see my face. I saw her face with my own eyes. Just like she did with hers. Phew. This is cold. I said while looking around. I could feel the icy temperature on my skin now. You are a teenage human male. No way. The goddess of hunt said while shaking her head in disbelief. Indeed. Now, I know gods can tell when humans are lying, right? Do tell. Can you do that? Or do you need my help with that? I asked with a smug look since she unfortunately has no power over her divine energy. You. No human male dares to speak to me like this. She said while her shoulders started to shake from fury. And what are you going to do about it? I asked with extreme curiosity. I do wonder what gods will do without their power. It was a natural curiosity. Humans are born without any power. So, we build up powers. What about gods? What will they do when they lose their powers? You. She naturally lunged forward. Trying to punch me. But the thing was. Freedom scale male makes me naturally extremely tall. Nearly 3 meters. So I caught her first with natural ease. She tried to force herself to push me, but she needed a lot of force to even move me. And at this point she was just around natural human strength. If you're going to do this, then just don't, I said with a bored and disappointed sigh. I guess I expected too much. Grrr. I will make you pay. I will spank you for being naughty, you know? I said in a bored and slightly amused tone. Yes, I was feeling quite sadistic towards her. I mean, she is a natural man-hater. And I just have this natural urge to do things. What? You dare? She asked with wide eyes and disbelief. You want to test this theory? I said with a raised eyebrow as I started lifting her by her hand. I am an Olympian goddess. You can't do this kind of thing, she said in a somewhat embarrassed tone. You wanted to kill less than 5 minutes ago. Not only was I assaulted by a whole group of feminists, but 2 of them were bona fide goddesses. So, tell me, what should I do? Oh, I know. I should wrap you all up nicely and send it as a post to Olympus. I do wonder what kind of reaction the rest of your council will think? I said to her with a bright smile. Do you want an apology? She asked that after having a realizing look. I want something else. I asked her as I inspected her closely, giving her some wrong ideas. She paled hearing that. I will kill myself if you dare take my body, she said with a fierce look. Your body? Oh, you are quite a pervert if you are already thinking in that direction. But, no. While you are beautiful, I have no interest in you, I said while shaking my head. I already have Seraphal and Greyfire. While adding another silver hair would be interesting. Especially in a maid uniform. Artemis started blushing from embarrassment as she didn't know where to look. I can assume normally she would have either killed the one responsible or turned them into an animal. Then what do you want? She asked after some uncomfortable silence. Especially since she is hanging in the air. My other hand went towards her face. Her eyes widened and she was still confused, but eventually, she realized what I just did. Seeing some strands of her hair being pulled out like this, she had a weird look on her face. She has no idea how to act in this situation. Eventually, I got her hair and lowered her down. What are going to do with my hair? She asked, a bit worried. Since I already know about Greek gods' energy, I want to see more, I said while storing the hair away and putting my helmet back on. Whereas you are a huntress. I am an engineer and an inventor. I make things. And maybe I will create something interesting by unlocking things from your hair. Besides, it's a souvenir that I beat Artemis and her hunt in less than 5 minutes. I will get you back for this. I won't stop until you are under my foot, Artemis said with a furious look, forgetting something important. Sure, my hand went onto her nose and squeezed it. Next time maybe you should bring your whole pantheon with you. I mean, that way I will at least have more loot to collect. She tried to push my hand away with everything she got, but it was no use. Until I moved my hand myself. You will get me back for it. I get it. Maybe I should just seal your power permanently and keep you as maid? I asked curiously. She didn't say anything anymore. Only looking furiously at me, while stroking her cute nose. Anyways. I will see you later, Artemis. My wings glowed before I started to fly, quickly leaving the area and turning off Solomon's negation. Boom, damn you. I will get my revenge. I could hear Artemis screaming with fury. The night sky slightly turned lighter with some silver showing off her domain over the moon. Well, she is pissed. It was very hard for me to resist and not just start messing with her. I could have gotten some more liberties with her, but then again there will be second and third time. Knowing her, she isn't going to stop just because her power is sealed. I could only sigh. Oh well, I wonder what Sarah's reaction to this will be? Artemis, that brat. That human brat. I will kill him. I will turn him into a rodent and squeeze the very life out of him. The moon goddess looked at the sky with a borderline insane look. Never in her whole life has someone toyed with her like this. After blowing up several trees with her raw divine power, she calmed down for a bit. She realized that the human brat knows how to seal her power. That's why he was not even afraid if she was to bring her whole pantheon with her. While this is very much disturbing, she won't be doing that. No way in her life will she tell anyone that she was turned into a human's toy like this. No, she needs a different way. Assuming his armor is what allows him to seal her power. That means that she just needs to find him outside of it. Yes. I need to find where he lives. Hunt him down. Then humiliate that brat the same way he did to me. Thinking more on it for a bit, she realized that this brat is quite similar to that devil freak who invented the evil pieces. If that's the case, then the brat most likely can do more. Hey. If this is the case, then I will draw him out into a duel. Offer something he could not resist. Of course, making sure it's a duel of pure skill, no toys are allowed. The silver-haired goddess was thinking of how to get revenge, not even making sure if she was on the right track or not. All she knew was that the brat was dangerous with his toys. Once he was out, he is just a regular 16-years-old teen, he would not have a massive amount of magic. And even if he did, she is an Olympian goddess. One of the strongest. Yes. This will do it. Now I only need to find where you live. After making up her mind, Artemis had a self-fulfilling mission to do. When was the last time she wanted to track a human down? Whistle. Moments later, howls of wolves spread throughout the whole forest as above-average-sized wolves started to gather around her location. Find him for me. No matter what. I want to know where he lives. The goddess of hunt ordered with a cold voice. The wolves nodded as they started to smell the air around. They were looking around, trying to find any remains of the human smell. The problem was, there was nothing to pick. After a few moments, the wolves shook their head. Grrr. That brat. One way or another I will find you. Artemis stomped her foot before sending her wolves away and started walking towards where her hunt was. Just passing through several downed trees, she found the downed Atalanta. The goddess quickly rushed towards her, shaking her gently for a bit. Oh? Lady Artemis? Where am I? The huntress asked with a confused look. You have been knocked out by that brat. The moon goddess said as she mentioned him in a very furious tone. Brat? Atalanta instantly recalled what happened. She got dead serious. What happened? Artemis sighed. Should she tell her? Well, the goddess can tell some things, just not the embarrassing parts though. For example, the threats of spanking and being turned into a maid should not be said, as Atalanta might just do something reckless and will be turned into a toy like Artemis was. The wielder of that armor is a teenage human boy. He is at least as intelligent as that Beelzebub freak. He developed some sort of magic similar to that of the Solomon brat. And he defeated all of us and collected our hair as a trophy. Atalanta's eyes widened for a second before getting furious. She touched her hair for a bit, trying to find anything missing. Thankfully she didn't find anything out of place. Nonetheless, for some reason, she felt violated. The huntress doesn't know why, but she simply had this feeling that something embarrassing was done to her. What are your orders, my lady? Should we hunt him down? The huntress said in a very icy tone. We can't, he can fly and the wolves are useless. It's not recommended to face him when he is inside his armor. That magic of his turns us into a powerless state. We need to find him where he lives. Once that is done, then we can prepare an ambush and force him into a duel to regain our honor. Why not just kill him? Atalanta asked her goddess. This is not the Artemis she knows of. But then the huntress saw the look she had. She wants vengeance. Something has happened to Lady Artemis. Most likely when that brat took her hair. No. Killing him is not good enough. He will suffer for all of the humiliation I had to go through. There is no killing. Not until I have my way with him. I understand. We will help you in any way we can, Lady Artemis. Atalanta said with a nod as she was starting to get up onto her feet. Cleaning herself for a bit. Good, now let's return to the hunt and think of the ways we can get information on him. Artemis said with a nod as they started walking towards the rest of the hunt. Where is he? Where is my husband? The red-haired Amazon queen was looking around with a heated look. Hilita, what nonsense are you talking about? Atalanta asked with a baffled look. He has beaten me in the proper duel I asked of him. I have acknowledged the fact that he has beaten me fair and square. My life is his now. The red-haired warrior woman said with a serious look. The rest of the huntresses and even Artemis looked at her strangely for a bit. You have sworn a huntress oath of chastity after Lord Hades brought you back to the world of living by my request, I might add. If I recall correctly, my lady, I accepted the offer of a huntress as long as it doesn't clash with my honor as an Amazon warrior and queen. The silver-haired goddess groaned for a second, remembering that. Yes, all those years back, she was desperate to get her hunt back together and she needed experienced women who had experience in fighting and had some hate towards men. Hilita was the best choice since her experience with Heracles and has natural affinity towards fighting and hunting, so she fits the bill. Now it has come back to bite her in the back because this woman is simply far too proud and is a queen of warrior womans. Sad to say, but he has left and we have no idea how to search for him. So, he has beaten the whole hunt and just left? Hilita said with disbelief. Yes. A 16-year-old human boy has beaten us. I think it's time to get back at him. Artemis said with an extremely pissed-off look. But her words had different effects on the Amazon queen. The redhead's eyes, for a second, had hearts in them. He is that good? He crafted tools like that when he was only 16? I can already imagine what he can do when he is 20. Or 30. He. The redhead huntress said with a flushed look, Her breathing got slightly haggard. By this point, she was already head over heels for Marcus, who had beaten her that bad. "Hilita. Are you okay? You look like you are sick." "I am fine. We should start looking for him." "Lady Artemis, did you see his face? Is he good looking?" the Amazon Queen asked. Her last few words earned some confused looks from the huntresses. "He is Eastern European. From the looks of it. We should start scouting Eastern Europe then. The way the world is right now, my lady. Eastern European could live all over the world," Atalanta said to the goddess of the hunt. "He has the accent of someone who is from Eastern Europe." The huntress nodded, hearing that, and the rest just listened into their conversation. Even the Amazonian queen was thinking hard for some clues, though for different reasons. "My lady, since he is an incredibly talented crafter, we could use that to track him down. If he can build things like that armor, which I assume is a sacred gear, then he should be quite a high-profile person. It shouldn't be too hard to find some clues," Hilita said with a serious look. The redhead Amazon was thinking very hard. After all, it's her future husband they were tracking down. And like hell, she will let this chance slide. True, if this is true. If he can truly craft sacred gears, then this is big. No matter which pantheon he ends up with. Atalanta said with wide eyes as she remembered him mentioning that those rifles are sacred gears, and she doesn't remember any gear shaped like guns before. "Indeed. We can talk about this when he is under my foot. Until then, we going to track him down," Artemis said with a furious look. And Hilita only smiled, seeing the frustrated look on the moon goddess' face. How many humans can make this proud goddess behave like that? This only proves to her that her future husband is incredible. "Marcus, I looked down and saw my garage. Being back home feels refreshing. Spending a whole night in Siberia was something else. This was one of those moments when you just sit back and think back on what you just did. I did just that, and it's getting more common now. I just spent the whole night thousands of kilometers away from home and then returned in less than a few hours. As I was descending, a portion of the driveway started to lower down and I could see my workshop there. Once inside, I walked to the platform and robotic hands came out from the ground and started to take off the Freedom Mark II. How was it?" Seraphol with Greyfire walked over to me. "Interesting to say the least." I pulled out the sword birth core and showed it to them. "I got the gear. And encountered the hunt." "What? What hunt you talking about?" Seraphol quickly asked me. "The one which has a pair of goddesses from the Greek pantheon. Hilita even wanted to duel me." "Why you? What kind of luck is this? What happened next?" "Assuming nothing, since you are here right now. I beat them all up in less than 5 minutes. Even got some souvenirs." I pulled out some strands of hair from my inventory before showing it to Seraphol and Greyfire. "This is Atalanta's hair, this one is Hilita's, and for the last. This is Artemis' hair. Quite beautiful. It still nearly glows even after being taken some time ago from the source," I said with fascinated tone. Seraphol face-palmed hearing that, while Greyfire kept a poker face like usual while she was thinking about something. Chapter 14, Beginning of Expansions and Collecting Gear. Sigh, just like I thought. This is basic. I sighed out loud as I looked at the screen. The scan for the sword birth was done. Whereas boosted gear was like a primitive computer, the sword birth is like a TV remote. Some very basic functions and that's about it. No wonder it's such a common gear. I could make better energy-type gears, for example, a dragon energy-type sword birth, or even a Greek divine energy-type sword birth. It's so simple. I wonder why Big G never did it? Well, it doesn't matter. Now that I have this scanned and the information is stored, I no longer need this. Looking around for a moment, I left the sacred gear orb on the table and picked up a book on genetics. It's time to continue reading on genetics. What I found is quite fascinating. Genes are like closed systems. Very, very complex systems. You pull just one atom away and it breaks apart. It's also the same with tempering. If you change even the smallest thing like a hair color, then it can cause a chain reaction, resulting in the whole thing breaking apart again. Very much fascinating. And very extensive science. Right. I need to find some tech that people use to study genetics. Thinking of it for a bit, I went back to my PC and booked a tour that they do for labs. While it won't truly be everything I need, I will be able to get the general idea. I mean, I already know that it's all about the micro world in one's blood. But I can't make stuff from just that. I could make a microscope, but that's about it. Around same time, Seraphol pulled Greyfire aside to talk, while their master was reading about stuff on the genetics. Greyfire, listen. This is bad. The black-haired Satan started pacing back and forth. What is bad? Marcus only left once to hunt. And he encountered Artemis's hunt. He wiped the floor with her. The problem is that he even earned the right to marry the Amazon Queen. Seraphol said with a frown look. And You think he will just marry her? Our master doesn't care about this. Greyfire replied in an obvious tone. The problem is not whether he will marry her or not. The problem is that even the smallest of steps he takes shakes the world. The hunt is only the beginning. Artemis has no clue about the capabilities of Freedom Mark II. She can't sense Marcus. So even if she lost, she believes that it's because of the armor's ability to negate magic. My bet is she is on the hunt to find our master as we speak. Seraphol reasoned as she started to pacing back and forth, again. There will most likely be even more encounters, and our master will humiliate her again. In return, they will most likely try to move in on him in his own hometown. And as you know yourself, that's suicidal. Leviathan reasoned as she crossed her arms under her ample breasts. And what? He will capture her and enslave her? I do not know how Uchiha works, but it can't enslave gods. Greyfire asked with raised eyebrows. She was trying to find the point of this conversation. Seraphol shook her head in denial. This was not what she meant. No. It's not about the enslavement. Artemis is one of 12 Olympians. Her capture would eventually be revealed, and as you can imagine, it would shake the whole supernatural world. Master will be under a magnifying glass. While it's nothing bad, since not many people can do anything to him. What I am concerned about is how many females will want his attention. Hilita is only the beginning. There are still Aphrodite, Athena, and other minor goddesses. And that is just from the Greek pantheon. Don't forget the diamond core heart that is installed in Kwa. The Shinto pantheon could easily find out about it and want his attention. Then there's the fallen angels. They could easily send their females to seduce him, and of course, that bitch from the Heaven faction. Seraphol explained what she meant, and Greyfire listened attentively. I see. So you are afraid that Master will forget about you. Us. I suppose it is possible, since there are many different goddesses around the world. But none of them are devils like us. We are beings of sin. Where they won't do certain things, we can do it without even caring. There is a reason why Solomon wanted to enslave us instead of thinking about those crude beings. As Greyfire was speaking, the Leviathan was looking at her with a different look. Seraphol was quite impressed by what she just heard. Yes. Yes. Of course. For this one, I will need your help. The black-haired devil lady had a smug look on her face. She recalled that a certain special day in February is close by. She needs to get some costumes. My help? As long as it's I know. We are going to seduce our master together, for Valentine's Day. What do you think? Seraphol asked with a smug look as Greyfire thought about it. Very well. Since I was the one who mentioned this. The silver-haired maid sighed in defeat. Well, she was the one who mentioned the sins. The only thing the gods can't brag about. She doubts any goddess would double-team with another goddess just to seduce a man. That's why devils are superior in this regard. Good, we shall be victorious. Seraphol clenched her fist as she declared that. It sounded like she just found the formula to win her master over. Back to Marcus. Later, the tour in the genetics lab was not so bad. While the techs were not the best. Since I saw some stuff over in America that is considered cutting edge right now. But then again, my birth country doesn't quite have a substantial budget to begin with, so it's understandable. Nonetheless, it did its job, and now I can start the ground running, as they say. As I now know where to start and what I need to do to start this. Quickly entering some calculations onto the main computer after returning from the tour, I looked at the screen. Calculations done. With current computer parameters, this decoding will be done in 34 years, 74 days and 23 hours, whistle so. A 46 GB RAM computer is only worth that much. Well, I guess a 16 quad-core processor won't be doing it. Thinking of it for a bit. Spinning in the chair, I started to think about how to move forward from here. Open me the map of this area. I want a satellite image of it. I said after thinking for a bit. While I know the area to a certain extent, I wanted to confirm something else. Understood. Loading the map, moments later I saw the map of the surrounding area. Up northwest there were some forests. Well, there are forests of various sizes in most of the areas around the city. But if you go from northwest to west where some open fields are, assuming there are some farmlands, and continue going further west, there is a sea around 180 kilometers away. Changing some altitude readings, as well as the sea level and such. So the main processing facility is here. That open area will be the launch site. And then straight west. Towards the sea. Doing some quick thinking about the ground compositions. If my memory serves me right, then this area a long time ago was a delta of a massive river, then the Ice Age. Working through the earth will not be so hard since I won't be doing it the normal way. With the idea in mind, I closed the map and created a folder next to engineering, projects, and systems. I named it expansions. But before I could focus on that, I went to the projects folder and created another new project. It was time to create some grunts who can do manual labor for me. Naming it simply Orobot. I quickly opened the design app and started drawing a robot. It was crazy how easy it is to draw one. Though, that was most likely because I have been doing upgrades for my freedom, which requires extreme precision and with the whole barriers between armor laying. And also doing a lot of holographic manipulation of the design. And making manual labor robots. That's absurdly easy compared to that. The OS for them was mostly done by Aurora. I only skimmed through it and then moved on with something more fascinating. And that is allowing Mesh to use magic. It was not as difficult as one would expect. The circles were not that hard to make, especially with the tools that I have. Once the designs for the labor bots were done, I started working on my expansions. Now teleportation is fun and all. But traveling with something like a bus, train, or ship are good for a few things. From experience, I can say that traveling allows one to spend time thinking. Many of my ideas and designs came just from that, especially in my previous life. And that's why I decided to make an underground railway network. With perpetual energy and unlimited resources that comes with alchemy and a tireless labor force, I can easily create whole networks throughout the whole nation. The best part is that it can also rapidly grow with barely any maintenance or attention needed. I can go and do different things simply knowing that my bots are still working either way. My assembly line can create 10 labor bots in less than 2 hours. I still need to make some more specific circles for this. Thinking for a bit, I started working myself on the labor bot software update. When Seraphal appeared in the workshop at her regular time, she noticed that the place was empty. The place where the design table and the computer were, is empty. Whereas the main area where the suits are stored has not been changed. Mark I and Mark II are still there. The current Leviathan was confused that her master was not doing something related to the genetics that he has started delving into. Even to this day, she has no idea why he was working on that. Nonetheless, she won't be questioning any of it. The black-haired devil lady knows better than to just ask things. Because for one, she will get lost in his explanation. And second, for better or worse, she doesn't want to know, because it's most likely going to be very groundbreaking and she will need a couple of days to get over it. So, she would rather just wait for his reveal. Though, she still needs to figure out where her master is. After several years with him, she knows his schedule like the back of her hand. So she should know where he is going to be. But, today was different. She thought that he would start working on something with the sword birth he acquired or some genetic nonsense. Besides, she has some information on that cow fella he asked. Where are you, master? Seraphal started walking around the workshop main floor. She checked the main area, the testing room, the summoning room, then she walked to the back towards the kitchen and bathroom, all of which were empty. There was not a single soul there. Strange. This is far too strange. He would have notified me with his connection through Arzgo Uchiha. The older Saitri looked around for a bit more. She then tried to sense her master to find out where he was, and once again, the workshop is far too magically amplified for her to find him. This is one of those weird feelings that she gets whenever she is in the workshop. She feels human. Her power here means quite simply nothing. Her master regularly makes things at the ultimate class. And even then, a tool that level barely enters his radar. Well, I should probably check downstairs. The black-haired devil lady sighed as she turned around and started walking to the back of the workshop where the stairs are. She knows quite well that she is not allowed to go down there regularly. For one, it's where the diamond core heart, the database and the assembly line is located. The reason why she was not allowed there is that according to Marcus' words, a klutz should not be allowed to get there regularly. Why he thinks that she is a klutz is beyond her. Nonetheless, she will do a quick check and then will try to use their connection to contact him. The beauty gently and quietly descended to the lower floor. She noticed something almost immediately. The lighting in this area, more specifically the corridor areas, used to be almost non-existent. Her master always loved the whole barely any light in the heart of the base thing. There was only ever some light on the floor so that people could see some of the path they were walking. However, now that was gone, and the area had actual proper lighting. Realizing that yes, this is where he was, Seraphal immediately gained her confidence and walked down at a much quicker pace. Her eyes widened when she saw a brand new corridor. It was twice as wide. She looked around for more and saw that the corridor which led to the diamond core heart and the rest was gone. Instead, she found a door which appeared in an area far away from sight and was crafted from some sort of metal. She assumed a new brand of alloy. What on earth is he doing? More expansions? Is he building a supervillain base? I won't be surprised, in truth. With him anything is possible. It wouldn't be a shock if one day he wakes up and decides to take over the world just to find out how the nations around the world would act to his declaration of war. Seraphal shook her head as she started walking down the wide corridor. Soon enough, a few moments later, she heard sounds of hammers and the noises of metal cutting and melding. Her eyes widened and she rushed forward with an extra step. She heard the sound of multiple people working. And she knows that Marcus is always doing things alone, but now this. Once she arrived at the much wider area, almost as wide as the whole workshop upstairs. Is this? Her eyes scanned the whole area and saw something akin to a railway station. This is a railway station. She looked around, assuming she was standing on the platform area. Walking forward, she saw the rails, or she assumed they were supposed to be rails, but it was more like a platform of some sort. Like the trains are going to be sliding on it or something like that. He won't be making regular trains, that's for sure. Assuming it will be floating or something like that. Once she closely inspected the area, she saw robots. Humanoid robots using magic to drill the tunnel and more robots to assemble the rails. This was approaching realms of true sci-fi in her eyes. Robots. As in real robots. Making posh armor is nothing new to her. Well, not at Marcus's level, but armors are nothing too fancy. But properly functioning robot-like workforce? Marcus. He is building his faction. With his bare hands. This is like the biblical God all over again. Seraphal thought with sweaty forehead. This was something she expected. But she thought he would only start doing this when he was in his 20s or 30s. But he is moving way faster than she had predicted. How did genetics push him to expand? Making robots? This doesn't make sense to her at all. Eventually, she found him at the end of a platform with a tablet in hand, doing something. He even had his glasses on. From the looks of it, he was in his designing mode. Only this time it was designing on a grander scale. Seraphal quickly tried to sneak up on him. Keyword tried. As her instincts already told her that he was aware that she was there. Master. I wasn't around for a day and this is what I found? You're building railways. The current Leviathan hugged him from behind as she was now smaller than him, so she was leaning onto his back. Yep. I will need a much bigger facility for processing information. Genetics needs a lot of processing power. It will take 34 years just to process mine. Not to mention, altering and improving. So, I decided to finally expand. I will build a processing facility, a space launching platforms and docks areas. He explained casually to her. Maybe even build up a new workshop along the way. Since having my place so close to my parents is quite dangerous. He added more on top. I see. Seraphal slightly sweat dropped hearing that. Space launching pads? He was planning to go to space? This was the first time she heard that. Space launching pads. And docks? You never mentioned those. And here I thought you were telling stuff to your girlfriend. She said with a pouty tone. Just came up with the docks recently. I am thinking about diving as the suit's pressuring tests are much better deep underwater than in space. Besides, there are so many sunken ships. Just itching to be rediscovered and brought back up for fixing. He said the last parts excitedly. This reminded Seraphal about how males sometimes have weird tendencies to collect things. Does her master have a thing for ships? Or more specifically sunken shipwrecks? Well, it's better than world domination. Still through. Will he bring back the Titanic? It's a kind of symbolic ship. Like the Titanic? Are you planning on bringing it back to the surface and fixing it? The black-haired devil asked him curiously. Pity that she wasn't there when that ship sailed for the first and last time. The movie, however, was quite good. One of them, yes. I am thinking of bringing back the Titanic, Bismarck, Musashi, Yamato. Those are the first. He mentioned from the top of his head. I only know the first one. How are the other three special? Seraphal asked with a curious look. Especially hearing the Japanese names. They were the world's biggest battleships. They were really big, no nation builds that size anymore. Instead, they build aircraft carriers. That's why I want to get them. He said with a shrug. Men. And their toys. The beauty sighed hearing that they were military ships. You have no idea. I was thinking of doing that with cars. But diving into the depths of the deep sea. Pulling up wrecks and then rebuilding it with state-of-art magic and technology. Now that is beautiful. Marcus said with a dreamy tone. And Seraphal instantly felt a chill going down her spine. Is he planning on making them like sacred gears? She paled for a second, imagining those ships turning into massive Japanese meshes. My imagination is running wild. I should lessen the amount of Gundams I am watching. The current Leviathan shook her head internally. She was imagining far too much. There was no way her master would turn those ships into meshes. I see. Well, I suppose it's not a bad hobby to have. Anyway, on another note, I have the information you wanted. Seraphal smugly pulled out an envelope from somewhere and handed it over to him. Ho? Stuff on Cow? Let's see how many people he has recruited. He replied, and with an excited face she opened the envelope and checked the information that the Leviathan had gathered in detail. N, Hercules, Sieg, Arthur, LaFay. Hey? The Pendragon pair have not yet joined Volley. Interesting. The last location was around Greece. Assuming they will be recruiting Perseus soon. While Marcus read through the papers, Seraphol was closely looking at his expression. She saw him being quite excited and happy with the amount of rarer sacred gears these people collected just for him. You will be collecting them then? The true Longinus. It will attract the attention of heaven. The black-haired beauty said to him as she looked at Cow's picture. Good for them. They had years to recover it. They did. Many previous exorcists had it and they were under heaven banner. But like any other gear, the heaven system is quite random with the gear placement. The angels didn't expect someone from China to receive the spear. Seraphol explained to him. As I said, they had years. Years to patch the system, years to upgrade it and perfect it. At this point, I see nothing more than the fact that they don't care who has the true Longinus. It's not my problem that they are incompetent in fixing and running the system. The current Leviathan could hear her master's distaste towards Heaven's faction. Assuming he doesn't like them because of how they can't run Heaven's system. This is too early for me to decide if he is going to have a cold relationship with them or not. There is still a chance of that bitch pulling something out of her large tits. The black-haired beauty furrowed her eyebrows for a moment, thinking about that woman who wears a mask more than she ever does. Not everyone is at your level, master. If my guess is right, then that blonde has tried many times to fix the system. But unfortunately for him, he wasn't created to run it. She used the moment to jab some at the current leader of heaven. I suppose so. Nonetheless, I will be leaving for Greece. I will be back shortly, he said after giving another glance at the envelope. Be careful. It's the home of the Greek pantheon. There is a chance you will encounter another one of their deities. Seraphol said with a little bit of concern. Not for his safety or anything like that. Well, she was a little bit concerned about it. But she was more concerned about what kind of things he could pull. She doesn't want the most eccentric pantheon to start having weird ideas about her master. Irrelevant. I don't care about them. I have no interest in them at this moment. I will leave them alive, he said casually as he started walking back to the main floor. Seraphol grimaced hearing that. He is treating them as something as if they were a nuisance. Like they are no threat and he is the one deciding their fate. Then again, if she had such a gear like he does, she wouldn't be afraid of anything. I see. Well, I don't care or anything. That's a big lie, and he saw through it as he looked back at her with a raised eyebrow. You shouldn't just provoke them. Their egos are fragile. As I said, it's irrelevant. For one, I know their power and their scaling. I already scanned their divine energy. And I even have their DNA. My magic negation system is attuned to their energy as much as I have towards regular humans, dragons, devils and now Greek gods. He explained casually while shrugging his shoulders. If you say so. I don't want you to cause any incident which will cause them to move. Move? Move where? Even if they discover my home location by some miracle, there will only be less pantheon in the world by the end of it. I am not going to take their mountain or anything like that. I am only going to collect and purge wanted criminals. He simply told her what would happen to the Greek gods if they were to get any funny ideas of trying to find him. Seraphol could only gulp down nervously. She doesn't want to know what the Devil Council will do once they find out that their POD has been recreated by a human. She can already imagine egos flying high and Marcus not caring about at all. Which could easily lead to devil extinction. Evening, Aurora OS boot up, boot complete, OS startup in process, Aurora Battle Support online, Aurora HUD online, Exoskeleton System online, GeForce Max Support online, Diamond Triangle Core Stable, CEFS on online and on standby, SNMSS on online and on standby, Synchronizing Systems, Synchronization complete. Freedom Scale Male MK2 is ready and standby. Marcus checked the system of his suit before walking towards where the ceiling was lowered and the driveway could be seen. Moments later he was outside. Deploy wings, time to fly south. CEFS deployed, the whole wings ignited on his back as Marcus rushed high into the air. A few seconds later he was already very high in the air and a scale mail was connected to a GPS satellite to assist him in flying towards his destination. Less than an hour later the visor changed into a magic view and the teen inventor started looking around for his targets. Well, this is going to be quite annoying. Several hours later Marcus finally found multiple Sacred Gear's signatures in a single area. His eyes lit up as he flew there. Soon enough he found several bunch of people resting in a makeshift-looking warehouse. Assuming they don't want a high profile because of the Greek pantheon. What's this? There is a layer of some sort of energy in the air. Scan the energy in the air. Scanning. 37%, 71%, 91%, Scan complete. Moments later, a portion of Marcus' vision was covered by the new window. Hey! Georg's sacred gear. So instead of hiding themselves in a dimension, they use this as an early warning alarm. As anything bigger would attract the Pantheon. Quite smart. Reading a bit more on the barrier, the teen inventor found out how it worked. In the end, I don't have to worry about this. Marcus lifted his right arm as Phobos appeared in his right hand. He pointed it towards where Georg was sleeping. Deploy negation magic field target sacred gear's signature. Deploying SNMSS, with a burst of light from the energy wings, the whole warehouse area was bombarded by the Solomon negation magic. Marcus pressed the trigger and a large bolt of electricity rushed forwards from the barrel. Boom, electrical crackle, we are under attack. The teen inventor heard a male voice shouting from inside the warehouse. Marcus didn't stop as he started shooting more with both Deimos and Phobos. Bolts of lightning like strikes of thunder descended onto the warehouse, disabling the majority of the hero band members. The teen didn't stop there. As he continued before the majority were out, he then descended into the warehouse. Most of the roof was already disintegrated, so he could easily do that now. Preemptive strike success, Marcus said as he descended into the half-destroyed building. Who the fuck are you? A big burly man said with an annoyed look as he slowly got up, pushing away the debris from himself. An inventor, engineer, enthusiast, sacred gear creator and collector. And you cow did a great favor to me for collecting so many rare gears, Marcus happily said as he lifted Phobos and pointed at the sweaty-looking Chinese guy. Oh yeah? Let's see how you're going to like thee. Ah. A clap of thunder followed by a ball of lightning smashed into the tall muscular guy, which should be the descendant of Heracles. You are irrelevant. So be silent, the teen inventor said as he shot into the guy without even looking at him. You. Who are you? I have never seen sacred gear like those. Did the part where I said an inventor, engineer and sacred gear creator escape from you? Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. I am only talking with you since you did a favor to me. So, pick an underworld you want to go to and pray to the deity governing it. A rifle pointed at the Chinese guy who was sweating buckets. By this point he was looking around looking for a way to get out of this, while also trying to call forth his true longiness. Wait. We can discuss this. You are human. Right? I am trying. A ball of lightning smashed into the guy as he didn't finish explaining. I don't care what you are trying to do. Science is a priority. Your gear is the peak and the longiness. Unless you have something equivalent to that, there is no dialogue, the genius inventor said as he approached the downed man. Magic circles appeared around him as moments later a translucent orb with a golden spear inside of it came out. It was quickly collected. He then pointed Deimos at him and a pitch-black beam with red wisps erased the guy. That moment a girly squeak spread throughout the warehouse as Marcus quickly looked at the source and saw a blonde girl with blue eyes staring at him with a pale look. He points Phobos at her. Wait. Don't shoot. I surrender. I surrender. The girl did a Japanese-style doujutsu, going on her knees and touching the ground with her forehead. You. Arjan. You have a sacred gear which creates holy swords, yes. I can do that. I can create as many as you want. Just don't kill me. She begged with a terrified look. And just witnessed how their strongest member turned into nothing right in front of her eyes. Very well. Tell me. Is it true that you are the reincarnation of the Saint Joan of Arc? He asked her as he approached her. The girl had to look quite high as the scale mail made the inventor look almost like a giant. And those glowing blue eyes from the helmet made him look even more monstrous. Yes. I am. The sacred gear is deeply connected to her soul. So, it became a generation thing. Not only that, but according to the church we look extremely similar as well. All the reincarnations of Joan of Arc had the same sacred gear. I see. Very well. It is quite fascinating how the gear doesn't detach after the user's death. Probably an extra system in place, and gulped down when she heard death being mentioned so casually. She quickly realized that she ended up with a bona fide cold researcher. I have decided. You will be coming with me. I will make you one of my maids. It will be a beautiful way of showing heaven that, yes, their saint is nothing more than a maid to me. The blonde slowly nodded with a gulp. Yes, this is better than just dying. As you wish. She said while bowing again. Marcus nodded before turning around and starting to collect the other gears. Once again Jeanne could only twitch each time she saw members of her old group cease to exist one by one. Chapter 15, Blonde Maids. Wait. Don't kill him. Please. A blonde girl came out from the debris and when saw the rifle pointed at the blonde man, she immediately panicked. What now? And you are? Right, LaFae Pendragon? A witch. You don't have anything useful to offer. The blonde's eyes widened and when she heard that, she was instantly horrified. She quickly started to think. She looked at the other blonde, the Joan of Arc spirit holder. I am a genius at magic. I was part of the Golden Dawn. I can teach magic if you want. She quickly said what was on top of her head. Are you? Very well. I will spare this guy. In turn, your life belongs to me. You will be signing a contract that will bind your magic. If you break it, you will lose your magic, or in the worst case, you will die. Is that clear? She sighed in relief after hearing that. This was not perfect, but it was the only good way to get out of this extremely bad situation. Why, yes. I accept. Good. Still, though, I will be taking these swords. Terrorists should not be holding any of them in the first place, Marcus said happily, most likely using the best pretext to do so. Even though some people could already call him a renegade and a danger to most Panthans. Well, not that it matters now anyway. LeFay could only sigh after seeing Excalibur Ruler and Caliburn getting snatched just like that. They only just found Excalibur Ruler. And Caliburn? There was no need to even think about what kind of repercussion this will cause. It will cause a shockwave big enough to go through the whole supernatural world when the factions eventually hear that the strongest holy sword was lost. Still, her brother is alive, that's all that matters. LeFay joined Jen as they watched their new boss. Master. Finished off the rest of the hero faction. And all they could do was stand by his side and be in fear, even at how, regardless of the original strength of the heroes like Georg, they were just slaughtered. After it was all done, both of them were encased in magic circles, of which LeFay found extremely fascinating as they looked devil in origin, but they were not devil magic. It was extremely weird. It was like he emulated the devil magic factors and made them work with human hands. Whoever this guy is, he is good. Very good. I shouldn't be excited about the prospect of new magic in this situation, but this is just too hard to resist. The younger blonde of the pair had a very hard time trying to not get excited by this. After all, she had just been kidnapped by some super scary dude who single-handedly made the whole hero group of theirs just disappear. Back in the garage, Anne was baffled and confused on why they were in Eastern Europe. She was able to make some sense of where they were flying. She saw Istanbul. It was not hard with the landmarks like the Hagia Sophia or the bridge connecting Europe to Asia Minor. Then of course there was the Black Sea, and she also saw the city of Kyiv. Well, she assumed that it was the Ukrainian capital since the city was big and there was a large river flowing through the middle. And in all, she could guess that they were somewhere close to the Baltic Sea, which is also quite close to the Norse Pantheon territory. The confusion only increased when they landed in some residential area of a small town in God knows where. Then her eyes widened when she saw parts of the driveway just going down into the ground. This looked like the type of supervillain secret base that you would see in the Bond movies. Holy shit. This guy is totally like those supervillains from the movies with absurd tech and some big goals of world domination. I am kind of excited and terrified. Anne thought to herself as she followed the guy who quite honestly kidnapped her. Her eyes slightly widened when she saw the inside. There was another armor similar to the one he was currently wearing. Well, identical except for the colors and the wings. Or not. Since she just saw the energy wings retract. There was only a color difference. The stationed armor was simply gray, while the one he was wearing was golden and white. Moments later her kidnapper raised his hands and mechanical arms came out from the ground and started removing the armor, piece by piece. That's so cool. Jen said with barely hidden awe. This was like one of those sci-fi movies. They are magical too. I can sense magic. I can sense magic everywhere. This man. He is terrifying. LeFay said with wide eyes as she scanned the surroundings. Yeah? I guess he truly is a TV supervillain type. Anne replied after hearing what LeFay just said. Most likely. We still need to know what he does and what his goals are. The younger blonde said with a nod. She kind of, sort of, can see what Jen means. Once the armor was taken off they could finally see who it was. No way. You are like, totally my age. Jen said with disbelief. Indeed. Which means you have wasted your whole life. He said with a shrug. This was quite a jab to her as she quickly realized soon enough. That, yeah. She should not be acting like they are friends with someone who was about to kill her and take her sacred gear. I suppose, I deserve that one. My apologies. The older blonde from the pair apologized with a quick bow. So, you can learn etiquette after all. Not bad. Still you will be having a teacher soon enough to teach you all that you need to become a proper maid. He said in quite a smug tone, which quickly made the reincarnation of Joan of Arc feel cold shivers going down her spine. Who will be teaching her? Soon enough the pair of blondes saw two women approaching. One of them was dressed in a maid outfit. No way. Those are Seraphal Leviathan and Greyfire Lucifuge. LeFay exclaimed in disbelief, and Jean quickly joined her when she heard those names. What are the pair of extremely powerful devils doing here? Indeed they are my pillars. I suppose I should introduce myself since the two of you don't even know my name. LeFay had a shocking feeling in her gut when she heard him call these devils his pillars. She only ever knew one human who called the devils his pillars. My name is Marcus Goldman and I am what these devil ladies call the second coming of Solomon. The king of magic. Well, more like the king of inventions and engineering. But whatever, I can stick with magic. He said the last part with a shrug. But how? He died ages ago. And no remnants of his were left. I have been reading up on him for years. His work. His magic. All known human cabals and organizations wanted to replicate it. LeFay said with disbelief and awe, and many other emotions that were rolling out from her. Here she was, talking to someone who has all of Solomon's magic and legacy. Who was he? Anne asked with a look that said that she had no clue who they were talking about. Solomon was the only guy in history to enslave the 72 Devil's Pillars from right under the original Lucifer's nose. He walked to the underworld and left with 72 devils who listened to him till his death. Marcus explained as simply as possible to Anne. What our Lord just said is an extremely abridged version. But, yes, what he just said is the truth. LeFay added her own 2 bits. Marcus slightly raised his eyebrow hearing how LeFay was already addressing him as Lord. I guess the old man has such an influence on human mages. Wait. Seriously? Someone did that? Anne questioned with a shocked and baffled look. Indeed. Someone did that about 3,000 years ago. The only black-haired devil lady in the room answered as she stepped forward. Master, you didn't say you will be bringing any living souvenirs. Both LeFay and Jeanne gulped down instinctively. How can someone be this cute and terrifying at the same time? So, this is Satan Leviathan? I guess the rumors don't do much unless you see her yourself. Anne thought to herself as she remembered rumors about Seraphol Leviathan cosplaying as a magic girl and acting all cute. Anne over there holds the soul of the Saint Joan of Arc. She will be going directly under you, Greyfire. You will teach her how to be a maid. If it's not to my satisfaction, I can always remove the gear and dispose of her. Anne turned pale white after hearing how casually he had just mentioned that. I won't disappoint. Should I call you Master or Lord? The older-looking blonde quickly remembered how LeFay called the guy who is the same age as her but had already slaughtered the whole of the hero band. Once again she quickly shook her head, not wanting to think about how someone who is the same age as her can accomplish that. Both. Doesn't matter which one. Anyways, this witch-looking girl is LeFay Pendragon. Assuming she inherited the magical side of the Arthurian legends. Marcus pointed at the girl, who quickly and respectfully bowed towards the 2 devil powerhouses. She will be a maid, and will also be assisting me with human-related magic. LeFay once again nodded. She was nearly on cloud 9 when she heard that she will be helping the second coming of Solomon. The original king of magic was like God to the magical cabals and certain associations. And now she will be serving under his successor. I understand. I won't disappoint you. Greyfire looked at the pair, her red eyes practically digging into them. Trying to dig up anything she dislikes, her gaze quickly made the both of them uncomfortable. This was the strongest queen. How are they going to serve under her? If this woman's gaze could kill, they would be dead by now. Good. Now come in, I am going to prepare the contracts for you two. Marcus motioned for them to follow him. This place truly looks like a supervillain base. Well, more like the garage of one. My new boss truly likes his techie stuff. The older blonde thought to herself as she was looking around at everything. She saw something akin to a holographic display, a futuristic-looking computer, a table with robotic hands which looks like the futuristic version of a grinding stone. I suppose I should tell you some things before a master comes back. Seraphol started talking as she is the most diplomatic one of them all. Like what? I suppose I should know his schedule and such, yes. The older blonde asked with an uncertain look. While she was never a maid, she saw some in action. That is, well, our master is very pragmatic, I suppose? Seraphol said with uncertainty. She was trying to find an appropriate word. We experienced it. He dealt with our group in less than 5 minutes. The only survivor is my brother. Since I offered myself for his life. Arthur Pendragon? Seraphol asked with a raised eyebrow. She remembered something about the ancient British family. Yes. I left a note which is basically a short summary of what happened before I was taken away. LeFay said while fiddling with her robes. She was feeling very uncomfortable when the pair of the most powerful devil females were staring at her like that. Did you tell Master that you left a note? Greyfire asked her with a piercing gaze. This woman. She is extreme. How can a Lucifuge serve a human to such an extreme? Anne thought to herself. She never expected to see a devil serve a human with such heat. Yes, I told him, and he even watched when I left the note. He approved of it. LeFay quickly clarified under such an extreme gaze. Good. Our master was with Seraphol for over 4 years now. She tested his patience enough. I suggest not to hide anything from him. It's pointless, especially in this place. We are in the heart of his control here. This workshop holds a pantheon level of security. You can't escape this house or even this nation without him knowing. He will find you. It will either be me or Serafal who will be hunting you two down. And believe me, we can't say no to him. Even if we want to. Greyfire simply explained to the pair of blondes who could only gulp down hearing that. In the end, they realized that they were in a nationwide prison. It was a pantheon-level security Greyfire. Master tripled the output of the Diamond Core Heart. Now the whole nation can enter into lockdown mode. Serafal added with a smug look. Truly? I guess I was outdated then. I didn't know Master is increasing security this much. The silver-haired maid said without much care. While the two blondes sitting opposite to them tried to process what they just heard. Triple the power of a pantheon-level security? Aren't pantheons usually located in a different dimension? So, how can this place be that secure? Barriers? There are barriers here. But where? LeFay tried to sense anything, but all she could tell was that there is a lot of magic in the air. Can he turn the ambient magic into barriers? Just how good are these diamond cores? Indeed, after the whole incident with Artemis and her hunt, he decided to increase the radius of the third layer. Anyway, since you now know it is pointless to run, I can assume that Master will be giving you some devil-like contracts. Serafal said as her gaze returned to the pair. The pair didn't want to know what their new lord did to Artemis that he needed to increase the security. They will most likely learn it anyway. Still though, a man-hating goddess is man-hunting him? Well, this will be interesting. At least that was what Jean was thinking. Well, LeFay already knew that the second coming of Solomon used his magic on the moon goddess and made her feel useless. Right. I am done. Here are the contracts. Read it up. Marcus walked over and handed over the papers to the pair. The pair quickly stiffed and made sure they were sitting straight as Greyfire's gaze was on them. It was somewhat like an instinctual thing towards a threat. That's just how scary her gaze is. Quickly though the pair started reading. This is like a job. You're even going to pay me? Jen said with a confused look. She was expecting a bona fide slave contract where she is selling her life to a human who can enslave devils. It is. You will be working for me your whole life and you are going to get paid for it. Marcus said with a shrug. He might kidnap them but he will be offering things for the work. He might be a self-proclaimed bad guy but even bad guys pay their subordinates. Well. Except for Issa. I see. This is not bad actually. Jen continued to read until she stumbled upon something. Cool. Whoa. You are going to allow me to test things? She asked with a shell-shocked expression. She already saw the armors and the rifles. This is going to be so cool. She skipped a bunch of warning signs, something about the possibility of losing a limb and things like that. She was looking at the bright side. Yeah. Sacred gears and things like that, you will be testing and using them. It will be for future data gathering. Marcus explained simply. And nodded happily hearing that. She has no idea what the data gathering in specific was. But, she assumes her usage of it will be recorded to make even better gear. So it's like a double win for her. That's great. Much better than I expected. Serafal just looked at the girl, another happy test subject. She thought that those would be rare. But somehow her sister ended up as one and now these two from the looks of it. Although the younger blonde didn't say anything, she was deep in reading her contract. Eventually, Jean signed it up with a grin and so did LeFay with a satisfying smile. At that moment the pair got reminded that they just sealed the deal with their magic as they felt a pull from their magic flowing into the contracts. Serafal's sweat dropped for a bit. Now, more than ever, was her master like Lucifer himself. He just made a pair of girls with a considerable background and legacy sign away their lives. Good. Now why don't you two go with Greyfire who will start showing you around? At the moment it's not much, but my base is rapidly expanding. Marcus said as he remembered that the tunnel works is rapidly increasing as the assembly line is producing more labor boss every 2 hours. I knew it. This is like a garage, right? And you are building up your real base. Jean said with quite a happy and smug look. Even LeFay had a realizing look. It would seem that their wild guesses about their new lord being like a supervillain building up his base was right on spot. True, this place is going to be a garage for my cars in future. Well, my real base will be built up away from the city and more towards the center of the nation. Serafal's eyes slightly widened hearing that. That was new. She didn't hear anything about this. Marcus is building a new base somewhere? And he is not just calling it a garage anymore? That's big. It is hard to call the current place a garage in the first place. Since it has a bunch of things like a ritual room, testing room, kitchen, bathroom, and a fully automated assembly line that produces things from thin air. Well, It is using perpetual energy to create raw materials through transmutation. Nonetheless, he still called this place a garage after having so many things build up to this point. So, it begs the question. How much bigger is the official base going to be? Oh, I see. Is it going to be pretty big then? Dan asked, and the rest were also waiting for him to answer. More or less a few times bigger. He shrugged back casually. Don't worry. There will be enough things for you to do. Marcus said with a wide smile. For some reason, the blonde had a cold sweat going down her spine. It was out of nowhere, so she was slightly confused on why she was feeling nervous. He only said a few times bigger. So, it shouldn't be that big. Right? After rubbish. This one's rubbish too. This one garbage. Looks different but still, garbage. Well, this one is below average but just above garbage. I looked through the 5 demonic swords I got from that silver-haired dude. They all look ugly and have below average powers. Demonic energy is quite dangerous to humans, even to devils themselves when it's not their demonic energy. Since these 5 demonic swords are useless, they will be stored in the showcase vault. Although for safety's sake, they will be properly vaulted and holographic displays will be shown in their place. It will be done for all the sacred gears and the swords. Meaning that no one will be able to just grab it and bond with it. But, whereas the demonic swords are useless, the pair of holy swords were not. Caliburn has space-controlling powers and Excalibur Ruler has mind-control ones. The best part from this raid, though, is the sacred gears. True Longinus, Dimension Lost and Annihilation Maker. And of course some common ones like Twice Critical several times over and something used by Hercules. Anyway. Dimension Lost is a wonderful piece of gear that could help me improve the Diamond Core Heart. Who knew that a mist could do such things? As it stands, the lockdown mode can be improved. Instead of damaging the barrier, it could send the attack to the dimension gap. Annihilation Maker is quite an interesting piece of gear that allows the creation of monsters from one shadow. Further data implies that it's something extremely close to the creation of living and breathing beings. Only a few steps away from creating true life. The core itself is that of a concept instead of a creature, similar to the lesser gears from the likes of Sword Birth, only instead of swords it creates monsters with abilities. Although it is just a concept, the gear itself still holds quite a bit of programming and processing worthy of the Longinus name. Then, of course, there is the true Longinus. The sphere. While the gear is basic. Like any other gears, the core itself is quite fascinating and very powerful. The amount of holy energy it emits made Seraphol stay meters away, even in a sealed state like this. The spear originally was just a simple steel weapon. But after stabbing Jesus himself and upon recovering the relic, it has been reworked by the big man, Big G. Not only that, but it also holds some of his power. While the readings only show a mixture of holy and divine energy at its very core, it also reads one's mind, ambition, ideology and judges if it's worthy to receive extra help against the opponent. While I won't be able to recreate the miracle of the Big G's will, I could recreate a sphere. And with this much data I could crystalline concepts of my desire. And make something similar to Wrong Ominiad. Though it wouldn't be the same as Fate's one. There are no layers of reality being tower anchored here. But, the world's end concept. Now that should be possible again, different interpretations. Only after scanning all the gears and swords and then having stored them away did Seraphol properly approach me. Phew. Finally, they are gone. But, seriously. True Longinus and those 2 holy swords. How on earth did they have those? This kind of looks bad for heaven, which is quite a good rub at them from my point of view. The black-haired devil said with a smug tone. None of them were with heaven to begin with, so it's kind of half-assed, but, you are right. The holy relics should have been secured as soon as possible, but they weren't. So, now they are mine. I said with a shrug. I don't care much, but this is my win and my loot, so it stays with me. So? What are you planning to do with 3 Longinus gears and 7 swords? The beauty curiously asked me. I used this moment to pull her onto my lap. I kind of noticed how her dressing habits have changed quite a bit. She now prefers to dress in beautiful dresses regardless of whether it is needed or not. They make her look quite hot. She instantly snuggled and moved herself into a comfortable position. Dimension Lost will help to improve Diamond Core Heart. Annihilation Maker will improve my understanding in genetics. Truly? But how? Isn't it just monster creation from imagination? Normally yes, but we are talking about adding magic to the mix. Oh. Are you trying to make an army of creatures or something? Seraphol asked in a joking tone, then quickly stopped as she realized that I might not be joking. Wait. You aren't serious, are you? Not really, but in a sense, yes. As I said before, since I am expanding the processing capacities of Aurora, I will be able to simulate a lot more things. That includes Annihilation Maker and its capacity. For example, if I were to create a creature of fire, I would be able to understand how fire abilities will affect the being up to the genetic level. If this works, I can alter any being to any abilities and standards. Her eyes bulged out, taking a few minutes to grasp what I just said. If this is true, what you just said, then you can basically make any being of any power. The level of true gods like Great Red Orifice. Seraphol said with wide eyes. It's not as easy as it sounds though. For example, the human genetic code is, let's say, a 7-story building. We can work with what a 7-floor building has. But if we were to remove, for example, the 3rd floor, then the whole building would collapse. So when we are genetically altering something, we have to stick with what we have. If we add the 8th floor, which is too big, then it can collapse again. I explained to her as simply as I could. That's why genetically altering someone is an extremely difficult and long process. The process which with new expansion I will be able to cut down by many years. So, what can you do once you finish it? You will add some abilities to yourself? She asked, curious, as this was a new plateau for her. Since I could technically have any ability. Eternal life, eternal youth, superhuman regeneration, better magic control, at least ultimate class level strength at base. Haven't checked everything yet. So, these are just the basics among basics. I said from the top of my head. I haven't checked everything, but this was surface information. Almost like a recon over genetics. Her eyes widened to a comical level as I said all that. BB, but isn't this like building extra floors and all that? Isn't it dangerous? She asked with a squeaky tone. Not at all. This is working with the pieces already there. Humans have regeneration. The power of it is set in our DNA. All I am going to do is alter that. But it's not as easy as just changing a number in an options menu. As the moment you alter it, you send a chain reaction to the rest of the floors. Thus the need of processing power for Aurora. I see. To figure out where the reaction is happening. She said while nodding. From the looks of it, Seraphol understood. This means that if you want something like complete fire manipulation, then you need to build an extra floor, as you had just said. Sort of. Since fire is already there, to a certain extent. The human body is warm. So in a sense, you already have some fire there. Still you need that extra floor, no? There is no control of fire in natural human genetic makeup. This time she was certain of what she had said. Indeed. That's where you will need to be careful. It is like adding to the already existing construct. One can end up with extra limbs by accident. I said with a shrug. Yeah. I can see this being a long-term thing. Or should be. I nodded at her. Internally I was somewhat skeptical about this myself. I'd only checked my DNA a couple of times. But it should have been more difficult. My talent was always with cars, electronics, and programming. But now, after reading up on genetics, it all just started to make sense. It was like a mystery that always fascinated me. But for some reason it is no longer that mysterious. It is now like walking through a sort of familiar forest. While you may be going to get lost, you still will find a way to the exit. It's either the extra genius I got in this world or the DxD universe is just that simple. I hope it's just my talent and not the reality I am in. You had that look just now. What look? I asked with raised eyebrows, glazing into her blue eyes. That you had just figured something out. It usually leads to some crazy stuff. Last time you had that look, you ended up making those rifles. I snorted after hearing that. This woman is reading far too much into my facial expression. Maybe. Who knows? I said that with a smirk. Grease, it was like a white star had descended into the building. It released lightning bolts and destroyed the whole building. It was like God himself descended. A farmer explained with glassy eyes. Sleep. The farmer nodded and collapsed onto the ground. A silver-haired woman put her hand on the farmer's head as a silver glow surrounded the downed man's body. It's the same. They all saw the same thing. Yes. He was here. From the looks of it, he attacked something. If my guess is right, then he attacked someone who had sacred gear or gears. Lady Artemis. For him to raid something in the heart of Greece. The lion girl said with some disbelief in her tone. She can't believe someone had the balls to act so open. The silver-haired goddess snorted with a pissed look. He is not afraid if I am to bring my whole family to face him. He said that to my face. This is nothing. She pointed towards the destroyed warehouse as she said the last words. She knows he is not afraid to do raids like these. This might be her family's turf, but Olympus is leagues away from here. What I wanted from this is any clues. I want to find out his location or destination. Artemis exclaimed with a commanding tone. Hilita and Atalanta nodded at their goddess as they started searching the destroyed building for anything to lead her to him. She could have asked Apollo for help. Her twin could have shown some visions to her. But, like hell was she going to ask him for anything? Especially with this. No, she will find him herself. And once she is done grinding him through the ground, then she will bring him back to Olympus so that he could slave away as their blacksmith. In a sense this attack was good. She was skulking around in Eastern Europe without any clues. It was frustrating that he could so easily hide from her. Thankfully her father always goes to her for something like this. Especially when someone talks about lightning, thunder and God in the same sentence. My lady. From the looks of it, he slaughtered at least 30 people. And there were also residues of holy energy. Powerful holy energy. As well as Heracles. Spawn. Artemis slightly grimaced hearing that. Hilida tracking is peerless but sometimes she is far too good. I see. So, there were a lot of people with quite the special backgrounds. More than a few, my lady. Atalanta said as she used her nose and tracking skills which she has sharpened for over a few thousand years. Quite a few extremely talented people were here. Atalanta said as she looked around the destroyed building. Thankfully the inside of it was in good condition. That man hit a jackpot. If my guess is right then he has quite a few Longinus gears now. The blonde lion girl said with a frown. Like? Artemis asked with wide eyes when she heard the word Longinus being mentioned. True Longinus and dimension lost. The cat girl said as she looked around, her senses were telling her that it was those gears. There is only one relic she knows of that can leave such a strong remnant of holy energy and those ripples in the air. It is similar to that of dimension lost. Chapter 16, Aurora 2.0, R18, with a groan, Marcus opened his eyes. He looked at the ceiling for a moment before being distracted by a feeling that something was up, down there. His gaze went down and saw that someone was under his bedsheets. Sarah is getting naughtier by the day it would seem. The teen inventor was 80% sure that it was Seraphol who was down there. But then again, the bulge in the sheets was too big for just one person. So without wasting any more time, he pulled away the sheets. His eyes slightly widened seeing who it was. It was his pair of devil ladies. He was even more shocked at what they were wearing. It was a maid version of a bikini. And to add extra sexiness to it, they had thigh-high stockings with those fluffy thigh bands. To top it up, the pair also had fake red horns on their heads. Good morning Master, happy Valentine's Day for today, we are going to be your sexy devil maid, Seraphol said with a lustful look as she, alongside Greyfire, were working on his pole. Greyfire's hair was set completely loose. They looked like something along the lines of yin and yang, one is black-haired while the other is silver-haired. Even their eye colors fit quite a bit. Now that Marcus was up, the devil girls didn't need to hold back and soon enough they started double-teaming him. Licking from the balls to the top in quick succession. Switching between each other. Damn. The teen inventor groaned. This was the first time he was ever double-teamed like this. Especially by a pair of devil ladies. A few minutes into the play he came hard and a pair of devil maids drained him up greedily. Moaning and licking themselves up, this was just to turn their master on even more. Seraphol giggled for a bit as she enjoyed the face her master was having. She turned him on quite a bit as even releasing his load he was still rearing to go for the next round. This was what she and Greyfire wanted too. Well? Who do you want first? Or should we decide for ourselves? Seraphol asked while putting her index finger on her chin. Looking quite sexy along the way. Let's start with Greyfire, she received the least action. Marcus said to the pair as his hand stroked the leg of the silver-haired maid. Greyfire nodded with a lustful smile before moving forward and sitting on her master's lap. She moved her panties aside and positioned herself to insert her beloved master's cock. She softly moaned when she felt his rod sink into her wet folds. The beauty has been itching for this for the past couple of days. Just imagining her serving him like this made her horny and needy. The moment it was fully inside of her she got into a proper position. Making sure her master's eyes were on her, she moved her waist back and forth. Sitting properly on his lap, she was ready to start. Moments later she started to move, starting slowly before picking up her speed. Marcus' hand slowly went onto her hips, holding her. Not that it was needed as Greyfire was quite horny and was already on fire, fucking herself raw. Going up and down with as much fervor as she could, this was just amazing as she remembered. His thing was touching all the right places and sending waves of pleasure throughout her body. Seraphol was looking at the situation with extreme interest, especially at how the infamous Ice Cube herself was behaving like a horny teenager girl getting fucked for the very first time. Soon enough the maid lost herself as she enjoyed Marcus' cock moving in and out of her slippery cunt. She was on cloud 9 serving him like this. Her hands moved onto her breast before removing the sexy maid bra, showing off her large tits which were going up and down according to Greyfire's movement. Without even realizing it, she came hard around his shaft. Also good, the silver-haired maid moaned with a glazed look. Her whole body twitched and her back arched. She could not believe how seriously horny she was, to the point where came so quickly. Nonetheless, she kept moving her hips in rotation trying to milk her master as hard as possible. Hey, you came so quick. As expected, the silent ones are always the lewd ones. Seraphal words snapped the beauty out of her blissful daze. Greyfire blushed from embarrassment before moving off her master's lap. She was reminded that she was not the only one serving her master. The black-haired beauty quickly moved in once Marcus's lap was free. She turned and sat down on his lap in a reverse cowgirl position. The beauty made sure to look as enticing as possible. Leaning forward, pushing her panties aside and showing how her pussy was swallowing his shaft. Mewing hotly in the process before starting to move her hips, going up and down with extra force. She was already quite turned on by seeing how Greyfire was fucking herself like that. Soon enough a loud smacking noise started to spread through the room as Seraphal was not holding back. Marcus just groaned from the pleasure the beauty was giving him. This was the best morning he had so far. It would seem that Solomon knew exactly what he was doing when he created Danzō Uchiha. Devil's girl are very good in bed, just like this. The black-haired beauty, soon enough, started to change the way she moved. After all, she had already done this with her master for quite a lot of time already. She knows which angle is best and how to ride him properly. Before long the teen inventor could not hold it anymore. The black-haired beauty simply knew how to drain him and a moment later he released his load into Seraphal awaiting womb. Oh yes, here it is. She moaned hotly as her body twitched for a bit when she felt the hot stream of seed flow into her. She sat down properly on his lap moving her hips forward and back draining every last bit she could. Fufu you are still hard the black-haired devil beauty said with a lewd look. She turned around and looked hotly at him. Yeah. It's Valentine's. Marcus said as his hands went onto her hips, stroking them for a bit. Indeed in the garage LaFay was aimlessly staring at the wall of her new room. She had just passed the tour of the garage. The blonde-haired girl has no idea why her lord calls this place a garage when the things he creates here are already superior to any other pantheon in the world. This was better than heaven in her eyes. A magic-generating core that produces perpetual energy? No one in the world, has created that. And yet, he can make those like paper. The assembly line was also another thing that is in the realm of miracles. If Marcus could, he can easily take over the world with that assembly line alone. It could produce anything as long as the design is sent to the main computer. Although, some settings need to be adjusted accordingly to what it's producing. Nonetheless, even a 4-year-old could create a bomb with this. It only needs a few presses of a button. That's why she was just aimlessly staring at the wall. Her mind was still trying to process all of this. Perpetual energy is just a myth. It was before. It's even more mythological than anything the supernatural myth has produced. Infinite energy is in truth, truly infinite. By her belief only Iphis, the Ouroboros dragon god has achieved such a thing. But, this was not all. According to Greyfire, everything here runs on it or is based on it. So that means, the suit she saw, could technically exist until the planet is not around. His rifles are the same. The garage she is in right now will be around long after her death. It's utterly insane now that she was able to think. She thought her lord was amazing because he could use Solomon's magic, but all that he achieved in 4 years is utterly insane. He took Solomon's magic and used it in such a way that it surpassed anything else found on this world. Even, who is mostly clueless about the true scale of things, was awed by the diamond core hearts. Yes, hearts, several of those are in use and it is simply overkill. But, still. This is bad for my brother. No matter what he does, he will lose. One can't win against someone like Lord Marcus. Solomon's magic alone made the whole devil kind drop onto their knees. And my new lord used that magic to create a completely new plateau of power. I need to find a way to tell him not to look for me. Otherwise, he will truly die against Lord Marcus. LaFay thought to herself with a sigh before looking around. Her new room is, quite literally, just built. From the furniture, like the bed or the wardrobe, to the maid dresses hanging in said wardrobe. They are all brand new, just created from the very same perpetual energy. It's absurd even by Mage's standards. Her master could solve the majority of the people's crises. From shortage of food to energy issues, which still plague humanity as it is. Well, for now I need to observe him and see who he truly is. Around 2 weeks later, after Valentine's Day, the information processing facility was ready to begin the installation of the computer equipment. It was built 20 kilometers northwest to my birth town. In quite a large forest, deep underground. There are 7 floors in total, a total of 4 diamond core hearts will be powering the whole thing. Along with the assembly line and the robot maintenance facilities. All in all, it is a fully self-sufficient complex that won't be needing any of my help. Though, I still go check things in person. It is quite satisfying. The best part of this is the labor bots running it. I now have another assembly line producing more labor robots to work on the railway. I could have a much bigger assembly line complex, but those are going to be in the launching pad site and the docks. As it is, the current speed of progress is more than enough. Now, I have started designing how the interior is going to be, how the processors are going to be spread out and such. The best part of all this is that I can expand this further if I need to. Quite a few kilometers in all directions. Nothing too difficult, as I had something similar in my past life, so it only took me a day to design the whole thing and the robots were finished with it in less than a week. While the robots were working, I was also improving my workshop. The computer was gone, all that was left was my bent computer screen. The holographic table was removed altogether and was replaced by holographic projectors from the walls, ceiling and ground. Nextly, I redesigned my main table for more comfort and efficiency since the computer itself was no longer needed. I now, most likely, have the biggest computer in the world, 20 kilometers away. That's why when I noticed that quite a bit of hardware was online, I started working on something quite important. The next version of Aurora. My main OS has more than enough untouched raw processing power to tap into. And done. With the last press of a button, the whole facility went dark. All the lights were turned off. And slowly, one by one, everything started to restart. Is this supposed to happen? Anne asked me as she was, quite honestly, freaked out. After all the lights just suddenly went out. LaFay next to her nodded as she looked around wearily. It should have happened as I just applied the update for the main operating system. I explained while looking at the screen, seeing all the systems rapidly restarting. The speed was awe-inspiring. After all was said and done, all the files, folders and windows opened, closed by themselves, leaving only the background image of Freedom Mark I facing Freedom Mark II. Aurora. Are you there? I asked with a curious tone. This was the moment of truth. Yes, sir. Ready and waiting, a smile crept on my face when I heard the voice of a female responding. Good. How are you functioning? I asked with further interest. This was the first time I am making a semi-magical AI after all. All of the systems are ready and on standby. My programming has been done perfectly. I nodded hearing that. I was expecting such an answer. I wouldn't just let Aurora restart without going through a bunch of checks up. Letting loose such a powerful AI without any precaution is a very stupid thing to do. Especially an AI that I made, which has access to all my systems. That's the catch of this. Everything is operating on the same platform. For simplicity's sake as well as an operational one. Good. How is the genetic scanning coming along? I asked while leaning back. Aurora quickly made a window appear on the screen, showing the percentage. 9.46%, 9.47%. Sir, your gene decoding is progressing at a considerable rate. The speed is increasing with each new section coming online in the processing facility as we speak. If the decoding progresses at the same speed as it is, it should be done by the end of today, my AI answered with a certain and confident tone. I slowly nodded to myself. So, 36 years of work will be done in less than 7 hours. Well, that is quite something else. And this was only with half the floors online. The new processors that I came up with are quite good. And I still have some more ideas to improve on them. With Magic's help, some extreme chips can be created without any worry of them overheating. While Marcus was thinking about his new AI, the pair of maids who were in the workshop looked baffled after hearing a female voice coming out of the walls. This is an AI. Our Lord Jen nearly slipped there. If Greyfire was here, she would have tried to find a way to dispose of the blonde for the disrespect. Has created an artificial intelligence. Do you know how cool that is? Sorry. But I am more of a witch than a technology type of girl. LaFay replied with a nervous smile. She doesn't like being out of the loop like this. Well, simply put, his technology is so advanced that a computer is now like a person. Indeed. I am created with the sole purpose of serving my creator and in extension to assist with information for those who serve under my creator. Which means the both of you, and his pillars who, at the moment, are out of reach. Anne was with wide eyes when she heard the voice coming out of the wall and talking with her like this. It was so sci-fi that she had a hard time processing what was happening. That's so cool. What else can you do? That's a difficult question to answer. Your question should be more specific. For example, could I create a new branch of magic? The answer is, yes. Could I predict the future? The answer once again is yes. With my processing capacity, I could answer most of the questions regardless. The only difference is how fast I can answer said questions. The more the AI talked, the more the pair were impressed with how human-like she sounded. Nonetheless, the pair could sense some arrogance in her tone. Still, it was understandable, especially when the artificial intelligence has this many capacities. How much can we ask you? Since you said that you can provide us with information? Le Fay asked with a thoughtful look. She was wondering if she could ask the AI to send a message to her brother. I have several inbuilt monitoring systems which monitor the pair of you. This allows me to decide if what you are asking is something I should assist on or not. I do believe humans call it loyalty cards in those supermarkets. You earn these points through your work and deduct them when you ask certain questions above your pay grade, I see. So, it's not that easy then. How should we know if what we ask is above our pay grade or not? Le Fay asked curiously. She wonders if Aurora can help her with her magic studies. I can't assist you in your magic studies if that is what you are wondering. But anyways, for your question, I can easily help with any internet searches for information, or I can access my master database and show the things that you have clearance on. Can we see our points in a window screen format? Jen asked after hearing about the points system. One moment. Creating, done. Jen slightly raised her eyebrow, but before she could even say what she had in mind, a holographic window appeared in front of her. Name, Jen. Occupation, maid. Loyalty points, 100. I am getting video games vibes from this. Nonetheless, this is so awesome. The blonde excitedly checked the window. She slowly tried to press on the window, and to her small surprise the window was solid. Seeing that it was solid, she was able to gain more confidence in pressing on it. The first thing she did was to check the exchange list. Whoa! I can get my own scale mail, she thought excitedly. Then she saw the price. 1,500 points? And the Mark II is 3,000? How much do I earn per day? How much do I earn per day? Depends on how productive you are in a single day. Jen slowly nodded before continuing looking through the list once more. The rifles are in. The blonde girl started counting the zeros in the window screen. She turned somewhat pale and excited seeing the description. Pale that the weapon which was nearly used on her was classified as anti-god level, capable of killing a god every 2 seconds or so. And excited because she could earn it. But pale once again because she doubts that she can even earn that much in her lifetime. The amount of zeros there are, is easily over 6. Nonetheless, she saw that she can also use the assembly line. She can use it now if she wants. The problem is though. She needs a design. The assembly line usage costs only 10 points. But she needs a design to get anything from it. Once again she went through the lists and she found that she can exchange her points for the designs, and once again they were expensive. The rifle's design cost as much as the rifle, while the suit design however is cheaper. By a few hundred points. This is going to take a while. She thought with a sigh. But she was now much more excited about the prospect of working. While, at the same time, Le Fay was going through the magic-related stuff. She was more or less confused by what she saw. Nothing here made sense to her. All she saw were systems. She knows what the MTM system is. And it is extremely expensive. She doubts she will be able to buy it at any time soon. But she wanted some sort of magical knowledge. And all she got were circles. And to her knowledge, to use a circle you have to use mathematical formulas. There were no formulas here. Only circles. It's like the mathematical calculation was already done. But, this means she won't be able to just add them to her arsenal however she likes. It was like an already prepared food that only needs to be heated up before eating. Which is something she doesn't like. What she wanted was the raw ingredients and the recipe. I could buy one and try to decipher it. She looked through the list once more and at the very end it was Solomon's negation magic, which had a lot of zeros. It was very enticing. Something she would want to get, very much. In a way, it would be like a dream of a lifetime being fulfilled. Nonetheless, she went up to the very top of the list and saw the overlapping circle. A circle that allows any other circles to overlap with each other. It only costs 50 points. Half of what she got. But the next circle was the acceleration circle and it cost 250 points. And the moment Le Fay pressed buy, a white tattoo appeared on her hand. Oh? You already used your points? Jen saw the flash of light from her side as she looked at the girl next to her. It would seem that the younger blonde already used her points for something. Yes. I want to study this magic. The younger blonde answered as she inspected the tattoo. She checked her holographic window to see if she could make more circles appear, since having just one on her hand was too little and she could lose it. Thankfully, after buying it she can make more appear. Meaning, she can place as many as she wants. Allowing her to study this properly. Marcus, when evening came, I was able to see a full decoding of my DNA. It was something else. I mean, I can see my DNA just like this, and if I press on any of the pieces, Aurora would tell me what it is responsible for. Firstly, I need to fix some of the issues. For example, by the time I was 30 in my last life I was bald, had some issues with my knees, and had problems with eyesight. The last one is for obvious reasons of spending too much time staring at a computer screen. And to do that I would need to either experiment with my DNA or get more data. The first thing that came to mind though, was the 3 pairs of hair I got from the huntresses. So, without wasting much time, I pulled out the specially prepared containers which hold the 3 containers for said 3 hairs. My curiosity was at the absolute max to find out the differences between a Greek god and a human. So, it was slightly shocking that her aura was able to decipher Artemis' DNA twice as fast as mine. I was wondering why though. After all, the moment I could see her DNA, it had an extra strand of information attached to the regular 2 strands. And I was able to figure out why it was so fast. DNA holds history as well. For example, the reason why I'm going to go bald is because my father, and his father before him were bald. While the knee issues came from my mother's side, same with the slightly weaker eyesight. Now with the Greek gods. There is nothing of that sort of thing in Artemis. There is nothing inherited from Leto or Zeus. In truth, there is nothing human in her. She is extremely and biologically set into a specific standard. Her body is well fit, like someone who goes to the gym regularly. In other words, she is built to be a huntress, and body shape-wise, she is built for action. Neither her breasts were too big nor too small. This most likely comes from the fact that she is a moon goddess and needs to be beautiful. Meaning, being beautiful was as important as having a body ready for action. Making her a woman who is very beautiful but still very much fit. And yes, she is incredibly beautiful. I rebuilt her looks in my 3D display and safe to say, it was a mistake not to just take her home, tie her up, and leave her in my bed for daily play. From the readings, I could understand that she is simply a dense amount of energy that took shape according to said divine energy. A divine energy that came from human beliefs. While I could use Artemis' extreme biological setting, she can't get sick, doesn't age, and possesses quite the powerful regeneration. But because she is an extreme, I can't copy this. Simply put, I will need a middleman to approach that extreme. And for that, Hilita's DNA came into play. As a demigod turned minor goddess, the Amazon Queen was a treasure trove for me. She is a blend of human and divine. Funny how the reading showed that she only had a single parent. As there is nothing of her father. Only some forceful configuration on her looks. Which probably comes from Aries. This shows that energies like the divine have some inference to genetics but can't be properly recorded since it's not natural to begin with. Nonetheless, this was what I needed to get started on my upgrades. Receiving peak healthy condition, and no genetically bad traits, is a good start. While I could theoretically go through the huge upgrade from the very beginning, it would most likely kill me, as my body would go through a massive shock. Aurora built me up a schedule for the upgrades and fixes. Of course, moments later I could see a calendar pop up and the dates getting highlighted. I got a certain vibes from this. It was like one of those are the days I am going to visit the doctor. I do recommend specially prepared facilities for this, sir. You need to rest after each session for several days. I recommend doing this in the summer when there is no school. I could improve this further if more data is gathered. I nodded while listening to her. This does sound like it is going to hurt either way. And being too hasty is not something I want to repeat. Very well. I am going to gather more samples for reference, I said while pulling out Atalanta's hair. While you will continue to work on finding ways to apply the modifications as seamlessly as possible. Obviously, I was created for this. There is no need for any reminders of such, sir. I exist to serve you. That will forever be my purpose. I chuckled hearing that. She truly does take my design personality well. Now I just need to think of an avatar for you. Atalanta's DNA is something else. She was turned into a lion before being accepted by a furious Artemis for getting married. Once she died as a lion, she was turned back into a human. But, in the end, she still kept some of the characteristics of a lion. Her senses are better in general, her DNA proves that. Her hearing, smell, eyesight, and muscle density are better than regular humans. And this means that I could take some of these improvements myself without getting the characteristics of the animal. Now with 4 DNA stored I can cross-reference some things. Magic in general. Practicing magic already alters your DNA to some extent. As my 2 strands have already started developing a third one. It could also be connected to how Artemis has a third one as dense as the other 2, while Hilita, less so. And Atalanta only has some of it, assuming the characteristics of lion made some alterations. The stronger the being is, the more developed the third strand is. Well, that's what I got from all 4 DNA of 4 different beings altogether. A Greek god, a demigod, a demi-human, and a human. But, this is something I don't want to leave like this. So, I collected more samples over the next few days. My parents, and some random kids from school. With more regular human samples I was able to confirm what I had theorized. Dan's and LaFay's DNA only ironed it out. Those girls' DNA are quite strange in the first place. Both of them had what looked like a genetic alterations of some sort. I guess it's related to their backgrounds. Dan holds the spirit of the Saint Joan of Arc which, according to the girl, the holder always looks similar to the original saint. It most likely alters the DNA to make up the changes in appearance. Well, LaFay most likely got hers from studying Morgana's stuff. While these girls had some development in their third DNA strand, the same could not be said about regular people. Neither my parents nor my schoolmates have even started developing the third strand. There are, however, signs of possible development. This led me to discover which parts of the DNA are responsible for magic development. Aurora was not even needed for this. With this discovery alone, I could now rip magic off from people if I want to. Targeting someone's specific magic DNA sequences could cripple them forever. At worst, this could also affect someone else's future bloodline permanently as well. Meaning if I were to strip one's magic off them, I could also strip their future generations, forever. Quite a horrifying thought. But a very much possible way to punish someone. While sticking to genetics is fun and all. It's more or less Aurora's thing as she was doing most of the maths. So, I decided to check on Kwa. It has been over a year after all. Suna Saitri improved 47%, Ryaz Greemery improved 26%, well, this is a surprise. Ryaz developed that much even before the events of canon? Not bad. Seeing as how Ryaz is training. Well, training is a strong word. She is just doing regular exercises. And yoga. Which is not bad. But, for her it is not that needed. What she really needs is some magic training. As she is a purely ranged fighter. While she is not lazy anymore, this kind of training is not going to secure victory against Riser. Next, is Suna. Sara's sister is much better than the redhead. Her demonic power increased quite a bit. She has now recruited the majority of her old peerage from the novels and anime and is already regularly going through the data for a bit. I realize that the younger Saitri will be a good choice for more data. Not only that, but, she has the biggest selection of regular humans reincarnated as devils. Their DNA is something that I would want to get my hands on. And that's not all. The majority of them don't have sacred gears either. This means I could get double the amount of data just from her peerage. Plus, Sara needs some rewards for her hard work. Thinking for a bit, I decided that this might be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Data, rewarding Sara, and also affecting Ryaz Greemery more, giving her an incentive to work harder. Chapter 17, Sacred Gears and Field Agents. Suna nervously looked at the mirror. This was it. Her hard work finally paid off. She knew better than anyone that she was being observed by Marcus for the past year and so. The diamond core heart is simply far too great of an item to be left behind without any precaution. And over time she has tried to study it, from a distance of course, but she has found almost nothing. The thing was so complex that it barely made any sense to her. One thing she learned though, is that her magic control has fairly increased since trying to study the runes on the diamond. It was quite astounding that her magic control could improve like that, just by studying an item. She can only imagine how good Marcus' magic control is, if he spends days in and days out around such items. Nonetheless, this was not about the diamond core heart but her sister calling her all of a sudden. With an extremely happy voice. She has already forgotten the feeling of such a thing, her older sister being this happy. Not to mention Seraphil's random calls stopped a long time ago. Apparently, Marcus wants to meet her and her whole peerage. And from the excited tone of her sister, it's big, very big for Suna and her peerage. Big, because they will all be receiving sacred gears. The very same sacred gears that were created by Marcus himself. Not the pseudo-gears her sister used to talk about, but proper gears. This means that the man can finally create true sacred gears. Which is absurd no matter how you try and look at it. Right. Let's do this. Suna pumped herself up in front of the mirror before walking out of her bedroom and towards the main living room, where her peerage should be gathering at the moment. Suna's whole peerage was looking at the approaching Saitri heiress. The black-haired devil is visibly nervous and her peerage is quite clueless about what was going on. They were called out of nowhere in the middle of the night to gather at her estate. Is everything alright? What happened? Suna's queen asked with a concerned look. It's good news. Very good news. Our hard work has paid off. Suna answered in a nervous yet happy tone, earning herself several strange looks. What are you talking about? Saitri-san? The newest addition to the peerage, Genshiro Saji, asked confused. You are new so you don't know, but more than a year ago my sister was able to get a contract for me and Ryaz with this century's greatest inventor. By this point, most of the peerage's members had a realizing look. They instantly got nervous and also somewhat excited. They have all heard the rumors and saw the diamond core heart several times. So, They know it's big, especially if it's, in some way, related to one of the Satans. Marcus Goldman was and is always monitoring us through the barrier system he has established in Kua. Suna said very seriously but also looking extremely happy at the same time. Now, after more than a year, he notified my sister and said that we have improved by more than 40% since the installation of the Diamond Core Heart. Most of the peerage members smiled hearing that. It's always nice knowing they improved, especially when they got a proper percentage number like this. And for this, he has decided to give us all sacred gears. As for those who already have a gear, he will help you go through some maintenance and upgrade some things. Maintenance? Do they need maintenance? Saji asked with a slightly pale look. He did not expect the gear to need that. They are artifacts created by the biblical god close to 4,000 years ago. Sister informed me about them in great detail. You have no idea how much information Marcus Goldman has on them. Suna explained with a proud face. She got some intel from her older sister. Sarafal doesn't mind sharing some non-classified information. As Suna explained to the group, she also omitted the fact that Marcus looks down on most of the original sacred gears. From what she has heard, he also calls them relics of the old generation. Although it is hard to believe, Suna can see it from his point of view. Sort of. She isn't that smart, as hard as it is to admit. Though she would love to have a chess match against him, but... well, Sarafal didn't allow it. Upon the host's death, the sacred gear returns to heaven where it should go through maintenance. But, for some reason, it hasn't done that for the past 2,000 years. So, it hasn't been taken care of properly for that long. The Citriera said with a casual shrug. Both gear users in her peerage paled after hearing that. They realize that the gears are old artifacts, so they might break. But, they are created by the big god, no? Then they should not break. Right? Don't worry, you two. The stronger the gear is, the higher the chance it might malfunction. According to my sister, after each cycle, some bits of souls stay with the gear. This is especially visible with Longinus gears like Boosted Gear and Divine Dividing. Those gears have an ability called Juggernaut Drive. Such an ability, according to my sister, is a bug in the system that should not exist. While nothing of such will happen to you two, it would be better if those gears go through maintenance and we can have some deeper understanding over it. Sona finished her explanation to the pair. Both of them sighed in relief. Neither Junshiro Saji nor Tsubaki Shinra wanted to have a ticking time bomb. No matter how little chance there was of it actually going off. So. Saitri-san. How much do you know about Marcus Goldman? You said he is a genius inventor? I have heard you mention him before as well. Tomoe, Sona's knight, asked curiously. She has heard about him a couple of times in the past from her king. Only a few members of the peerage knew more about him. Right. Where should I begin? Around 5 years ago, my sister was summoned to form a contract with an extremely talented 12-year-old. Mind you, summoning my sister for anyone apart from the nation leaders or the extremely wealthy is quite simply impossible. Normal people can't summon the Satans. A few of her recent additions to the peerage squeaked after hearing that. Yes. My sister is one of the 4 Satans and she has been safeguarding this contract she formed with him more than anything else. Sona sharply said while thinking about something else. For obvious reasons, she has been head over heels with him for years now. Recently she told me that he has been doing something big. And she was more than a little bit excited. So. Somehow. A 12-year-old summoned one of the Satans? How good is he? Momo, one of Sona's bishops, asked with disbelief. As someone who practices magic, she knows quite a bit on how summoning works. He is very, very good. We will be meeting him soon. He lives in Europe. It's going to be morning there soon. He is inviting us to his house. So we will be at our utmost best behaviors. You don't want to make my sister angry. The Citriera said with an icy tone. For a second her eyes glowed. Like hell, she was going to risk all her hard work just because of some misunderstanding. All of her peerage members quickly nodded with a terrified look. There is no way in hell they were going to cross one of the Satans. And their king, of course. Good to see that they are disciplined, Sotan. With a burst of a blue circle, Sarafal appeared in the room, and she quickly ended up hugging Suna. The younger sibling of the Satan could see that her older sister is very much happy about this event. The peerage members who have not seen her before were slightly terrified and interested in this new arrival. They immediately could see some familiar looks between those two. Assuming that this was the older sibling of their king. Sister. Not in front of my peerage. Suna said with an embarrassed look. Sarafal just grinned like an excited kid. Nonetheless, she did stop hugging her little sister. Well, since Sotan warned you all. The Leviathan instantly got serious, which made everyone feel a chill going down their spine. How can someone flip their character just like that? I will warn you as well, don't annoy my darling. The last person to annoy him was the Greek goddess, Artemis, who got humiliated to the point where she had to ask for forgiveness. Seraphol said with a giggle, earning a couple of gasps. While Suna paled for a couple of reasons. One was that her older sister didn't even try to hide the fact that she was in love with a human, and second, did a human really humiliate Artemis herself? Sister, is it wise to tell this to anyone? The younger Saitri asked with a concerned look. It doesn't matter to anyone. It's an open secret by this point. The underworld is abuzz about me as it is. They want to see who the mysterious lover of the Leviathan is. Well, I can't say anything. I can tell you guys since you are all part of Suna's peerage. So if anyone outside learn who Maya's boyfriend, then I would know that someone from Suna's peerage has snitched me out. When they heard that, everyone gulped down except for Suna, who already knew that it's much more than just a girlfriend and boyfriend thing. Yes, she saw how deep their relationship was a year ago. And assuming it has escalated further. So don't worry, sister, no one from my peerage is going to talk about this. We currently live in the human world, so there are no other devils apart from Rya's group to talk about such things with. The Citriera said while fixing her glasses. That reminds me. What about Rya's peerage? The younger sibling asked her sister. Seraphol just shrugged her shoulders. Rya's only achieved half of what you did, so Tan. While my Marcus was not disappointed, he was not impressed either. So, at this moment only your peerage, including you, are getting sacred gears handcrafted by him. Sona's eyes widened for a second before having a thoughtful look. She could see how this was going. I see. Incentive. Hey? You already saw through it? Very good, Sotan. Seraphol quickly hugged her little sister. I see. So we will get the gears, which in turn will make Grimory work harder. Quite a smart idea to make her work harder, since our king will also be benefiting and getting a sacred gear. Yes. Now let's move. The current Leviathan raised her hands as a large circle appeared under everyone's foot. Moments later everyone was teleported away. Marcus knew base one moment they were in Citri Estate, and in the next, the whole peerage was transported into an empty-looking room. Let's go. Marcus is waiting in the testing room. Seraphol said as she motioned for them to follow along. Suna nodded at her while looking around the room. It looked quite barren. Or so she thought. The moment they left the room, they saw a corridor. But what got their attention was the corridor walls. It reminded them of some sci-fi alien ship. Patterns with a bunch of different shapes were carved out in the walls, emitting light. Instead of chandeliers or lamps, these patterns were emitting the light that lit up the room. The room isn't that brightly lit, as they were not too bright. But it was enough as they continued following the black-haired Satan and ended up in the living room. What got their attention immediately was the massive TV hogging most of the single wall. And are those human-sized Gundams? So cool. Saji said to himself, but the rest of the group heard him. They are replicas of Marcus' personal scale mail. They can turn on in case there are some intruders, and to make it clear, I won't stand a chance against even one. Not to mention the 4 in this room. Seraphol words made everyone, even Suna, pale. You must be joking. Sister, you are a Satan. And we are in the center of his power base. Unlike other pantheons, his power here is unmatched. You saw yourself what the Diamond Core Heart can do. Marcus has many more installed throughout his entire home and workshop. The younger Citri nearly lost her glasses, they were close to falling off. But she controlled herself. I see. Silly of me to believe we could do something. Snort, glad you understand. Not to interrupt, but is that an aquarium on the ceiling? Not quite, we are under a river at the moment. Seraphol happily clarified, earning several weird and shocked looks. We are underground? Marcus has a thing for underground bases. The Leviathan said with a shrug. I am getting supervillain vibes here. Saji said to himself, but everyone heard him, again, thanks to their augmented hearing. Sorta. If there were higher mountains in this country, he would have built it inside one. Why not just build a skyscraper or something? Don't inventors like him, like that? Momo asked the Satan as she remembered the Fantastic Four and Tony Stark both having skyscrapers. He could. But then again, you will have limited ground to expand. But with going underground, he doesn't need to worry about land and owning the land on the surface. Seraphol explained what Marcus had told her. Sister, are you telling me that this was built on someone else's land? Suna asked with a slightly raised voice. Her older sister simply rolled her eyes and put her finger on her younger sibling's lips. Don't be so dramatic, the ownership exchange is a work in progress. The older devil said with not quite an assured tone. And to be perfectly honest, she has no idea if the legal side of things is alright. Most likely not. Marcus doesn't really care what the government thinks in the first place. Right. Sona sighed, before removing Seraphol's finger on her lips. The group continued walking after checking out the living room. They reached another corridor which had a lift installed in it. The doors automatically opened. And once they were inside, they realized that the lift had no buttons. Aurora takes us to the workshop floor. One moment, whoa? Who said that? Saji nearly jumped out of his shoes hearing a feminine voice coming out of the walls. An assistant AI built by Marcus. It runs everything. Seraphol said with a slightly bitter tone. Bitter? Because she has this feeling that this AI is going to be annoying. She can't put her finger on it. But her instincts are telling her that the artificial female is going to be a problem. Sona of course saw her sister's displeased look. She can tell there is a tale in this, but she was not going to pry. While the rest of her peerage was simply awed by the fact that there is a proper AI like from those sci-fi movies. And it was similar to how Tony Stark has his Jarvis in the recent Marvel movie they watched a few weeks ago. The lift took a few moments to arrive. It was only going down, so the rest of the group figured they were going quite deep. Workshop floor. As soon as the female voice announced, the doors opened and they saw a room. It just looked like another living room but more sparse than the one upstairs. It barely had anything, only a few sofas and a large TV. This is the resting room, follow me. Seraphol clarified as she led them through one of the two doors. Whoa. Damn. Wow, they entered a room the size of a football pitch. Painted in soft blue and white colors. The floor was made from some very solid tiles, which they had no idea what it was. Most importantly, they saw a massive hologram of Earth spinning in the middle of the room, floating in the air. That's Aurora on standby. It emulates planets as background images. As Seraphol said that, the image of Earth switched to Mars. That's so cool. Whereas normal people have pictures as the background, this dude has a freaking holographic display of planets. Saji said with a twitchy eyebrow. In a room the size of a stadium. I know, right? But the point of a size is that he has recently started designing things at a bigger scale. He is now working on some satellites and stuff. Seraphol said with a shrug. It was quite a quick switch, you know. One day he just said that his new place was done and then, bam, he started working here. The older Saitri said while making hand gestures all over the place. I see. This is quite a big place. The holograms are also solid so he can stand on them, this way he can design houses, cities, and massive robots. You name it. Wait. Does that mean he can truly build Gundams? Sona asked her older sibling. Why, of course. Marcus already has a smaller, autonomous version that he just finished recently. Seraphol pointed at the right wall. There are glass panels built into the wall. The peerage quickly walked over and saw Gundams behind the glass. They were around 3 meters tall, nowhere near the original size which was around 40 to 50 meters. Nonetheless, this size allowed them to check it out in detail. Those look like freedom. Saji said with an odd look. But then one of the girls elbowed him and made him look at the golden plate attached to the wall above the glass panel. It had the model name carved out which says, Freedom MKI. Damn. He started from Freedom. Passing Strike altogether. I thought Strike came from a different line altogether. One of the girls who watched the shows said with a confused look. Details. It was both piloted by the main character. Saji said while waving his hand casually. To him the main character's machines from one and the same line. While I don't mind listening to people talking about my creator's greatness. He is waiting for you in the testing room. Aurora's voice spread through the room, bringing everyone out of tourist mode. Right. We should not waste any more of Marcus' time. Seraphol snapped out of her trance. She, kind of, is in tourist mode herself. After all, this was only her third time here. Everyone nodded to her words and started following the excited Satan. But not before dropping one last glance at the third model, which is named Freedom A1. The machine looked like an exact replica of the real deal, from the colors to the form of the machine. It looked like it was not even meant to be used as a suit. Which is quite interesting. Since the whole thing is autonomous, meaning that it can fight on its own. You know. I think Sikvera would have a meltdown seeing all of those. Sona mentioned one of her childhood friends who is, quite frankly, obsessed with the whole Gundam franchise. Oh, the Agazaris? Interesting. I will mention to Marcus if he wants an assistant when he is building his scale mails. Not that he spends much time on them anyway. Not after he upgraded Aurora. Seraphol said with a shrug, she didn't mention more on the upgrade since she can't. The younger sister of hers nodded. Finding ways to keep him interested in the devils is always a good thing in the long run. After all, she is receiving the first batch of sacred gears before Ryaz, most likely because Seraphol mentioned her before Ryaz. The first thing the group noticed when they entered the testing room was that it was big. So big that they could not even see the end of it. What? How big is this? Momo asked with wide eyes. She wants to know what kind of magic did this. Not quite, It's an optical trick. Everything here is built from enchanted diamond bricks, making it look like it expands forever, but I assure you, it does not. They heard a male voice as their eyes went to the side. They saw a young adult with black hair, leaning against a white wall. His arms were crossed as he was waiting for them. Seraphal quickly rushed forward and clapped her hands in a praying manner. She quickly started saying her apology. Sorry for the wait. I was still getting used to the new place. It's fine. I had some time to test those. Marcus pointed at the front. Everyone's gaze quickly followed where he pointed.